It is time. Do what you must do, my terrific, frightening children. G.L.
Hello. Brave, loyal, Dally-man.
Destiny more like Giga to me.
Sometimes.
This is not a war. This is a special internet operation for the use.
Welcome back. What's new?
What's up, Lincoln?
You ready for war?
Jesus, why you gotta say it like that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me get the appropriate tone. Hey, buddy, you ready for war?
Destiny 2 months ago. Okay, guys, this is it. I'm done engaging with dipshit insane people on Twitter. Destiny.
Gosh, Mickey, you ready for war?
What the fuck is my shit lagging?
Yuck.
Are you okay, dude?
Yeah, someone said I forgot to laugh.
I
That was neat.
Okay. Walked around, ate, chilled, streamed.
Sounds like every trip you take.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a good trip.
Yeah.
What was the best food you ate?
I don't know. Mel was on a fucking dumpling rampage, so we just went to a ton of dumpling places.
Dumplings are good. Do you like dumplings?
Yeah. I forgot that taro is like not always like dessert stuff. We got taro dumplings at one place because we wanted good, yummy taro dumplings, and it was like taro and beef. Ugh, not good.
I don't know if I've ever heard of taro.
It's like a it sounds gross when I describe it. It's like bean paste, but it's super good.
Oh, I love bean paste. I didn't know it was called taro.
Okay.
There's these there are these fish. There's a name for them. I don't know what it is, but I get them from H Mart, the Korean market, and they're it's like, imagine like you like that Dairy Queen cone, right? Isn't that the one you like? I can't remember what's that's called, a sugar cone.
There's sugar cones and waffle cones.
And you like the sugar cone, right?
I'll eat either one. I think the sugar cones are easier to eat. The waffle cones break in weird ways, but
Okay, I feel like you had a hotter take on that before. But
well, people
either way.
really like waffle cones. I don't know if people really like them or if it's just trendy to say you like them. I'm not sure.
No, I think that it was a big change from the ones we all grew up with, and they got more popular. I think. I don't know. Either way, so it's this fish, right? And it's made from the Dairy Queen sugar cone kind of material, but it's just a little softer. And it's vanilla ice cream inside and then a layer of red bean paste. And it is absolutely delicious.
Wow. That's wild, dude.
I know.
Do you see we made it to Congress?
Did we?
Yep.
How so?
Apparently Fuentes talking about us or something. I don't know.
Oh. Did he get called before a committee or something? Or
the problem globally is shadow banking. Well, we talked about
How many people in Congress are going to be playing Factorio now? Yes! Absolutely based. Wait, what was the... Wait, what are you talking about? Fish made of ice cream cones? What?
yeah, it's an ice cream cone like outside, and then inside's a layer of vanilla ice cream, and then a layer of red bean paste.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Brandon, I super don't give a fuck right now, but thank you.
All these.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll click Brandon's link.
People were all of a sudden interested in making money in the stock market.
I had no idea how to buy and sell. That's how I discovered Wall Street Bets.
There's like this crazy group of people.
You saw people losing tons of money and making tons of money.
They love the game.
I don't even know the last job I had.
I kept seeing posts about GameStop.
GameStop? I thought it was a dying brick and mortar store.
You know these hedge funds were planning on this thing to go bankrupt, and all of a sudden it's not.
GameStop just went nuclear. What just happened?
Elon tweets out,
He's a big daddy, you know?
That's when it started becoming really fun for us.
The sentiment was one of revenge, robbing from the rich and giving to the poor.
They had a big swagger. There's a new sheriff in town. The market broke and we're the new market.
The losses for short sellers were in the tens of billions of dollars.
On Robinhood was gonna put another like 5 or 6 grand in, and I was like, wait a minute, where's the buy button?
Everybody started freaking out.
Felt like a scam, right?
We immediately began speculating that there was a shady deal being made.
There's something bigger here. Let's find out what's really going on here.
The playing field is so unlevel.
The house always wins if you're unprepared. And they're playing against the house. I mean, what is their mission? What are they determined to do? Change the face of capitalism?
YOLO, you know, let's destroy the economy.
Wow. Absolutely not cringe. Okay. Well, how's life going, Lycan?
Oh, it's pretty good. I'm waiting for the weekend. I'm ready for the week to be over. But I'm not having as an exciting a week as you are. Do you listen to Jesse's podcast yet? I assume you already know all the stuff.
Jesse's podcast. Jesse
Jesse
Lee Peterson. Jesse. Wait. Oh, his thing. Oh, not yet. No, I've been busy, but I've got I've got agents working on that. But I was talking to Jesse a lot while he was working on stuff, so I imagine I know most of what's in there.
I figured. He alluded to someone talking to him a few different times, and I assumed it might have been you. Not confirming that either. Just my thoughts, feelings. But nonetheless, let's say you're in her shoes, right?
Who?
Keffals. And you have the narrative going about Kiwi Farms, which is not really a narrative. There's a ton of harassment coming from Kiwi Farms, absolutely. But the big story that gets picked up, the one that's really scary, and the one that gets Cloudflare to dump Kiwi Farms and open them up to attack, is not related to a Kiwi Farms user. What do you do?
I mean, I wouldn't lie out my ass to take down somebody and get internet clout for it, but that's just me. No.
But I mean, now at this point, it's nothing for her to do, right? She can't back down. And even if she did come out and say, yeah, this guy didn't.
I don't understand what your point of this framing is. You're trying to make me sympathetic towards her? That she's like sitting atop a mountain of lies? Or
no,
she keeps lying?
I'm just, I don't know, I'm circle jerking, man.
Oh. Based. I'll wait until more people are in here because I don't want to repeat myself. I'll go when we have 6,000.
I'm going to go.
And then we'll go. Like the stream.
Good luck, buddy. I'm going to go swim and listen. Take it easy.
Have fun.
Bye.
Is there a chance you'd interview Hot Wheels since you showed interest? Is that the name of the 8chan guy? There's like so many like meme names that I'm not aware of because I don't know all the memes or whatever. Sorry, hold on. The XQC, Ludwig, Hassan drama all looks so fucking boring. Don't ask me to cover it, I'm not going to. I dug into it and it looks like people are just like ass mad over literally the dumbest childish shit in the universe. Everybody involved, I super don't give a fuck. I super don't care. If people want to start dropping receipts or something, I'd probably be more interested. But right now it looks like XQC said Mizkif was a bad fake friend or something, and Mizkif said he wasn't, and then people are piling on everybody because of I super don't care. It looks so boring. Okay. I need this stupid vulcanite shit. It really is a he said, she said drama. I don't even know if I would consider it any kind of drama. It just seemed really boring. Just like people being mad at each other for shit that I don't care about. Thoughts on the Patreon stuff? I haven't seen anything about that. I've seen some of the, I think Lauren has retweeted some crazy right-wing shit about that they were like trying to protect child porn or something, which is probably not true, but... Probably shouldn't go back yet. We need to actually... No response from Dave Rubin. He's not gonna do anything with me. Dave Rubin's MO is to like, there's another guy that does this. I think it's Dennis Prager, where they tweet out stuff where it's like, oh, we can't find anybody on the left who will debate us, blah, blah, but then they don't actually like reach out. You'll find just some like middling dude that like agrees with them on 95% of things, and then that'll be it. It's not illegal, CSAM, but it is literally like underage lewds that are on... I don't know what CSAM means. I don't know what any of this means. Hold on. Child sexual abuse material. It's not illegal CSAM, but it's literally like underage lewds that are on the line for CSAM, taken either by parents or some weird types of handler. I can send a good article if you want to. Okay, I'm good. I super don't care. Should you look at getting the chest auto sort mod? I don't think it's that big of a deal. Alleged whistleblower claimed Patreon wouldn't close CP because of profits. I super don't believe that. But maybe it's possible. I'd have to look. But the chance of that happening sound incredibly low. Hold on 1 second. I think he's gonna keep each other podcasts like Ruben when they look for people. Yeah, I mean, I probably will. There are other people that I'd look to branch out to first. Kayla Peterson? No, I don't know. I don't know what my interest is as much in like the traditional media types, but we'll see. I need to find that red shit on this planet. What is your stance on Ariel being black? I just super don't care. People get really invested in like really stupid shit. I don't know why anybody cares. Did you go to the burlesque show? Fuck no. Any updates on Lex Friedman? I have no line of communication to him, so I don't have any updates at all. I might get like a booker, like somebody to do that, or I could expend Ninu's roles to do that. I don't know if she has the time for it. Jesus, have these guys evolved again? What's your opinion on Lex? I have no opinion at all. Never heard any of his stuff. I've had people recommend him though. Why does Tav think you don't like her? Why would she think I don't like her?
We're talking. Oh, I don't think that Destiny likes me very much, which is like why I don't try to have conversations with him that often. But also, like, I don't know. Destiny's weird because he's like he's very hard to read.
I feel like I respond to her every time she messages me. I like Taptage. I don't know why. I don't know why she would think I don't like her. I'm not sure. Bro, why does this do like no damage now? I'm waiting for wait, this shit'll get super copyright. Let's hold on. We'll go at 6,000 viewers. We'll start chatting, guys. About the upcoming 3-day war. Why did you answer to Brianna Wu so abrasively? You were permabanned. Goodbye. Brianna's gotten plenty of opportunities to come to stream. She's a bad faith actor. She has no desire for actual conversation. All she's done is take cheap shots at me on Twitter for like the past like week without having any fucking clue about what she's talking about, which isn't atypical for her because she's always been a fucking moron. I didn't know she was a bad faith fucking moron too though. But she's had plenty of opportunities to come on and chat. She'll never take any because she knows she's wrong. Anybody that like obsessively posts about me on Twitter while also like making up tons of excuses to not come on and chat is a fucking loser. Keffals said that she didn't want her to come on and chat because she'd make money off of me. I offered to donate $1,000 to any trans charity of her choosing, except for Keffals. If she would come on and chat, and they all avoid it. Like, it's pretty obvious when people are just operating in bad faith. And when I say bad faith, I mean like they're just there to tell lie. I can't even say bad faith anymore. Fuck, because you guys have actually ruined that word. When you say bad faith for you guys just think it means somebody that disagrees with you. But I mean like intentionally propagating like disinformation with no desire whatsoever to be even remotely accurate. She's just like peddling a narrative. Do you know what Keffals is basing her claim on you threatening to dox her family? Yeah, basically, anytime I say I'm gonna cover anything related to her story, she always tries to get out of it by saying like, oh, by talking about this, you're spreading information about like Kiwi Farms or my docs or anything, so you're trying to dox me. That's how she just always has it like angled that way. Do you think these people actually know they're wrong? You know what? For a lot of them, actually, I think they do. For the leader people, I think Brianna, no, they do. They do. I think I've said this before. If I'm trying to figure out what a person thinks, I try to envision, like, what would they do if they had another state of mind? So if I think of the Brianna Wu person, like, let's say that she does know that she's correct and she knows she's right. Let's say that I assume that she really does know that. Well, what would you do if you were Brianna Wu, right? Initially, she offered to talk to me. I think she's pretty attention hungry. They all are, right? Why wouldn't you jump on my stream and shit on me? Like, she's already like a semi-public figure. She's kind of been there before. She's on Twitter doing it. Like, it seems like that would be pretty reasonable to like jump in and engage. If you're gonna do that much on Twitter, maybe, no? But when you do these things where you take like, well, what if she wasn't lying? Or I'm sorry, what if she wasn't being honest? What if she thinks that she actually might be completely full of shit? Well, then what would you do, you know? Well, you'd probably just take some cheap shots at Twitter and find every possible excuse under the sun to avoid an actual conversation while you just continue to shitpost about it. Probably, that'd be my guess. So I think like when I try to conceive of like possible states of mind, I'm pretty sure she knows that she's lying. I know that Keffals knows that she's lying. Keffals' behavior, I think that's why every single time I get on Twitter, notice that Keffals is immediately like spam. Notice that Keffals is immediately like spam tweeting about me, like incessantly. Like, I think the last time she did it, she even said she was stepping away from the computer for a few hours, and then I started tweeting. She comes back immediately and tries to like spam report my thing. I think the reason why she's doing that is because she knows that she's like caught herself in a ton of different lies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Keffals knows. There's other information too that kind of points to the obvious fact that she knows she's lying as well, but that'll come out later. Why did she even agree to the conversation in the first place? I think because she'd only seen a little bit of stuff, so she probably thought that she was in the right, but then when people started linking her stuff, she probably quickly realized that she only had like half of the story and decided to shut the fuck up. Is there... Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on real quick. Is there some stupid shit about... like this material only spawns in, requires volcanic terrain. Does that mean it's not gonna be here? Scan the servers, it's faster. I'm literally scanning the servers right now. It's possible she views you similar to how she views Alex Stein. No, stop making excuses. I know I'm right. I know I'm correct on this one. Hold on one sec. I'm perma-banning everybody that says this. Stop covering for Keffals like this. Don't you think you should just stop talking to her because it's velvet? Don't. Stop saying this retarded shit. Everybody that's saying this is getting banned, okay? That's like a new rule. I'm keeping this. Okay. Okay, so with regards to the Keffals stuff, there's a couple different ways I think to engage with Keffals in ways that I haven't in the past. Where we're gonna modify the way that we approach doing online engagement with people. We're gonna modify the way that we do online engagement with people. So something that I've said before is that typically if I'm doing online content, when there are people like talking about me on social media, I usually don't encourage people to like brigade because I think it's cringe. But I've noticed that people like Vosh and I guess Sneeko and Tate and all these other people, I think they take the exact opposite approach, and I think that it's probably a better approach, at least in certain instances. So like, I think if people are out there like tweeting like crazy shit, like Destiny's transphobic and blah, 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 it probably is worth it to have a bunch of people in the replies being like, no, he's not, like cringe shit like that, as cringe as it is, because I think that when I look at Keffals and I look at her Twitter behavior with the way that she tweets stuff and deletes stuff and everything, I think that people like that are actually really sensitive to feedback, and I think that other people actually notice that type of feedback. So if people like Keffals are out there tweeting like Destiny's a transphobe, and most of my fan base is like, oh, well, we don't engage with Twitter like that, that's cringe, and all of her fan base is like, yeah, he is, he's super transphobic, blah, 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 probably ends up making me look bad inadvertently. So we're probably going to be, we need to be more, I think we need to be more proactive on social media. Hold on. Okay. We need to be more proactive on social media. Keffals blocked almost all of your followers. Yeah, but you see that like there are replies and stuff that you can like get on and everything too. But I think this is something I didn't notice before, but I think that's part of why she does that. I thought that she was being like really petty before with like, oh wow, she's blocked all of my followers and everything because she's like so salty. But I don't actually think that's it. I think it's part of her media strategy. When she tweets out like really what are a bunch of like lies and false accusations and shit and disinformation about me, or anything really, when she tweets that out, her goal is that under every single tweet, she wants to have like, she wants all of the engagement to be going her way. And I notice sometimes that when she tweets and it's not going her way, she is very quick to clear the tweets out because she doesn't like the engagement that she's getting. So I think that's one big change that I want. Probably not forever, but at the very least, I think that's one start. She wants to control the narrative at all times. Yes, which is very difficult for her, or she has to be very careful when she's controlling the narrative because she's lying. So it's very easy for her to get like fucked if she loses, like all she has is the narrative because she doesn't have the facts, right? So if she loses control of the narrative, she's lost everything. Okay, so that's one thing. Be clear that when I say this, that doesn't mean I'm not looking for like hate speech or like weird transphobic shit. I still like, if you're following me and you type shit like that, I still permaban you, I permablock you, and I never unblock you. If you're like calling her Lucas or calling her him or any shit like that, I'll block or ban anybody that does that shit. That rule has never changed, never has, never will. That's, let's see, that's one part. Oh, second thing, gay ops. Is it really called gay ops, or is that just like a mean way to refer to it? Does anybody know if that's like the official name for it? It's a meme? Okay, well, so there's an expression that I've heard called gay ops. I don't know if there's another name for it, but basically the idea is you go into a community, you try to post stuff, and then you try to get that community banned because of what you're posting. Oh, I think maybe some people call this Fed posting too. I think I've heard Vosh say that in regards to like violent stuff. I know for a fact that Keffals and her community is trying to do that in my community. I am taking like an ultra omega zero tolerance, and you might never get unbanned, or you will in 12 months if you are typing or joking about sus shit. So if you're in like, so something that's going to come up without getting too much into things is Kiwi Farms is not the site actually that originally doxed Keffals or her family. That's actually total bullshit. I do know the site that did it, but if you ask for it or if you allude to it, you're getting permabanned. If you post it, you are getting ultra banned, and I will dig through your IP address and I will ban every other fucking account you have on my site, on my Discord, and in any other platform that I run. And I will let people know what all of your account names are and all of your OAuths across every platform. I'm not joking, okay? That includes longtime posters in my chat. So if I see somebody that is a longtime poster, whatever, and you joke about it because you think you're safe because your name is Fancy Sloth or whatever, anybody else in here, you're getting permaban. 100%. I'm not even remotely joking around about that shit. I do expect people from her community. I know for a fact that they will be trying to post weird shit on my subreddit, weird shit in my chat room, weird shit in my YouTube chat. If you are a moderator and you see it, insta-ban it. Be more safe than sorry. Don't give a fuck. If you catch somebody in the crossfire, we can always unban later. But yeah, that's definitely something that they will be doing. There's not going to be what is this? Does this count as volcanic territory? I feel like there's not going to be volcanic anything on this whole fucking planet. I don't think there is going to be. Let's see what else. I have I've got an elite Daliban crew that I've put together to do. We're gonna do a Keffals document. I haven't 100% decided on the name yet. It's gonna be pretty juicy. It's gonna be pretty short. I'm hoping that this is like less than an hour, I think, for presentation, depending on how expansive it gets. But if it does get expansive, it's all gonna be like pretty relative. Like, it's not gonna be like, here's like random shit about how I feel about gay people or something. It's gonna be all like pretty on point. I am probably going to do a crackhead work scheme on this, meaning I hope to have it done in like 2 days, 3 days tops. I'll probably present that in 2 or 3 days. I'm trying to make strategic decisions right now on like which journalists I want to work with on this. I have at least one that's reached out to me that is a little bit sketchy, but he's a huge fucking name. But I don't know if that'll be used to attack me more or not, but I'm not sure. We'll consider that. Trying to think of anything else. If you have more information relating to any Keffals stuff, I've had a few people reach out to me. I have had a couple people reach out to me with like nuclear level shit, like worse than probably anything I've ever covered before on anybody. But if you're gonna message me with anything, no offense to anybody that does, I need a lot of proof. I know there's a lot of people from a lot of different sites that hate Keffals, and I'm not gonna post shit that I don't know 100%. It's your word against hers is not going to be enough. A couple of shoddy screenshots is not going to be enough. So if you are wanting to bring forward some like nuclear level shit, I'm going to need some nuclear level evidence. Trying to think of anything else. We've got keep your eyes open for people trying to post dumb shit to get anything banned. Where would we send it to? You can DM me on Twitter. You can shoot me an email. Don't post it in the sub. Yeah, just DM me. We do know that Keffals does read my sub actively because we've seen updates to different things she has that shows that. So don't post anything to the subreddit, just email it to me. I'm just gonna leave this fucking planet. I don't think there's anything of value here for me. Fuck me. I think that's everything. Do you think the video she's going to do about her controversies was getting ahead of your manifesto? Yeah, she's petrified every time I start tweeting. I didn't realize now until we've compiled like so much stuff behind the scenes. It's actually astounding how much she lies. I think Keffals is probably the worst person I've seen on the internet that's gotten to this level of fame. In terms of like amount of lies and like destructive tendencies towards other people. I don't know if any Nazis I've dealt with or anybody else has even approached this level of like insanity. It's actually wild. I'm hoping that like, I think having everything in one place, I think will show like the depravity of this. But yeah, I don't know if I want to say anything else for now. Show the planet on the planet viewer. This? That's an oil planet. Yeah, I know what the core miner is, but it also has vulcanite, but it only has vulcanite if the volcanic terrain spawns. Thank you. I could just come to this planet, but the problem is it has no fucking water, so I think processing the vulcanite is going to be annoying. It's going to have to ship water to the planet. A lot of water. Can't wait for them to find one minor discrepancy and write the whole document off. I don't think that's going to happen with this one. I don't think that's going to happen with this one, Chief, but we'll see. Jesus. What Shawarma Fear and I did was take a wireless planet and shoot the Vulcan and ore back to Navis rather than send water to... Yeah, but shipping the ore is like so much less efficient. It's so annoying. I think shipping water is probably better, as obnoxious as that'll be. Will the document have never before seen new information? Well, I've never before seen new information. Well, one, it's going to decide on how much I publish from what I've received privately that I trust. And two, I think there's a lot of stuff about Keffals. The thing is there's so much stuff out there that I don't know who knows what's true or what's not true. Or I don't know if people know what's true and what's not true. So it's probably all out there, but it hasn't been like put together in a coherent format yet. Yeah, I think shipping water ice might be the way to go too. If someone sends you info, are you promising to not leak sources? If you send me info, yeah, I would never leak a source on anything. People have already done that for me. If you don't trust me on that, I mean, that's you. But I have never leaked anything like that in my entire life, unless somebody starts leaking shit about me first. I'm pretty trustworthy, I think. I don't fully understand. Is alluding to said website a ban because it might look like the sub is using it? Because what Keffals is going to do is Keffals is going to try to get people in my community to link to or refer to that website. And then once they do, she's going to be able to link logs of my chat saying, oh my God, look, they are trying to dox me. That's her goal. That's what she wants to do. So anybody that's alluding to it or anything like that, I'm just going to permaban. Anybody that's asked for anything like that. Are you going to add all the dumb fucks like Tail of the Wrens and Brandon Wu to the manifesto? Yeah, don't worry about what we're doing. There'll be a call to action part at the end, okay? Oh my God, I found it. 8.1 milli. How hard is it to kill everything on a planet this big? Like if I walk around and I kill everybody, is it... Are they going to keep respawning or what? A few hours tops. Once they're gone, they're gone? Wait, what do you mean? Hold on. Dude, I did RDLs and I didn't warm them up. I knew I shouldn't have. I was at a strange gym and I was like, I'm just gonna not warm up my RDLs today. And I went right into it and I hurt myself. I'm so fucking stupid. It's actually the dumbest way to hurt yourself is just not warm up and exercise. I don't know why I didn't do it. I don't even know why I didn't do it. I don't know why. It's so stupid. It was so dumb. I'm mad at myself for being a fucking moron. I felt it the moment it happened. I was like, oh my God. That's what I needed. I needed that tweak. Oh, that's what I feel. That was stupid. How would you check the emails you get are accurate? Depends what you email me. What do you do for warm up? Just do like 5 reps at like low weight. Fuck. What makes you think the document will be so undeniable that they won't be able to ignore it and not address it in any meaningful way? A couple things. So one, internet strategy. So Keffals is actually a relatively low impact person. She just manages to stir up a lot of drama around her narratives, but she is unbelievably unlikable. And she's a bad communicator and she's pretty stupid. So, so like the way that this carries over is that like she stirs up a lot of attention on Twitter because of the narratives that she sells, but she doesn't really have like a big dedicated following anywhere else. Like she doesn't get any YouTube engagement. Her streams are like pretty meh. She's got like 1,000 viewers, which isn't horrible. But yeah, the only way she really stays relevant is through conflict that is heavily identity based. Like nobody gives a fuck about Keffals. People care about the trans activist who's getting doxxed and harassed, but they don't actually care about her. They don't like her or know her. And when she talks, she's like just very stupid. She's like stumbling over herself constantly. So I think that Keffals tries to keep herself alive through conflict. And I think as the conflict kind of ebbs and flows, she's basically always like seeking new targets. Like she's looking for new people to glass, basically. Because if she's not like destroying something, then she just has nothing. So I think with that being said, I think that I need to make more of this shit. What was the question? The question had to do with oh, how will this... Oh, I think having all this information... Oh, I'm sorry. I've watched her... I've watched the way that she appears in other communities. It even happens in Vosh's community, and it happened a lot in H3H's community. I think that this is part of my new Hopium arc that I've been on for like the past few months. I think there are a lot of people... I think that when we look at certain narratives, especially around like trans activism, we kind of assume instantly like, oh, it's auto lost. Oh, trans narrative, we lose, right? But I don't think that's true. I think especially around the Keffals stuff, I think there are a lot of people that genuinely just want to know. There were a lot of people in the H3H3 subreddit. I even see them in Vosh where people are like, what? So why do people hate her so much, or what's going on? I think people are genuinely asking these questions. I think if you could point them to something and say like, hey, like, here you go. I think it would actually be really helpful. And I don't think that that type of thing exists right now. All you can really point to are like tweets or random Reddit posts or random YouTube videos, and it's not very satisfying, I don't think. So that's another reason why I think having like all of the information like compiled in one area I think would be really helpful. You think even an hour-long video would be too long to capture widespread attention? My goal is not to capture like super widespread attention. Or I think that'll happen, but it'll be a byproduct of what I'm doing. Well, will it capture widespread attention? I'm not sure. I just want to have something out there. I don't think I need widespread attention. Like, I'm trying to think if I should reveal my goals. I don't really have to be like secretive much because like the truth is out there. I don't really need to, it's not like I'm hiding anything. We've already archived like almost every single thing she's been involved in, so it's not like there's nothing for her to like weasel her way out of. Let's see. Yeah, I think it'll be good. I think we'll be fine. I will say I'll give away one of my 3 goals, but it's because I've already kind of mentioned it before. Who just joined?
I did. Unsolicited advice time. Did you already say it?
What? Oh fuck. Say what?
Did you already say what you were deciding if you could say it or not?
Well, I don't know how much I want to give her for the entertainment.
Okay,
factor.
then I would. Oh, is it only for entertainment? Because it's like you're not worried about that massive army having the chance to build a counter narrative.
That's not possible. Okay, when you guys talk about like narratives and counter narratives and all that shit, she's just wrong. Like there's nothing that she can do at this point. Like everything's already been said and laid bare out there. It's just a matter of me putting together the story. She's lost at this point. Like I'm bragging that I'm gonna like do a crack effort to get this done in like 1 or 2 days, but the hard part's just gonna be like writing it and making it sound good. Like that's it. Like all the information, everything is out there, and it's like super apparent. Like she's lies about everything. Like yeah, so I'm not worried about them like getting ahead of anything. There's a reason why. There's a reason why you can kind of tell. I'll give away this much, okay? There's a reason why every time I start tweeting, she gets like fucking jihadist about like trying to shut me down on Twitter, like tweeting at people, please don't talk to him, tweeting at people like please ban him, please report him, please ban him, and it's because she's fucking petrified of anybody saying anything against her. Like I don't think she'd be acting that way if she wasn't like ultra fucking paranoid that like her shit's gonna get fucked if anybody actually like
yeah.
So no, I'm not worried about her like getting ahead of it. She can't get ahead of anything at this point. It's too late for her.
Did you wonder how that Brianna Wu moment played out? Like, do you think someone called her, texted her? Like, do you think she
Brianna was
secretly
already
wanted it?
predisposed to hate me? Here's what I think happened, but I can't tell 100%. So she's already predisposed to hate me. I probably already get like associated with a lot of like Gamergate-esque stuff.
Right.
But when she initially heard about me, she probably had a whole bunch of really wrong information. She started tweeting out way too confidently, as a lot of these dipshits do. And then as soon as I started to respond and other people started to reply, she realized that she was probably wrong about almost everything. So from there, she latched onto one stupid claim, which was like, you said this was the most progressive police force in the world. Like, that's the only thing she wanted to talk about. And then two, she started to avoid all conversations with me because she probably realizes that she's full of shit. And now her goal is to just like meme, disengage, meme and disengage, and meme and disengage. And that's all she wants to do.
Oh yeah, but I was more talking about like Keffals herself, like because remember she had tweeted sometime.
Keffals might have
before,
tweeted and DM'd her, but I don't know how much that would have mattered. I think that like Brianna Wu even was like talking to people in emails and shit, trying to say like, oh, like I'll talk to Destiny, but it's not going to be about the Keffals stuff. Like the total fucking loser.
Right, but then Keffals appears, right? Because she had just said, "I'm going offline, I'm logging off, blah blah blah." So
she appeared as soon as Brianna Wu and I started fighting, I think.
Right, which is like I'm wondering if someone like was texting her or people just started tagging her saying, "Hey, Brianna's about to talk to Destiny." I want to know how like she found out and what her reaction was.
Oh, I imagine she's probably the same as me. She's got a ton of people that like send her DMs about stuff going on online. Like anytime somebody's tweeting about me, I'm getting like Discord messages, Twitter DMs, emails, like all the time. People always keep me alert on shit.
Yeah. Do you see my DM? Don't say it out loud. Just because I feel like saying that out loud would encourage people to make sure it happens.
Wait, hold on. Wow. I gotta find you. Oh. Oh, I don't care about that. It's not a big deal to me.
Really?
My
Okay.
YouTube's not getting banned. My Twitter's gonna go at some point. I don't care. She's been spamming it like every single time I tweet. I'm not gonna just not use my Twitter because I'm worried about getting banned. Like Twitter is only temporary, inshallah. Okay.
All right. Good luck, buddy.
Yep. I thought about making a new role in the subreddit. Anytime you guys refer to me, you always have to put like never mind. I think it might be too much. What do they say? Peace be upon you. No, fuck. I remember reading it a ton in Bin Laden's fatwa against the United States. What was it like? Every time he says Allah, he says like peace be upon him or whatever. You guys need to say that every time you mention my name in the sub. That needs to be a rule. Glory to his name. Yeah. I don't know if that's too much. Oh my god, another volcanic area. More vulcanite, but it's dog shit. 143. Oh, okay, not too bad. Peace be upon him, true. If I don't clear all these nests out, it's going to be like 50 trillion fucking things, isn't it? It's going to be like really obnoxious, right? It's Muhammad that's followed by peace be upon him. Oh, Muhammad, not Allah. Sorry, fuck me. My bad. Well, see? I'm shitty. Well, I guess I'm not a shitty blasphemer because it's all blasphemy, right? You said you were going to share one of the 3 goals. Oh, no, I'm not going to. We'll keep it all. This should be done in like, I think it'll be like 2 or 3 days, I think. $9.01. You banned me for asking that question earlier. No, I did actually. I ready to ban you. I'm sorry. I came in a bad mood. Here you go. I'm sorry, buddy. I think I banned another guy. You contacted the police department to get any statement. Hold on. I'm not gonna reveal any of that stuff. Destiny doesn't check YouTube chat, Sag. I do. You guys are unhinged in there, okay? You guys do not behave when you're on stream, okay? There's probably no iron on this planet, is there? Oh, there's a little bit. I need to find the itty bitty amounts of iron. Where the fuck are they? Oh my god. Of all the Muslim memes, really remind me of Isaac from Castlevania. He was super cool. Really. Seems Vash's sub is turning on Keffals now. It's always hard to tell. Vash's sub has always been kind of iffy on her. I can tell. But there's a couple ultra dick riders there that push Keffals shit really fucking hard. It's super cringe. I know the guy's name. Or like I know his profile pic if I saw it. Oh my god. It might be a mod, I don't know. But Jesus Christ, he rides so hard. The only other pitch she goes against you. Yeah, I know, that's obvious, of course, but you see Vosh has been on Keffals getting Kiwi from taken down? Don't care. I like that Vosh is throwing his lot in with her. Makes it easier for me, so. Oh, it's this guy. Beginning pattern. This dude is such a Keffals stan. It's actually embarrassing. Oh my god. Oh no, wait. He defends me here. What did he threaten to do that? Wait, is it not this person? I swear to God, I recognize the... I swear to God, I recognize the thing. Hold on. Maybe he's just like a Destiny hater, but he's not a Keffals defender. Let me check. No, it is her? No, he does, but I don't know why he does it here. Oh, weird. That person is unhinged, but they hate you a lot. The Dino Dad person is insane. One of our subs gave up and started defending him. Shut the fuck up. Oh, wow, wait, maybe Keffals went too far even for this person. Holy shit. I know I recognize your name. Oh no. Wait, is this a psyop or is Keffals going? Because I know I've seen this person shitpost about me a ton on Vaj's subreddit. Looks like this thread got brigaded by his fans lame. The two bows are sure, but I'm the polar opposite of a DGGer. That's true. I know I recognize your name, true. There doesn't seem to be any hard evidence yet, but I would take her word over Destiny's any day. I generally trust her, but this is an accusation I would have proof for, even for my closest friends. Ooh, uh-oh. Okay, maybe she's going too far. There's a lot of people shitting on Keffals on the H3 sub. Yes, true. There's like, I can see the jerk waves. I can see them coming and going, okay? I know there's like a wave against her right now. And I know that people are just like looking. They're looking for the right Morty to come up and lead them to salvation. But I think it's pretty time sensitive. So like I said, within like 2 or 3 days, I think I want to have this done. Wait, is Lycan in here still? No, he left. You gonna take time streaming off to work on this? Well, I'm not going to the gym tonight with my lower back fucked up. So yeah, I got all night tonight to work on it, baby. Do you think we'll be able to Bob 7 her? She's gonna Bob 7 herself eventually, but take some meth. If I had some, I probably would. I'd meth my way through tonight. Was her claim about leaking her docs in reference to anything, or was it just a complete lie? If Keffals doesn't post proof of something, you can be assured that what she has said is a total lie. That is par for the course for her. She lies about almost everything. When Keffals talks about me leaking her docs, what she's referring to is when I posted a link to her Kiwi Farms thread in my chat in response to accusations that my chat was harassing and doxing her. I've only posted it in my chat one time. I didn't even post to the page with her docs on it, but that is the only thing she could ever possibly be referring to. I've never posted her docs. I've never referred to her docs. I've never told people the site that it's actually posted on. I've never threatened to do it, like anything like that ever, never. So whatever she's referring to there, it's always just related to that bullshit. And the only reason she does it is to try to get me silenced, is because she's scared of me opening my mouth. That's why. Also, she's saying that other journalists are aware of the actual site that doxed her, which I'm going to reiterate, we're not doing that. We're not even going to mention the site, and if you ask, you're going to get banned. But I believe that she's lying about that as well, because every time journalists are referring to her getting doxed, they only refer to Kiwi Farms. They never seem to refer to any other websites that might have been behind it. But anyway, what up, Lycan?
What up? No, you called for me.
Oh, no, I was just seeing what you were doing. I didn't know if you were still here or not.
Oh, no, I wasn't here. I was doing kettlebells.
How's life going?
You know, I never. Oh, you know what? I got some entertainment for you.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Pretend this is exciting. Pretend you're interested in it, and help me workshop it. Okay.
Okay.
The greatest communist hero in American, if not global history. Who do you think it is?
The greatest communist hero?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea.
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Why? What's your rationale?
Why? Okay. He is the true extreme accelerationist. And in 1962, that fateful November, he plants a $100 bill in the Bank of Society. And now it's coming to fruition, right? Let's walk through this. He kills JFK.
Okay.
JFK dies. JFK was in the midst of reducing the power, if not completely dismantling the CIA. This was public. It was well known. This wasn't like some he might have, would have, could have. No, he was already pissed at the CIA, especially for the Bay of Pigs and all that other shit, and he was taking them down. Because of his death, LBJ re-empowered the CIA, giving us, and then they took us into Vietnam. That's another piece. We wouldn't have gone into Vietnam. He was already bringing us out of Vietnam. LBJ takes us back into Vietnam. The CIA gets their nice little playground to work on tradecraft and make all kinds of things happen. Between Vietnam and that, it sets the stage for American foreign intervention. Also, the military-industrial complex. JFK, was it Eisenhower? Before JFK was already like, hey, dog, Eisenhower or Truman, I can't remember. Either way, we need to tone back. The military-industrial complex is dangerous. We need to avoid it. Kennedy was right along that. LBJ helped reinforce it again, going into Vietnam and with different policies when it came to defense contractors and all that. So that alone has had a huge critical impact on just on American history over the last 60 years, but global history over the last 60 years. On top of that, oh damn, I have a whole list. Anyway.
Okay, so they did a lot for communism.
Well, in the long run, so what this all does is you think of, without that, we don't get Nixon in 68, right? If we don't get Nixon in 68, we don't get Watergate. Also, without Lee Harvey Oswald, we don't get American conspiracy theory. So think about the impact of American conspiracy theory. Think of the impact of Watergate on conservative politics. Think of the impact of the Vietnam War on American foreign policy. And all this creating the turmoil we now know today, priming America for potential revolution.
Wow. Based.
So what I want to do is I want to write like a little satire piece on it, but I'm trying to think of what the real angle is, because I don't know if I like the accelerationist angle. But still, at the end of the day, he was the most accomplished. So I could just leave it there and say, look what he accomplished. But haha, it's good for capitalism and America's dominance of the global hegemony. What do you think?
I have no idea. I don't have the historical knowledge of any of this, so I can't really speak. But you know what? It sounds fantabulous, okay?
Do you want to before I leave again, you want to hear my theory on JFK? That is a conspiracy theory that is actually the most credible.
Yeah, go ahead. Hit us up. What do you got?
All right. So in the 80s, a guy that I can't remember his name was a ballistics expert. There was, for some TV show, might have been in the 70s where this part happened, but for some TV show, they were doing like some sort of reenactment of Lee Harvey Oswald firing the shots and whether or not it could be done. But the first mistake that the Warren Commission made was the time between shots was supposed to like 5.6 seconds. It was actually like 11 seconds or something like that, right?
Okay.
But the guy still managed to do the shots within that time frame. Either way, if I'm not confusing my guys, that guy did a huge in-depth ballistics analysis, and all of this is backed up by science. And the long story short is that the coup de grace was not delivered by Lee Harvey Oswald.
Okay.
Here are the pieces of evidence that support that.
Okay.
The first one is that Lee Harvey Oswald was a gun nut, and there's a thing that you can do in a gun that I can't remember what it's called, but it's where you put an empty cartridge in the chamber to prevent debris and moisture from getting in there and ruining it, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a name for it. Some nut in the chat will know it.
Okay.
All right. So then the other piece is that the trajectory of the final bullet that blew off the back of JFK's head could not have come from the book depository. Now people were thinking, oh no, grassy knoll, blah, blah, blah. No. Through science, it was found that the only place it could have come from was, I believe, the right passenger seat of the Secret Service vehicle behind JFK. In addition to that, the person holding an AR-15 or M16, it was a brand new rifle, just introduced to the Secret Service. There's a whole thing about whether or not it was loaded, and like everyone's swearing it was loaded and all that.
Mm-hmm.
The long story short, again, there are separate but corroborated accounts of the smell of gunpowder. But because of the wind on that day, you wouldn't have been able to smell the gunpowder that was coming from the book depository. And the accounts of that gunpowder smell were from the bridge that they went under immediately after he was shot. Also, where a lot of the stuff that we have nowadays came from the 70s with a bunch of people talking like where they had time to remember, quote, remember things and come up with their story, convince them it was true. There was immediate accounts of a muzzle flash or some burst of pink that could have been a muzzle flash being seen by the Secret Service. And you see the Secret Service guy fall back in his seat. There's a very likely probability, again, nothing is certain these days, that it was actually a Secret Service agent's gun. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the other part, the ballistic evidence. So Lee Harvey Oswald was using a Full Metal Jacket. The Secret Service in the M16 was using a frangible bullet. That's why there were two different types of bullet traces found. Third, accounted in evidence, this isn't up for debate, the person who did the autopsy saw scattered fragments in the brain, but was forced to make a report that didn't show those.
Wow.
And then immediately after the assassination, the M16 was completely removed from Secret Service use.
Okay.
So anyway, you'll obviously get into all that, but I think that's probably the most. So obviously, JFK was still a vegetable. Like where he got shot with the first one that went in his back and out the throat and all that, he was done. At the very least, paralyzed from the neck down. But the final blow that killed him, Secret Service gun.
Wait, do you think it was an accident or intentional?
Oh, no, it was a total accident. So the Secret Service the night before went out and got shit-faced drunk, right?
Okay. Seems like a bad idea.
So they were all hammered. Yeah. But this guy was Secret Service, but his job was like to do scheduling and a bunch of shit like that. But they put him up front with the rifle, and I think it had to do with like, you know, how everyone was feeling and all that. So he was a little bit of a noob. It was a completely new weapon. There wasn't a lot of experience. And what it seems is that, no, he just, after the first shot, like he stood up with this cocked and loaded rifle and fucking accidentally pulled the trigger.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
Okay, gotcha. I'll keep that in my mental archives for the Lycan JFK theory.
Yep, and then when you go through it, and these dumb motherfuckers are saying, Lycan, what are your sources? So this is one of those things that, like, the guy's evidence came out, and he did a post in the, you know what? Hold on one second.
Okay. Okay, well, Lycan is doing that. A couple people are asking me about the court case stuff, okay? So I'm in talks right now with 2 lawyers, but I think people are a little bit sketchy because of the internet nature of everything that's going on. If you know any litigators in Canada that do, I've reached out to a couple legal firms as well, but I'm waiting to hear back responses. I don't know if fucking people are just busy in Canada with legal shit right now, or if the online nature of everything is just too spooky. If you know litigators in Canada that sound like they'd be up for this, I'd prefer somebody with some trial experience that has like litigated similar cases to this. So don't email me somebody that does like a lot of real estate law that's a fan, no offense or whatever, but like, so somebody that has like some experience, preferably in like some kind of online defamation stuff. And then also like, I'm not trying to shit talk anybody, I swear to God, but like actual lawyers that are in practicing firms right now, not like people that do stuff on YouTube. I'm not shit talking YouTube people. That's really cool if they do that. But like people that have like ongoing like experience and everything and are like current litigators that are currently practicing and everything. If anybody knows anybody like that, I've had a few people reach out to me that have sent me pretty helpful emails. But yeah, you can keep shooting those emails and then I can like forward it around to see like who's interested. Obviously, I would be like a paying client. I'm not looking for like freebies or handouts or anything. But yeah. Who just joined?
It was me. I was just gonna ask if you ever.
Hi.
Yeah. Hey. So I had 2 quick questions because I was having this discussion with somebody not too long ago.
Yeah, go for it.
Keffals, as I understand it, is currently in Northern Ireland. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, she is.
And she's a Canadian citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is she like continuing to work and do all that from Ireland? I guess she's got special permission to do all that.
No, my guess is going to be she probably isn't actually registered to do taxes and everything, and though she's probably working illegally. That'd be my guess.
Okay. The other thing was, I guess you got my DM regarding suggestions for.
Yeah, I've reached out to a couple people, but I want to find like active litigators, like that are with law firms right now that are like actively doing stuff. I know there are a lot of people on YouTube that have like experience or whatever, but I want, if I'm going to do this, I want to take it pretty seriously. In Ontario, the penalties for losing cases is pretty harsh. So like if I do find, So I want to take it seriously.
That's why I suggested.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then so that's super interesting. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I was getting conflicting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Otherwise, good luck with, I guess, binging of you Festa.
Your mic is cutting in and out a ton. I don't know if it's the.
Oh, it's probably the voice gate because I'm used to doing push to talk rather than
gotcha.
speaking. So, good luck.
Okay.
If you need anything, drop me a line. But otherwise, have fun.
All right. I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Take it easy. Bye.
Somebody donated said frangible ammo was created a decade after Kennedy was assassinated. It's also underpowered training ammo that would never be used in self-defense or any service. Uh-oh. Lycan. I think that's about your theory.
I mean, maybe frangible is the wrong word for it, but the point is the bullet fragmented. It wasn't a full metal jacket that goes through and through. Suck my dick.
Nice.
Also, someone who said the book depository. Listen, the theory isn't that some dipshit shot 3 fucking shots to the president. That's not it. The point is that the number of bullet... so when you looked at the bullet casings up in the tower where he was, where Oswald was, there was one that was completely out of place, like distance away from the others. That one would have been the one that, while walking to his nest, he racks it, pulls it out, loads the next one in, and then he takes place. Also, it was dented. So the angle from there, yeah, Oswald shot the president. Oswald definitely paralyzed the president. The one bullet that's in question when it comes to the ballistics is JFK's head being blown off.
Jesus.
That's the one that hit in the bottom right of the head, I believe.
I don't know if you thought about this, but if you thought about having someone else release the doc on Keffals, I honestly I'm worried about it getting written off because of the messenger. I don't think stuff that I would ever publish is going to get written off. People might not like me, but I think I'm fairly credible in most of what I've done. Like, the only people that call me liars are people that are just like desperately trying to paint me off or write me off as a liar. But it's not like, I don't think there were people that didn't take my Vosh thing seriously because of who I was. I think even a lot of his fan base like saw things, and I saw a lot of those complaints being echoed in his community. So I'm not really worried about that. Also, I would never work really hard to like get a bunch of like factual information compiled and everything and then like give it to somebody else. Like if it was a credible document, why wouldn't I want to use that to continue to build my reputation?
So, Mechalodickin asks, why would the government cover up the fuck up if the Secret Service agent did it? 2 reasons. 1, we were in the Cold War, and it's a real bad fucking look if our own Secret Service kills our own president on the national stage. That's horrible. And 2, the fucking Secret Service would not want to be fucked like that. So back in the day, things like the Secret Service, the CIA, the FBI were not as heavily regulated and watched over as they are now. They can get away with a lot more shit than they did. If you read the history of the CIA, and I don't mean this like an Alex Jones way, because I'm a big proponent of the intelligence community, and I don't think they're evil. But the reality is when you look back at them, they were doing a lot of shit they shouldn't have been doing. A lot of shit that nowadays is under either executive or congressional authority. There was no oversight. So yeah, they were doing a lot of stupid shit. The entire fucking Bay of Pigs invasion was like brought to Kennedy, but it was entirely drummed up in the CIA. There was one plot that was not a fake plot, to like blow up some drone-controlled jetliner and make it look like Cuba had taken it out so they could get aggression. And obviously, they brought it to JFK for approval, but JFK shot it down. But the point is that CIA was doing shit aside from this without presidential knowledge. So the idea that the Secret Service wouldn't try to, cover things up a little bit.
Based. Somebody asked, how much effect did your Wash manifesto have, though? I think it did decently well. I mean, it's hard to trace how much effect it had, but, like, I see some of the complaints that I made pop up even in his community every now and then. The Poppy stuff got out there, so a lot of people that didn't know about that learned about that. I think it was really good. I think most of what I said against him, at least, was, like, substantiated to my own fan base, so it doesn't seem like I'm just, like, ranting and raving for no reason. I don't know. His growth, like, almost completely stagnated, too, after that. Although I will say, congrats to Vosh. I think he picked up another 1,000 subs after a few months of hard work, so good job.
It's really weird to call this a conspiracy theory when the argument isn't even that it was a planned assassination. It was that someone fucked up. That's real easy.
Wow.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I derailed. Yeah, I am a little bit. I gotta go. I lit a fire outside. I'll talk to you later.
Be careful. You considered reaching out to Tim Pool? I might actually. See the White Nervosa stuff? A little bit. That person on Twitter that White Nervosa was fighting with, though, that person seemed crazy, like an actual schizo poster. After previously sharing my docs... Oh, that's fake. Jesus. There's one problem. Destiny's a prolific ban evader, which means the only way to deplatform him would likely require imprisonment or death. Hey, if you see death threats about me, you should report that shit too. These people are fucking insane. Jesus Christ. Do you think your doc will have any sway on people's opinions of Keffals? I think people just need a cohesive narrative to understand why she's like an actually like horrible human being. Especially I think with like the 8chan founder turning against her. I'm quoting a little bit here, I don't know 100% because I don't follow this shit, but supposedly that 8chan founder is like a huge, do I want to say SJW? But apparently since leaving 8chan, he's like made it his like mission to like fucking take down hate sites or something, or he hates like Kiwi farms and shit. So the fact that it's a guy, right? The fact that that person is like now, I think, anti-Keffals, right? After his tweets about her, like backstabbing him or whatever. People call him Hot Wheels, but I don't know if that's a slur for if they're like disabled or something. So I don't want to call them Hot Wheels. It's a meme. It was his username. Oh, okay. I saw the name as Hot Wheels, and I didn't know if the person was like wheelchair bound or something. So I didn't want to say anything. don't fucking know, guys. Jesus. He calls himself like, they are severely disabled. Okay, I don't fucking know. He is wheelchair bound? Okay, well, Jesus Christ. Thanks. Fuck you guys. Oh, and then here's a question. I'm sorry. This might have gotten posted. Keffals was going to do... Do you remember when Keffals said she was going to do that stream of me? And then she got banned on Twitch because she had the literal F word and my face and everything and the thing. Did she ever actually do that stream? Did she upload it to her YouTube later or something? Or... was it anything? Was there anything in there? We watched it? You watched it? Oh shit, it must have been super boring. I don't even fucking remember it then. Okay. What are the chances that Keffals was a giant beatard back in the day? Who knows? That's when you said you felt bad for? I truly don't remember at all. So it must have been really lackluster. Who are her biggest allies? Keffals has no allies right now. I kind of got a little bit... we got a little bit black-pilled on the media for a second. But I don't think I'm actually super black-pilled on the media. I think the issue is, I think the problem is, she has like 2 or 3 close journalist friends. One was that Taylor person, and then there was another Kotaku writer, I think. I'll get more into this in my doc. But I think it's just like 2 or 3 shitty people in the media that were like friendly with her, and I think through those people she was able to springboard a whole bunch of really favorable coverage from other outlets. I think that if those people are forced to retract or rescind or clarify parts of their stories, I think that she loses a lot of her kind of like grip of the media. Are you willing to weigh in on if someone in a pic has a BBL? I'm not sure. I don't, honest to God, I don't know if it's possible to tell, if I'm being truthful with you. It's like the good BBLs are really hard to tell. Like some people will get like an outrageous one done, but like there are girls that I know have BBLs and I didn't know until they told me. And then even after looking at them after, it's like, oh, I thought you just like a really nice booty. I think it could be pretty hard to tell. I don't know if I can ever clear the planet doing this. Oh, I need Spidertrons, because you can like send them around to do shit, right? Oh, I think that night was the night we trolled with the winner account, true. Those were good memes. Oh shit. Spitball here about Sneeko. His biggest strength is his biggest flaw. He seeks truth through funny, i.e. he approaches facts through the lens of art. Truth is always about storytelling and knowledge, and he's too far leaning towards telling us, maybe. There is the plague research that eliminates or that exterminates all life on a planet. Plague. Oh. Biology Science Pack 4. This sounds like some shit that's way the fuck. That I'm way away from. New lore. He literally made new accounts on Twitch and even tried to butt in on other streamers trying to work his way back in. He's done this before on multiple levels. He's done it for years on multiple platforms. When you guys see shit like this, you should say something. What other accounts has he made on Twitch? When have I ever done this before? See something? True, that's the new policy. See something, say something, guys. They mean the accounts of Vosh and Hassan. True. $55 grain, 556 loads using the original issued M1676 weren't considered frangible. Dude, people are fighting hard on my super chats over JFK shit. Because Lycan just read like 10 History Channel's docs worth of misinfo. Nice. Oh, also, hold on, let me go over some of these titles. If you have any information, when I say information, I mean like harder to find information, not like obvious shit that is one Google search away. But if you have any more information related to like Chloe, Julie, or Near, feel free to shoot me an email on that too, because that's also stuff we're going to be going over. Because I think there's some really relevant stuff related to that too. Someone on Twitter is saying you once made fake accounts to get into other people's Twitch streams to ban evade. I've never heard of this before. It's 100% true. I don't think I've ever done that in my life. Making other Twitch accounts? No. If I'm ever going to get unbanned from Twitch, why would I fuck up my chances by making other Twitch accounts? This is like the dumbest thing in the world. Is there any way for us to help in general? Yeah. If you see something, say something. Unironically, if you see people spreading bullshit or lies or misinformation, you should post about it or call them out on Twitter. Say, hey, that's not true. Or do the debate bro thing. Say, source, 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 source. Do that. Hit him up with a source. Why not ask to join the Medicare Josh stream coming up? Because as much as people try to say, I don't like Kiwi farms. Don't like them. Don't necessarily support them. I'm not like a big fan of them. I don't know how. I don't know what Medicare and Josh are planning on talking about. I'm not there like trying to help rebuild the site or any shit like that. Even though that's what Keffals has tried to paint me as. So if they want to chat and do stuff, that's fine. There might, if I have something relevant to talk to Josh about in the future, I would. If he wanted to, if there was something to talk about, but I don't think he likes me very much because I think he thinks I'm a pedophile. And I don't care for him that much because I just don't know. Oh, nice. There's more volcanite down there. Yes. Josh said he'd never talk to you. Well, how long ago was that? Because I think he might have been reconsidering it, but. Abba is talking to you in YouTube chat. Why? Hop in Discord. Did Destiny see Breaking Point's coverage of the Kiwi from Saga? No, but one thing that me and Jesse have learned is that like if you don't know anything about internet culture, just if you're an aspiring journalist, well, you probably do know stuff about internet culture if you're in my chat. But if you're an aspiring journalist, you don't know anything about internet culture, please just stay the fuck out. Shut the fuck up. You don't have to write an article and everything. You don't know anything about this place, so please just get the fuck out. Don't come here. Don't say anything about it. Don't write about it. Holy shit. The amount of people that will so confidently trudge into this arena and just start writing stories about shit that they're clearly like not even willing to do a base level homework on is so fucking cringe. If you guys want, you can link me the... actually, fuck it. Link me the coverage. Why not? We'll do a Keffals day today before I go offline. Gun talk. Frangible ammo means it's ammo designed to frag and made specifically brittle for that use, but that is not the same as saying non-frangible ammo can't frag. Standard M193, the ammo of the time fragment's hard. That's why it's so successful. It is a high velocity, low grain load that rips itself apart on terminal impact. Thanks. This was the big twit Kiwi Farms that basically every journalist retweeted. Any thoughts about it? I've been covering Bad President for a long time now, for years. There was one site extremist researchers warned me not to cover because supposedly it would be dangerous, but it's time people know Kiwi Farm. Oh. Okay, don't care. Jesus. Is that... Bum bum.
All right, Sagar, what are you looking at?
Well, anytime that I see a person, a website, or something else just disappear from the internet overnight with the cheering on of the mainstream media and the near total unanimity from the commentariat, I got a lot of questions. The difficulty in parsing the stories that I'm about to get into is the level of sensitivity which we teach, scrutinizing basic facts, and the notion that simply questioning people or standing up for a principle is in some way a total endorsement of the cause. So with all that out of the way, let's talk about Kiwi Farms. Personally, I did not even know this website existed until this controversy.
Oh, he misspoke.
It is essentially...
Can we take anything he says seriously?
So with all that out of the way, let's talk about Kiwi Farms. Personally, I did not even know this website existed until this controversy burst forward. It is essentially a 4chan or 8chan style message board where people post a lot of crazy stuff. Like the cultures on those boards, a lot of it is mean-spirited.
Okay, hold on. It is not a 4chan style message board. Why would they say that? But, okay.
And awful indeed. One example, they hosted a video of the Christchurch massacre.
Or would you say that? Is it, if you have like a thread and there are posts on it, is that considered a 4chan style like message board? Is that, or does 4chan just mean bad?
Certainly, they've been linked to harassment campaigns, which in the past have pushed people to suicide. It's important I'm going to lay out exactly how noxious that website is, because as usual, the edge cases are where precedents are made for speech on the internet. Things burst to the fore over the last month after a Twitch streamer known as Keffals, or Clara Sorrenti, began a campaign to get major internet service providers to drop Kiwi Farms. Sorrenti, a trans activist who unquestionably has been targeted and harassed by people from Kiwi Farms and across the internet, was pushed to make this public campaign after she, quote, got swatted. Now, for those who don't know, swatting, it's a really horrific tactic online trolls will use that effectively involves calling in the police to an internet personality's house, claiming that they are in an imminent danger or imminent danger to someone else. This happened both to Sorrenti, it's happened to broadcasters like Tim Pool, many other internet personalities over the years. It's an especially violent...
I will reiterate this for the 50 millionth time. Keffals was not swatted. That is not true. That is totally fucking made up. She was never swatted. Well, I don't know if she got swatted in Ireland or not. I can't speak to that. I don't know how much is made up past that point, but in Canada, she was not.
An awful thing that has evolved. Sorrenti's campaign was rooted in the fact that Kiwi Farms appeared to be the epicenter of harassment against her. Now, Sorrenti's main target was a company called Cloudflare. If you're not familiar, effectively acts as...
Explain? Swatting. Why did they come knocking the door? Swatting somebody is when you call the police and you make it sound like somebody has a weapon and is either murdered somebody or is about to murder somebody and is suicidal at the same time. The reason why you do this is because police have to show up with no search warrant. They just fucking show up. They're ready to break down the door, and they'll potentially use lethal means because they think there's like a threat there that has some sort of weapon that is like presenting a clear and present danger, and there's like hostages involved. So there's like a time thing, there's a weapons thing, there's like an immediacy, urgency, all of this. That is what swatting is. Cops showed up at her house with a fucking search warrant that people had gotten basically the cops to get because they were like sending emails out in her name. It was bad. Like the cops showed up with a search warrant for stuff that like wasn't related to stuff she'd actually done. It was fake, but that is not swatting. I don't know, but I would call what they did to Keffals swatting. It's not. I'm not gonna let you do stolen valor on that either. People doing fake shit for the police to show up and stuff is really bad and it's not cool, but that's not swatting, okay? You don't get to call that swatting, all right? That's just not true. Didn't they fake a call saying she was gonna shoot a bunch of cis people? No, they sent emails out in her name. The cops knocked on the door and they showed up with a fucking search warrant, okay? This was not swatting, okay? Swatting typically involves, in Canada they call it dynamic entry. In the US, we can call it no-knock warrants, but it's usually going to involve the SWAT team showing up with, like, police breaking on the door and shit because they think you're, like, ready to kill somebody. What would you call it? I don't know what you would call it. I don't know if there's a name for that kind of stuff, right? I haven't been swatted 3 times, okay? I have had the FBI show up at my house 3 times, though, because people have sent out fake emails or because people have sent out fake tips, but I wouldn't say I've been swatted by the FBI 3 times. It doesn't make sense. That's not what swatting is. Such a Semitic talking point? You mean semantic? You're a permaban. Bye. It's not semantic. Go experience both. It is absolutely not semantic. It is absolutely not semantic. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. If you think it is, you're just wrong. Or you have no respect for or understanding of what any of the terms actually mean. I think it meant pedantic. He typed Semitic. I'm assuming he meant semantic, but... Wouldn't it be fair to call it an attempted swatting if it was shown the caller had that intention specifically? Stop saying caller! There was no caller! There were no calls! They were emails! There is no caller! There was no caller! Don't say caller! There wasn't a caller. Do people think there was a caller? Wait, was there another event that had a caller? Then who was phone? True. That's all right. It'll all come out in the manifesto.
As a security service for websites that prevents it from being subject to denial of service attacks. In the modern internet, it is almost thought of as a utility, as it ensures those websites with high traffic or controversial ones that your service will continue to date has no real market competitor. Cloudflare, before the last several years, cast itself as a free speech absolutist company. In 2011, the company ridiculed the idea it would take down an objectionable website, specifically noting, quote, Cloudflare is firm in our belief that our role is not of an internet censor. There are tens of thousands of websites currently using Cloudflare's network. Some of them contain information I find troubling. Such is the nature of a free and open network, and as an organization that aims to make the whole internet faster and safer, such inherently will be our ongoing struggle. In effect, Cloudflare's declaration was inherent to an open internet is society's problems. Cloudflare? That by trying to litigate speech outside the bounds of what is already against the law, in this case specific doxing or someone's personal identity publicly, child pornography, and other things, they would err on the side of not deciding who and what is on the internet. Over the years, Cloudflare and its CEO provided service to
he
websites
just doesn't give a
from
fuck.
Al-Qaeda, white supremacists, but everything changed after the Great Awakening of 2017. After years of ridiculing the idea that the $20 billion company could decide what to censor and what not, the bounds of the law, the Cloudflare changed its position. The CEO, Matthew Prince, wrote in 2017 after the Charlottesville riots, he was suspending service to a white nationalist website called The Daily Stormer. He wrote, "I'm almost a free speech absolutist," and quote, "I woke up this morning in a bad mood and decided to kick them off the internet." He underscored, quote, "It's important what we did today, not set a precedent." Prince acknowledged that under U.S. law, he is allowed to effectively ban whatever he wants, and noted he probably should not be allowed to do that. It was a major demarcation point for the internet. Of course, it came at one of the most fraught points in Trump's presidency. The entire problem, of course, is that once the seal is broken, despite Prince's promises, it has now happened again and again. Cloudflare next acted when it took down 8chan in 2019. The cause for the denial of service was the fact that El Paso gunman had posted his screed to the website before going on his killing spree, and Cloudflare noted that the Christchurch shooter had done so as well. In his decision, here's what Cloudflare said, quote, "The rationale is simple. They have proven to be lawless, and that lawlessness has caused multiple tragic deaths. Even if 8chan may not have violated the letter of the law in refusing to moderate their hate-filled community, they have created an environment that revels in violating its spirit." Notice that phrase, even if 8chan may have not violated the letter of the law. This itself is the problem in a whole nutshell. We have one company which is basically capable of this. They started out for free speech. As what happens in societies, there are really some sick and terrible people who use the internet, like exist. And much to the chagrin of many users in the free speech era, as long as those people don't break the law, they don't lose their freedom. Now, of course, it's Cloudflare's right under the current system. They can do as they please. And the reason I'm framing things is this way, because getting bogged down in those exact details of who harassed who or who didn't is genuinely beside the point when we're talking about exact policies which govern the entire internet, the method of mass communication in 2022. So with all that exposition, that brings us to the latest episode. Cloudflare continued after the denial of service to 8chan to say that it stood for free speech and did not want to act in a similar manner. After the Sorrenti continued her campaign with the help of mainstream media supporters who rallied to her cause, Cloudflare initially responded they were sticking to their guns. The CEO noted that the company regretted taking down 8chan and Daily Stormer, saying they were, quote, troubled by it, especially because it encouraged foreign governments to campaign for their websites and to drop service to drop human rights organizations in their countries. The CEO and other executives argued Cloudflare should be treated as a utility company on the internet, saying, quote, "Just as the telephone company doesn't terminate your line if you say awful, racist, bigoted things, we have concluded in consultation with politicians, policymakers, experts that turning off security services because what we think you publish is despicable is the wrong policy." I agree with that, while acknowledging that what was done to Sorrenti and the threats against her are horrific. Here's the problem. The moment Cloudflare realized major enterprise clients might drop them because the mainstream media started asking why they supported harassment, they reversed course literally overnight. 72 hours later, the company reversed its policy, saying that they were immediately going to drop the website Kiwi Farms, saying, quote, "The rhetoric on Kiwi Farms site and specific targeted threats have escalated over the last 48 hours to the point that we believe there is an unprecedented emergency and immediate threat to human life, unlike that we have previously seen from Kiwi Farms or any other customer before." That moment.
Keep in mind that that elevated threat, there is zero evidence, and I think there's contrary evidence after Jesse's show. I haven't listened to it yet. I've only talked to him about it. But that the one threat or whatever that did happen didn't even come from Kiwi Farms. Like that docks outside of Keffals Ireland apartment or whatever. But I have to listen to Jesse's thing. I don't know exactly what he released for that.
Was celebrated by Sorrenti by the mainstream media. They cheered on the decision, including censorship advocate Taylor Lorenz at the Washington Post. The issue is the facts do not line up with Cloudflare's version of events at all. Cloudflare claimed, miraculously, things had changed after it published its defense of Kiwi Farms, citing a so-called imminent threat to human life. But as journalist Jesse Sengel has uncovered, there were exactly two violent threats that were published on this website. Both were immediately yanked down. Sengel's version of events reveals that harassment against Sorrenti was undoubtedly happening, that Kiwi Farms was a major place for it, but that within the bounds of current law, it appeared not to violate it. Here is where I see the problem. Cloudflare, the mainstream media, others are effectively now establishing a new rule for the internet. If you can get enough people to complain, if you can get the media on your side, and effectively if you can claim your life is in danger, whether true or not, you can get a website taken off the internet.
Can't prove it, but man, wouldn't it be convenient if that bomb threat was made by somebody in Keffals camp. Wouldn't that just be so convenient? Now, who knows who actually made it, because, you know, I guess we'll never know, but...
Just to show you how bipartisan weaponization of personal grievance can be, here's Marjorie Taylor Greene also advocating for taking down Kiwi Farms because it may, again, may have been the place where a similar swatting incident was organized against her.
But isn't it concerning that such a website exists? So, like, why does that even exist? That website needs to be taken down. There should be no business or any kind of service where you can target your enemy. That's absolutely absurd.
When removal of websites is on the table, any aggrieved party will seize on it for their own benefit. Kiwi Farms is now dead. That's not really an exaggeration. As the administrator of Kiwi Farm says, it will likely never be available on the open internet again. I underscore, litigating the exact facts of the exact threats belies the point. The point is, this power cannot and should not reside with a single company. And these single points of failure should not be litigated by pressure campaigns and vibes. We need rules, actual rules, laws in place that govern this thing. Otherwise, just as we see with Cloudflare's evolution, the rules simply just change with the times. In fact, after Cloudflare's decision, Kiwi Farms has now been dropped by its competitor. It's been removed from the Wayback Machine, meaning you cannot even read its archive. Iceland seized its domain in the country. Google delisted it completely from search results, and Google Voice has booted the administrator. It's as if the site literally never existed at all because it became a cause celeb online. The First Amendment has 200 years of case law that established the extremely limited exceptions to which free speech is allowed to be limited by the government and authority. This standard has stood the test of time because at times, being uncomfortable for whatever social movement is considered acceptable. Its existence is a recognition that dissent is vital and must be protected. The absence of this law, the existence of the human element, which effectively utilities for being online leaves anyone who occupies any area of dissent vulnerable to effective disappearance if the right people take notice. I fundamentally reject this framework, and I'm watching in alarm while the rules and the precedents of the internet just changed, marched in a more censorious direction for the third time in the last 5 years. It is capable to understand and acknowledge that while also acknowledging the horrific harassment that was directed at Ms. Sorrenti and many others who are online. We have to solve this problem as soon as possible, because if we don't, the journalists will be in charge. Given how wrong they are, that should scare the living hell out of you. So this took me way too long to get to the bottom of.
I'm glad you did. Crystal, Cable news is ripping us apart, dividing the country, making it.
Wow, dividing the country. Did you say the Jesse stuff went public today, or is it still like paywalled? Are both episodes public or just one of them? Dino Mash is defending you on the new Vosh thread? Wait, Dino Mash? You mean the Dino Dan guy or whatever? That would be wild if that was the case, because that dude was like my #1 hater. Wait, hello?
Hi, Destiny. Somebody just let me know that you were working on a document, possibly, that coming out in the next few days. Is that true?
Yeah, what about it?
I am also working on a document, probably not very large, but I'll probably be done with it in the next day or so. So I'll send it to you as soon as I think it'll probably be related. So.
What, a bit related to Keffals stuff, or?
Yeah. It's gonna be smaller, but you know, it might be useful with clips and stuff. So.
Okay. What are you saying? What it's about, or?
Well, yeah. I was just going to basically document my my experience with her and just the reasons why I'm a little bit concerned about things, and kind of go over that. So. Because you know, it's very quick. People are very quick to put this label on people, or like immediately call me a transphobe, or immediately call me this or that, you know, right winger or something like that. And I'm very clearly not. And Yeah, I just I was going to document it from my side, basically, and just write everything out. Well, I've already written out a lot of it, but yeah, I was gonna I'll send it to you as soon as I'm finished with it. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. See you later.
Oh, good luck. Bye.
Bye.
Dude, the Keffals conversation with Stardust, I think, is one of the most unhinged conversations I think I've ever watched before. Holy shit. Did Keffals have another conversation with somebody that was on that level of unhinged? I'm trying to remember. I think, was there one other person that she, like, lost it on? Oh, Hunter Avalon, I think, was another person. Oh my god. The Keffals combo was crazy, though. Damn.
So sorry. One last question I had for you. How long do you think you're going to have your thing out? Just so I know how long I have.
My goal is to have it done in 2 or 3 days. I'm gonna try to do crackhead work ethic on it.
Okay, all right. Then I'll try to get it to you either tonight or tomorrow. So.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. Bye.
Ooh. Here is her reasoning for why she was actually swatted.
Hey, buddy.
Hi. Wait, hold on. Give me 1 second.
One of the last...
Oh, fuck. I got a commercial. Okay, what's up?
Was that too loud?
Oh, no. I thought I had a video loading, but what's up?
All right. How's my audio levels? Good? Or do you want me to turn it up?
No, I think it's actually okay for once. What's up?
I'll take that. So listen, I don't know about your full history with this Keffals individual. So as an outsider looking in, seems like you guys are about to have a quote unquote e-war, where you guys kind of go back and forth online. And I don't know. I've briefly jumped into streams every now and then and heard you talking about her, and it seems like it's very emotionally charged for you. You get really like pissed off about it. But take this for whatever advice it is. If you're going to have this battle in the mainstream, and it just sounds like you're going to do, I think you're going to have to be very careful about your messaging and the way that you fight and what you fight on. Because I haven't heard everything that you have to say. Maybe you got a bunch of great points, but you, earlier when you were fighting on the swatting point, even though you may have been technically right, I think for most people who hear you and don't know your content would probably look at you and think you sound like a hater.
Well, good thing this isn't a presentation of any like actual document and just me talking on my stream then, huh?
Fair point, but these clips are going to get played.
Literally everything I say gets played 1 million times by her. She's made up like 1 trillion lies about me. I don't really care much about it until I do my actual publishing document, and then that'll be like my official YouTube video and everything. So
I think you should care, though. I think you should care, and the reason why I think you should care is the reason why you care about what words you use when engaging with Nick and his crowd, because you understand that how you go about the messaging really matters in regards to how you convince people and how you get your point across. And so I know one person said you were being pedantic. I don't know if it goes that far. But if I look up the definition of swatting and what it is and then what you were arguing on, like, that's a losing battle, optically speaking.
I mean, it has
and I think the optics
matter. I understand the optics matter, but it is absolutely not a losing battle, and it's even disgusting to imply that it was swatting. Maybe for reasons that like normies aren't aware of or people aren't aware of on the internet, but I'll go into that when I do my like actual document. Like, there's a lot of people that don't know what swatting is, or maybe the first time they've heard of it was in regards to Keffals, but like saying that what she had was swatting would be the equivalent of me saying that like a girl that had like a man make a rude comment about her ass got raped. That's like the equivalent. It's not even remotely similar. It's worlds apart. Like cops showing up at your place with a search warrant and then like nicely like arresting you and taking you to jail for the night is way different than people busting your door down with assault rifles out screaming at you and potentially shooting you and killing you if you make the wrong move, which has happened before. A person got murdered while they were being swatted.
I'm going to be honest with you. You know what this sounds like? This sounds like you telling someone what the difference is between sexual assault and rape.
Okay, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I totally disagree. Like, I'm not gonna let this point go because some people are just like fucking retarded. Like, I'll explain like in detail like what the difference is between swatting and like like getting the cops to like show up with a warrant at somebody's house, and then if people can't understand them, they won't. But it'll be up to me to make that argument in a document. I'm not going to drop every single point. Yeah, but like you're asking me to drop what I consider to be like a really important point. He's like, well, you know, it sounds kind of bad. I don't give a fuck if it sounds kind of bad. Like I think it's a really important distinction to make.
I agree with you. I don't disagree that it's a good distinction to make. I think how you go about choosing to do it on stream matters.
Yeah,
because when your document's going to come out, you know what clip they're going to use. They're not going to use your document. They're going to use your clip of you talking about it willy-nilly on stream. And so if you really are going to war, and this is going to play out in the mainstream as you claim it will, these are the clips that are going to matter. They're not going to quote your
yeah, but I don't even think I've said anything that's like I haven't said anything wrong. Like I even caveated in the beginning that like doing what they did to her was wrong. You shouldn't do it. It's fucked up to have police like led to your house for. I know I've had the FBI show up at my house 3 fucking times over shit. It's not a good thing. I've said all that, but like I think at some point, like these were wars that I fought 2 years ago. I think we have to stop obsessing so much over the optics shit that you lose all of the fucking bite and you're just bark. Like, oh, well, I don't want to say anything too mean because optics. Like, at some point, you're not fucking saying anything. Like, I'd rather there be some people that are like, well, look at that clip where he was talking real seriously about swatting and then still have, like, all the full weight and gravity of what I'm talking about than, like, having to be so fucking careful with every single thing I'm saying that I have, like, no bite anymore. Like, that's... I'll tell
you why you're wrong.
Okay, tell me why.
I'll tell you why you're wrong. Because who you're facing. Okay? From the limit that I've come to understand and what the chat's been telling me, seems like this person's a master manipulator of sorts. Someone who's good at crafting media narratives and using her context. If you are going up against someone like that, you have to be equally as cunning in regards to how you engage in rhetoric. If you don't, they will use every single and they got so much material, right? They got so much material on you, and they got the media behind them.
I understand why you're saying this. I understand where you're coming from, but like, it is not a media savvy person. It's not a cutting person. They were on an upswing because they're trans and because they got like a couple good journalists on their side, but like they have demonstrated a consistent lack of intelligence, a consistent lack of cunning. They're on a downswing right now because of all the lies. Like, my doc is not meant to come into the middle of like a close war and like try to turn the tides of battle on a losing side or whatever. It's just meant to come in and be like the final nail of the coffin. Like, she's already got like 6 huge communities on the internet that are like either against her completely or turning against her, not to mention all of the illicit enemies that she's made. She's got a couple friends in media. She's like desperately trying to scream me down to get me banned on Twitter because she's petrified of anybody talking to me. Like, I don't think this is a super cunning, savvy media opponent that I need to like bring out like my 7,000 IQ plays against. I think I just need to throw together a pretty compelling document that has like all of the information about her and the ways that she's lied, and then put it on the internet in a pretty effective way. I think I can do that. It's not like, this isn't like the final boss of the internet. It's like a stupid side boss that for some reason, like the makers of the game gave a really high reward for slaying.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, man, if you tell me she's not that smart and you're going to crush her and you're confident, then go about it. I just... I don't want you underestimating the wrong person. All of a sudden, CNN starts doing fucking news coverage of Destiny, bringing up all your greatest hits, and all of a sudden, you start getting the wrong media attention because, I could definitely see a news piece coming out on you, and I wouldn't want that. So, but if you're confident that things are going to go well, then I won't say no more. But okay. I just wanted to let you know, as a normie myself, who's not really like, I haven't been hearing all this stuff and just hearing you speak about like the difference between this and swatting or whatever. As someone who knows you, I don't care. But if I was just an objective person on the outside looking at this whole thing and hearing you being so precise on that and then finding out your history, I would look at you a little bit funny. It's like, why is he trying to tell me the difference between sexual assault and rape in this moment? It sounds like he's being minimizing. At least that's the tone that I heard when I was listening to you earlier. So I just wanted to be able to say that. But it sounds like you're very confident.
Sure.
So
I mean, I am going to minimize to some extent because she used this event to scam $100,000 out of the trans community. I mean, like, this swatting incident that she speaks about was like a center point to her scamming $100,000 from people to try to like start a legal fund against the police, which she's totally abandoned, but she kept the money for. So to some extent, yeah, there's a reason why I'm trying to like draw distinction. But like I said, that'll be presented as part of like a larger story when I do my little document, rather than me just talking off the
So you're doing like one of them 3-hour manifesto type things?
I want to keep this one probably short, like an hour or 2 at the most, because it's just focused on one person and then like 4 or 5 like key events or things. It's not going to be like a whole 6-hour ordeal. Like, it'll be a pretty short and concise thing.
Bro, why don't you do one of them like 10-part docu-series things where it's like part 1, how she scammed the trans community to dox people. Part 2, how she fakes her own swatting. That shit would be fire. Some short 10-minute clips. You've never done that before.
Well, that'll be August's decision when he goes to make the YouTube content.
I'm just saying it's something to consider. I know I click because sometimes you'll watch long form podcasts, and what ends up happening oftentimes is the short clips from the podcast tend to have more views than the entire podcast itself, just because the titles are so alluring.
Oh yeah,
so, like,
100%
issue specific.
I think August is finally taking that stuff seriously because he's been slacking before, but this was like the first. It was like the first month that he finally took one of the side channels seriously. He got like 2 million views on the channel, or 3 million now. So I think he's finally taking the side channel seriously, and he's using that for like shorts and clips and stuff. Oh, and also the Daliban Army are now posting clips and stuff like YouTube shorts and TikToks and stuff. You guys are doing a great job with that, and a few of those have been going on. But no, I agree, yeah, because I mean, if you think of like any big, like,
consider it. Because I would be much more likely to click. Cause I didn't know about that whole train stuff. Like, listen, if you say Keffals Manifesto, I probably won't click on that. Because one, if I don't know her, don't care, and if she's a shitty person, I'm not watching a 1 hour video about people I don't give a fuck about. But if you really want to do a hit, like if Keffal puts out a tweet, she says these people are doxing folks and killing them or whatever, that's clickable. If she just comes out and says Kiwi Farms is a bad website, nobody cares. But once you make it very issue specific, then the videos become much more compelling to click on. So I would just suggest, not on a side channel, even on your main one, to do something a bit different for this one since it's such a big issue, and just hit each point and break down the evidence for it. And I think that way you can make some really compelling content on this specific issue. But again, this is just one strategy, but I just wanted to...
Yeah, I'm sure August will figure out what the best way to sell it is. I have to be kind of careful because, like, if I can't do, because of the type of content that my audience is used to, it's going to look weird if I upload like 8 videos, 10 minutes each or whatever. But I'm sure there's like a couple things that could be like in a short or something, you know? Yeah.
I think your audience would be fine if it's a very special event, as long as you're not making it a reoccurring thing. But I could be wrong. I'm just saying, like, if you release it as a playlist, all 10 at the same time, I mean, it might not be so bad. But hey, I just wanted to say that. But listen, I wish you luck on this war. If you ever need an arms dealer, holla at your boy. Thanks. This is what I do.
Are you still in Europe or?
No, I'm back. I got back yesterday. Got to watch the Queen die. Got to watch white people run around with a coffin. This shit was cool.
Damn. Did you have fun over there?
Yeah, I had a good time. Just went out every night. Did some dancing, did some skating, did some hanging out with people. So it was cool. It was a relaxing time. Well, I saw you did some rock climbing with 3 couples.
Yeah, that's a weird way to put it, but yeah. It's.
I'm not gonna lie. Didn't I make that shit sound like a swingers night or something?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. But hey, listen, if that's what you like to think I do in my off time, you know what? More power to you, man.
I mean, listen, if there's anybody in my friend group who might be into that, it will 100% be you. So I support that stuff. But
have
yeah,
you,
listen,
go ahead.
What's that?
I was gonna say, have you ever gone down to like New York City to do like comedy or whatever? Are you friends with anybody down there? Or?
Nah, the comedy scene in New York is interesting because if you want to get on at the Cellar and stuff like that, you got to know some of the headliners and stuff. And even though I know comics who headline there and do stuff like that, last thing I want to do is be asking them for favors to get on the show. So I've always kind of skipped it. I've done Los Angeles and I've done a lot of other American cities, but I've never done New York specifically. Gotcha. I feel like if I go to New York to do stand-up, I'll just like book my own venue and then just sell a show to fans and then just do it that way.
When you do comic stuff in Montreal or in Canada in general, are you usually like trying to sell your own events, or are you trying to get off other people's?
So like if I'm just like working through material, I'll do a bunch of open mics. I'll do like paid shows. I'm generally not announced, so nobody who comes to the show knows I'm doing it. So for me, it's just a good time. I go work on the material, crowds enjoy it, and then everything's anonymous, so it's a lot of fun because it's not a biased crowd.
Yeah.
And then if I'm doing a big show, like if I'm doing 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever, then I'll sell out my own venue. We've done a few of those. We've sold out big venues already. We did one with 20,000 people in Montreal. So yeah, we've definitely done that a lot in Canada specifically.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're into stand-up, you ever thought about trying stand-up?
No. Yeah.
If you do, you gotta let them jokes hang.
Oh yeah, don't worry. That'd be an edgy stand-up night. Okay, we're gonna be emptying the audience.
Have you ever done a live event with your audience outside of like political stuff, or has it always been political related?
I don't think I have. I mean, I've done like debates and stuff, right? But not like speaking. Well, no, I've done like speaking stuff, but not comedian stuff.
I actually did want to ask you, do you think there's any risk to you and your career when you're looking at all this Keffals situation?
I probably felt that way before, but I don't think so now. No. Now that Twitch is gone, Twitch is like always like the most like SJW susceptible platform. Because the moderation there are like actual like activists. But on YouTube, as long as you're not like breaking rules, like hard set rules, you're generally okay. Unless you stir some crazy shit up online. or get crazy unlucky. But like YouTube's not going to ban you for being quote unquote transphobic. They might ban you for like vaccine misinformation, but
you know what I realized with YouTube, they'll ban you if there's enough media coverage.
Yeah, but I think because YouTube is so huge, it's got to be some wild shit. Like you have to be like Alex Jones level, or at least unless you've heard of somebody like way smaller than that getting axed.
So there's definitely been a bunch of small people getting axed. I've definitely seen that. Just they're not people you would hear about because they're small. But like, for example, some of your greatest hits, are those still things that you have on your channel, or are they mostly clips online that are like they exist?
I think they're on my channel, but I think it's okay.
I mean, we don't have to get into it. I don't want to give people ideas, but
no. I'll just say this: my shit has been all fucking spam reported so many fucking times. Like I know that this stuff on my channel is okay because it's all been reported like 50 times because I can see it all in the back end. It's like, oh, this video got reported again and again and again. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. All the stuff that like looks spooky, like August took down a long time ago, and then everything else has already had like 30 fucking manual reviews because anytime I'm in some big drama, fucking losers run and try to spam report everything. So whatever's there now has like survived. So yeah.
You know, I used to think none of that was an issue because if you didn't keep it on your channel, like whatever, it's safe. But after the Andrew Tate stuff, I realized like even that shit, if it's not on your channel, if you said it and there's clips of you online, these motherfuckers might still ban you. That was a pretty big weird one for me.
It definitely was weird, but again, that's like international huge shit. Like Tate, like if you get like really huge like that, like that's I pointed out like the Alex Jones stuff or like the alt-right shit in like 2017 or whatever when Stefan Molyneux and I think a couple people, I think Fuentes got nuked off a ton of platforms. Like that can happen, but I think I'm pretty far off that for now, hopefully.
I think you're very far off that. I don't think you're part of that realm at all. But I could 100% see somebody like grabbing a bunch of your clips from like way back when you saying some wild stuff and then just doing a compilation of that and be like, see this person? And like, that's unfair because you have like thousands of hours of streaming. So it really represents such a minute thing.
Well, they tried to with Joe Rogan, right? You remember that?
Yes. And I think if Joe wasn't such a big person making so much money, he would have definitely been taken off those platforms.
Potentially.
So that's one of those things where I guess maybe I do worry just about the state of censorship to some degree, just because I know that if somebody can get enough media coverage onto something, I do know that the platforms take that super seriously. Even one as open as YouTube, like, you know, even if somebody's doing something that's clearly against the rules or doxing people, like they might not ban them. But if the Washington Post writes an article, if News Daily or whatever the fuck writes an article, they start to move completely different. And I think once I saw that, that really kind of made me jump a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. It can get spooky, yeah. I understand that is the case. I have to think, so like I try not to fight every battle, but like the Keffals stuff is like so fucking wild. Like I don't know if I've ever seen anybody as evil as her be like as prolific and get so much mainstream attention. So like I'm okay like picking and choosing my battles. This is one I feel like pretty strongly about. I feel like I have like I have the moral authority on my side. Like I know that I'm in the right hardcore. If I do get permaban off of YouTube because somehow she stirs up enough media attention, I mean, I've got enough money to be retired. Fuck it, I'll just play League of Legends all day. But I don't want to be in an area where I'm like scared to cover anything because I'm worried about getting banned. Because at that point, it's like, what the fuck am I even here for? Like, I want to be able to like tango with some fairly scary stuff because no one else is going to. Like, no one else my size is going to be brave enough to have the integrity to cover anything except for people that are already deplatformed. So it's like I feel like I kind of have some obligation to it.
Yeah, I think that's the line between how much do you sacrifice in order to be able to stay on a platform. And there comes a point where, like, there's way too much. Like, me staying away from this means I can't cover anything I want to do or most of the stuff that I want to do. So it's just not worth it for me to be able to keep the platform if I can't do what I want. So I understand that. I think my mindset, at least with some of the stuff that I've covered in the past, is just make sure I keep money aside so that if it does, I don't have such a huge windfall that I'm like, I've really fucked it up.
No.
But yeah, I hope it doesn't happen, bro. I hope it doesn't happen because, you know, every time I see these blue check marks and all these fucking people with different news organizations start jumping on shit, I'd be like, ooh, that's a lot of heat. And it seems like from what little I've seen about this individual, that she seems to have a lot of that. But maybe that's overblown. When I see news articles and CTV, and like, I remember somebody sent it to me who was like not part of anything online. Which like, yo, do you guys know about this online stuff? People are getting swatted. And I was like, what? And it was her. That's how I actually first heard about the swatting. Then I came to your channel because I remember you.
No.
So I'm like, oh, if this is all over Canada and this is actually like a news story that people have heard of, I wonder how much pull she has in that regards. Is there any part of you that thinks you're underestimating her at all?
No. I tend to I think this is gonna sound dumb. I think I have a problem with humility sometimes. I tend to give people a lot of credit for their actions, and then they continually like underimpress me with how fucking stupid they are. I used to think Keffals was very, very, very savvy with how she approached everything, but the more that I've watched her interact with things, and the more like missteps I've seen her take, and the more blatant like her kind of like she just tells so many lies. I think it's a compulsive habit, and she's just like so bad at like navigating like where she's at. The only reason she's been able to do it is just because like online activist trans narratives are so attractive that she's got like so much leeway from that basically.
Yeah, because when I hear you say she lied, I don't think they care. I don't know if these organizations really care that she's lying about a lot of stuff.
Some stuff they will, but we'll see. I don't know. When I put it all together, we'll see if they do or not. But
okay,
yeah, they're like, it's like dumb lies, like and a lot of lies, but we'll see.
Yeah, but listen, I'm not gonna lie. When you said she stole money from the trans community, that's a good one. That's a sucker punch. You got to make that its own title.
Sure.
If I find out a trans activist stole, that's like when the BLM people stole money from their own.
Oh shit, I remember those guys.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, that's a good title. That's clickbaiting. You gotta get them views in, all right?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Okay.
All right, man. Listen, I want you to win, brother. So if you need anything from me, let me know.
All right, I love you, buddy. Be careful, okay?
Yes, peace.
Here's another thing that people are saying. I see this pop up a lot in chat. People are saying people that donated on the GoFundMe don't care that she lied because you can see that nobody on Twitter cares. The people on Twitter here, this is a guess that I'm making. I can't know this. I can never prove this. But the people on Twitter probably don't make up the majority of the donos. I'm willing to bet that when her story went national and international, there were a lot of normies that just threw like 10, 20, 30, 50 bucks, $100 to that GoFundMe that never heard about it or followed it up afterwards. And if they were to find out about it, they'd probably be upset. That'd be my guess. I could be wrong, but that'd be my guess. She blocked people who were upset about their donos. Is that true? If that's true, wait, where's Tick Brady at? You should post that evidence to him and we'll log that. That would actually be amazing if that was true. Did you watch her information debunk stream? No. We'll watch. We can watch Jesse's show or two. Give me 1 second. Do you have fear that she has extra receipts we don't know about that would jeopardize our claims? Wait, Wind, you're part of the group. You should know the answer to that. Wait, is Jesse's show 3 hours long? Wait, people are saying 6 hours of content coming? What are the chances that there's like a ton of people that have respawned over here, these areas that have already cleared? Is that possible that they could be doing that? Weren't you about to watch a Twitch stream before Ava called? Oh shit, true. What is this?
Address. So,
oh my god.
One of the last things that I want to address before I get into the actual policy proposal. People were trying to say this was not swatting because they did not do a dynamic entry, meaning they didn't break down the door and rush in, which I never said they did. They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody and they had a search warrant signed. They spent 8 hours searching my home while I was in custody. And the reason that they couldn't do that to begin with is because they needed proof there was actually a firearm. If there was actually a firearm that they saw when that initial interaction occurred, they would be A-okay to just go in and raid the place.
What is she even talking about? If they saw a firearm before the interaction occurred, what if they X-ray visioned it through the door? Can somebody translate what she's saying? Maybe I'm just not paying attention. I'm sorry. Let me listen. I don't know what she's even saying right here.
They did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody.
Also, keep in mind, fuck. Well, I don't want to do, I'm going to bore you guys with the manifesto if we do all of our greatest hits right now. But keep in mind the difference now between what she was saying before and after, right? Before it was, I woke up to an assault rifle in my face. Now it's, I was in custody before they ever even came in my apartment. Right?
They had a search warrant signed. They spent 8 hours searching my home while I was in custody. And the reason that they couldn't do that to begin with is because they needed proof there was actually a firearm. If there was actually a firearm that they saw when that initial interaction occurred, they would be A-okay to just go in and raid the place.
I don't even know what she's saying here.
That said, that's not what swatting is. Swatting is simply deceiving the police so they dispatch their emergency response unit.
It wasn't an emergency response unit that showed up at the door, though. It was police officers with a fucking search warrant. It was police officers with a search warrant. It was an emergency response.
Hey, so...
Hi.
Hearing what she had to hear, if you need the legalese translation, I would sit there and say, what she's trying to explain is the fact that when she first came out to meet the officers, and they took her into custody, if they had performed a search on her incident to arrest, then if they had found a firearm, they would be able to do as they wanted. But
wait, hold on. You're a lawyer. We're gonna be very clear here. What do you mean when you say do as they wanted?
Well, they would be able to respond accordingly, as she said, right? They had to search...
Well, no, wait. They already had a warrant to search her entire fucking apartment. They didn't need to find a weapon on her. They already had a warrant for the entire premises. They confiscated her electronic devices. So they had a warrant for a whole bunch of shit that was already signed by a judge.
Correct. But, and you know, I want to caution this to sit there and say I'm taking this from a American-centric point of view. But... if their response and the way in which they responded, it sounds like, was determinative based on whether or not she had a firearm on her person at the time that she was...
Well, hold on. What would have been the difference? Here's what it sounds like would happen. It sounds like they knocked on the door, and then they said, hello, we're looking for this individual.
Yep.
And then the people inside were like, oh yeah, let me go and get her. She came out and they were like, hey, we have a warrant to search these premises for these items. We're going to take you into custody while we do the search because we're not sure if it's safe or not. And then at this point, whether she had her gun or not, they still would have taken her into custody. They still would have searched the premises. They would have executed the search warrant, confiscated whatever electronics were specified, I imagine, on the warrant. And then it would have been the same regardless of if she had a weapon or not.
So I think the biggest deviation in terms of what we're talking about is the difference between her being actually formally arrested and charged versus it being looked at as a false report or a false narrative.
No, because formally arresting, first of all, she was arrested because there was, I don't know if, I'm talking a little shit because I don't know if Canada's the same way, but I imagine there's probable cause for the warrant, right? But if she had a gun and they would have arrested her for the gun, then the implication there is that she wasn't allowed to have a gun, in which case they're fully within their right to do that anyway, right?
Correct, but there's a difference between her being arrested pursuant to a warrant and then being released without being charged versus her being arrested and then charged for the underlying offenses of making those criminal threats.
I don't think she would have been charged for the threats just for possessing a firearm, though.
It depends on the standard and what the warrant was.
I guess maybe they would have charged her, but I'm talking shit here, but I'm almost certain they would have dropped it after executing the search and everything. That'd be my guess, whether she had a firearm or not. Just because she has a firearm doesn't mean that she's also making threats and sending those emails or whatever.
Well, but how shall I put this? It puts the ball in her court to defend against a probable cause. You understand what I'm saying? Where they could charge her and say, okay, we believe and we're going to take this to trial because we believe there's sufficient evidence to go to trial, versus, okay, her story holds up because there's no firearms, there's no weapons, there's nothing to suggest that, you know, she's purposefully trying to engage in the harmful action directed at the local politicians. Because as I understand it,
I super don't believe that. No shot. That if she would have had a legally possessed firearm, that all of a sudden now,
because it gives credibility to the threat. Yeah, there's the impossibility of this person does not own firearms, and therefore, you know, okay, they don't own firearms, they can't actually shoot somebody, versus, you know, okay, they
maybe it would have taken another day of processing, but there is no way that they start laying out formal charges based on because it's still based entirely on the emails, which were bullshit. Just because she happens to have a firearm.
But the police don't know that. That's what I'm saying. They already have gotten enough in terms of probable cause to get a search warrant for the purposes of determining whether or not he actually has a firearm, right? Because you're searching for whether or not there is evidence.
If the firearm is legal to own in Canada, again, I don't know Canadian law, but that wouldn't hold up in the United States. I'm allowed to own a gun. If somebody calls in a bullshit threat and says, oh, he's got a gun and I have a gun, you can't just arrest me and then use that as part of your probable cause. Well, we knew that he could have been threatening them because he owns a gun that's legal to own. There's no shot, unless Canada's way different.
Canada might be way different. The other thing is there's a difference when you're actively making threats towards an individual, specifically violent threats, which is, I mean, this is the basis of red flag laws here in the U.S., right? So when we talk about red flag laws and we sit there and say, oh, well, we have the ability to take people's property and take away their ability in order to own or use firearms temporarily, at least on the basis of, hey, we think that this individual is a threat to themselves or others, these types of pieces of evidence can substantiate that. The other thing is, you also have to take into effect that most people are going to look at threats at politicians a little bit more differently, because it becomes more political in nature.
Yeah, I can understand that, but I don't think the goal was going to the apartment to see if she was a threat. I don't think that was the only goal. I think some of the goal was to ascertain if she'd actually made those threats. That was the big thing, I think, right?
And I think a combination, and as I said, I think a combination of A, her not owning a firearm, and B, confiscating the electronics and ultimately finding that, you know, she was not the one to send it is what, you know, considered her to be released.
Sure.
But then
I can maybe meet you halfway. If they would have gone into her apartment and found that she owned a firearm and had 300 rounds stashed in a box or something, maybe that would be more towards them thinking that it could be more credible. But that's still, I don't know Canadian law, but that's still kind of creepy that you can legally own a firearm and ammunition and that can be used against you to charge you with a crime. That's kind of strange.
It can be. It's not always fair, but at the same time, there is also the idea of, just because, how should I put this? When you have a situation where you suspect that criminal activity has taken place, most people have the belief that the search warrant, the charging, all of that occurs all at once, and for many instances it can, but there's no guarantee that says it has to, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so,
because you might do charges condition on what you find with the search warrant or whatever, right?
Correct. Yes. And so I think that was kind of and that's kind of what I'm trying to hint at with this situation.
I don't think Keffals is at the level of sophistication to be implying all of this. I think what she's trying to imply is that if she would have had a gun, they would have thrown her against the ground and been way more dramatic or something, is my guess.
Probably. And that's probably it as well, which is why I said they could have their way with the situation being, you know, it's imprecise language, but I kind of agree with what she's saying, where it's the demeanor of the police and the aggressiveness of the police would certainly change if they found a firearm, because that would give greater credence to their belief of probable cause.
She was already... No, I actually... Hold on, no. I disagree with that. She was already taken into custody. What are they going to do? They go inside. She's arrested outdoors. They go inside. They find a gun. And they run back outside to, push her over? Get on the ground! No, come on. She's already in custody. Or maybe if she opens the door with a gun drawn, maybe then the situation would dramatically change. But it sounds like, how many officers did they even show up with? And they didn't even do they literally knocked on the door and asked what was going on.
Well, yeah, and that's And that's kind of where I think the difference lies, where it's like, okay, if they had found it, and again, this is the impreciseness of her language that I'm trying to like parse out.
Well, but you're acting like she's being imprecise because she's just misspeaking. But I think the imprecision is like pretty clear on her part, like, or intentional. It's because she knows that it sounds way fucking stupid when she's actually honest about everything that's happened.
I understand, and I'm not disagreeing.
Because remember, her initial language was she woke up. The first thing she said was, "I woke up with an assault rifle pointed at my face." Right? That makes it sound like she got no-knocked. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, or that they like stun grenaded her, you know, her front, or no, I shouldn't say stun grenade. They did the
dynamic entry,
metal bat dynamic entry where they just break down the door and they like all, you know, funnel in. No, I want to caution that, but I think there's a difference between the situation in which you're engaging in a kind of conversation with a person where they're cooperative, where there is no immediate threat to the officers, either within the place that is being searched or within the individual themselves having a firearm on them, you know, greeting the police at the door with a gun, you know, in your hand, versus a situation where, you know, it's pretty easy to see that like there's no immediate threat to the officers. They don't have to. They can take a little bit of a breath, so to speak. And I think that's really kind of what she's skirting around, is to sit there and say it was pretty obvious from the officer's
I think it sounds like
point of
they
view.
were going to take a breath even no matter what. Because if they were going to be hardcore, they probably would have started off with like a SWAT team ready. Like it wouldn't have just been a few. It sounds like a few officers showed up the door. I don't know how many she says in her video. Maybe she says, and then they just like knocked and they executed their search warrant. But
yeah, they showed her the paperwork. They said, "Hey, we have a search warrant." You know, and the other thing to make the distinction of is there is a huge difference between a search warrant and an arrest warrant, where a search warrant can be served without anybody being arrested, and that might have been for the sake, again, of a potential case where they sit there and say, "Hey, we think this is bullshit." Or we don't think that there's a viable threat, but we think there's probable cause to at least search the home to see if there's any weapons that could be potentially used against somebody in a shooting or in a political manner to strike at these politicians that were receiving these emails. If there's not, then we can search the premises, we'll be okay, and then we'll move on with, you know, our investigation and probably close it if we can prove between the seized electronics and and everything else that there's not an issue.
Sure.
And I think that that's really what happened, right? They were searching to see if there's a firearm. If there's no firearm, and she gives up the electronics, and the electronics prove that she wasn't engaging in any potential threat against people, we can assume.
Well, I mean, it sounds like they didn't even really search the electronics, right?
No, probably not.
Because I think they returned them in a single day.
And usually it takes months for them to get around to that.
It can, yeah.
At least in the United States, it can take up to months. You know, even years in some cases. But yeah, I don't disagree that I think she's like overblowing her situation. I'm just there's a lot of different avenues that this could go down where, yeah, she's being kind of intentionally obtuse, but at the same time, some of it might actually be her misspeaking, and so you have to weigh how much of it is her bullshitting and how much is it just not knowing what's going on.
Sure. Okay.
That's all. Sorry.
Okay. Anything
I know
else?
I keep popping in, and I apologize.
Yeah, you're good. Fucking bitch. Oh, bro. Is there an easy way to, like, look where all hostiles could be? Like, I'm doing a surface scan. Does that mean they'll show up if they're out there, or...? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on one sec. And then we'll listen to the... We'll finish listening to this and we'll listen to the Jesse thing. One sec.
Inshallah. It begins. But for real this time. Wink.
Tiny little blue cuties. They are gathering. All of them shout, Inshallah, over. And over. They are following this. Not yet blue-haired. Men around. They dibble and dabble. Still shouting the phrase over. A magnificent sight to see.
Bather. Please bring back snaps, but for stream likes. I hate being white. Destiny. Lol. Did Lindsey Graham truly make a mistake when he announced his 15-week abortion ban bill, or do you think this is a way to appear more reasonable to independents and moderates? Destiny, click this link, please. No, Destiny, don't listen to them. Click the link.
Submode only until the manifesto drops, GigaChad.
Taliban Special Ops Assemble. Inshallah, brothers. Henceforth we embrace the wolf inside of us all. Here's some $1 for the war chest. The video with you playing Valorant with Lily Picho and Pokemon cracked me up. Love your content. Hail to the king. Fan since 2020. Just wanted to say thanks for inspiring me to challenge my deeply held beliefs. I may not always agree with you, but I love the thought experiments. Big hugs and best wishes. I'm a dumb fuck Zwuu. Just remember to make it look like a feint and then deliver the knockout. Destiny, are you concerned journalists won't take your documents seriously with how charitable they are to her and will sweep this under the rug? Steven, you are brave using this stream title considering she recently made news headlines. I hope you win the war, buddy. Be careful. Heart. You Dalibin. Frangible ammo was created a decade after Kennedy was assassinated. It's also underpowered training ammo that would never be used in self-defense or any service. Okay. Sorry, Steven, I had to hop in here. Like and shut the fuck up. No one cares, you fucking loser. People would rather hear about my dreams about not wearing shoes. You made me get out of my kitty litter heaven just to tell you this. Please, shut up. Well, watch any ballistic testing video on YouTube and watch every Full Metal Jacket round fragment as it hits ballistic gel. It's not made of vibranium. It's a thin copper jacket around the lead core. Your community is giving pushback for Keffals' current tweet. Lots of asking for receipts and some meme pics. Thanks for being principled, man. The M16 did not exist when Kennedy was shot. At the rifle that was used was a 6.5 mm Carcano from WW1 and WW2 used by Italy. No US rifle was made in that caliber, and no guns carried by the SS on that day could have fired a 6.5 mm bullet. You gotta watch Wendigoon's video on the JFK assassination.
Damn, you
What
guys are...
History Channel documentaries due to someone Lola? Please Lola and pretend I typed a good meme here. There's a great HBO documentary about Q8chan that has Frederick Brennan in it heaps. .55 grain 5.56 lobes used in the original issue. M16s in the 1960s weren't considered frangible. They absolutely were still full metal jackets, but they had a thin jacket that enabled them to fragment violently on impact. If the government was so good at masterminding conspiracies like 9/11 and JFK, why wouldn't they fake WMB in Iraq? Nicholas Whitney, I know you're out there.
How are
Please
you guys
come
not
back.
caught up yet? Are you
We
serious?
miss you.
I'm pausing these. I'm gonna assume you're caught up and people are just donating dumb shit.
Hey, I have a meme for you.
What's that? Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Here, check this. I mean, it's a stupid meme and you might want to make a joke about it, but I thought it would be funny. It's her doing the same thing you do.
Is this her Twitter or?
Yep. It's not even in the profile backup for her. And then she was using it when she got nuked. Nothing like harmful or anything. I just thought it would be funny to
Wait,
move on.
what is that? I don't get it.
Because she's coming after you for using a backup account. Or for a ban evading. Yet here she is talking about doing the same thing. She has her account just for that purpose.
Oh, sure. Well, that's when she got banned. That was before she was verified, right?
Yeah. Wait, is that only time ban evasion counts?
I don't know, maybe, but
I don't know.
Okay.
You're only gonna watch the second one, right?
I'll probably watch the first and second one. No.
The first one has like everyone knows everything about the first one.
Maybe they don't.
Okay. I mean, it's a long time, and the second one's the one that has the juicy stuff.
Okay, I'll
but
pull
you know
my
what?
audience.
Have fun with that journey.
Okay. I love you, babe.
I love you, buddy. All right, I'm not coming back again, no matter how much you ask.
Has nothing to do with getting raided or not. Is simply that said, that's not what swatting is. Swatting is simply deceiving the police so they dispatch their emergency response unit. It has nothing to do with getting raided or not. So like in here, responding officers conducted the initial inquiries, which culminated in their attendance at Miss Sorrenti's residence. Officers did not conduct what is sometimes referred to as a dynamic entry into Miss Sorrenti's residence. Rather, they knocked on the door, announced themselves as police officers, and occupants answered. Any attempt by uninvolved third parties to suggest otherwise is inaccurate and irresponsible.
Ooh, that's her, by the way.
And with that said, I would actually like to bring on my fiance, who was involved, who was the person who answered the door. So let me just get this mic set up. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can everyone hear Alex?
Does it sound okay?
It sounds okay on my end.
All right, I've never used this before. Yeah, no, I answered the door, and they make it sound like a very normal interaction. They, them, pronouns, by the way. So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower, and there was a tremendous pounding on the door. And I approached the door, and the the peephole was blocked. And so there was just this huge pounding, and I could not look out in the hallway. But they shouted out, they called out, and identified themselves as police. So I did not really have much of a choice but to answer the door when they're barking the command, "This is London Police. Open up." And so, yes, I opened the door after they had banged on it. And as soon as I opened the door, they had bound it with a rope so it could only be opened a little bit. But I saw lasers from rifles trained on the front of the door, inches from my face.
Hold up. What? How can you see lasers on the front of the door? If you're behind the door. Destiny, big mad that his narrative is dying. Mac D, welcome to the Permaban Club. See you later, my duder. I'm also super curious. How do you see the front door if you're inside and they open the door? Yeah. Do they use... do they use laser sights in Canada? Or does this person think that... does this person think a red dot sight will leave an actual laser? If you have a rifle with a red dot sight on it, there's not an actual laser being shot out of your gun. I'm so curious. Fuck! I really want...
And so it became this game of, you know, Simon Says, stick your hands out into the hallway, walk out slowly, etc., etc. And I did, obviously I complied, but the idea that they simply knocked and I answered is really not accurate. They pounded on the door and they told me at gunpoint to exit the apartment. They were wearing all kinds of gear, and the only reason...
I imagine this could easily be debunked. I would assume they must have some sort of laser something, because there's no way that this, them, I don't know if I can say this guy, this person would just completely make that up, right? That would be so stupid. They couldn't possibly just make that up, right?
They didn't do dynamic entry. They brought the battering ram, you know, the handheld battering ram. They brought that, but our building superintendent pleaded with them not to break down the door. So that's the only reason they didn't do a dynamic entry, which they very well may have. So...
Yeah. I'm really glad that you could say this part of it, because I wasn't awake. I was still asleep when all of that happened.
Yes. And so I had to wait in the hallway, and I knew immediately what this was about, because it had happened only a few weeks prior in Toronto. And I tried to tell them this, but there was no conveying that. And so they went to go get Clara. And I told them, she's asleep right now. She sleeps like a bag of bricks. You know, you're not going to get her up. And...
What, hello?
Hey, Destiny, what's up?
Hi, what do you think? What's up?
So just listening to everything about the SWAT team and stuff. All right, so when I was 17, somebody had falsely accused me of robbery. So the police had a search warrant to come to my house because they thought I had a gun. Like the person who said I robbed them had a gun. And they sent the SWAT team. And what they did was it was about 8 officers, and I remember this so clearly because I had work at Blockbuster that day. So I was literally about to get up for work. But so what they did was when they got there, 4 of them went around back and 4 of them stayed around front. And they saw my stepfather through the kitchen window, and they like signaled to him. They didn't even knock or anything. They signaled to him to come open the front door. And of course, him not knowing what the fuck's going on, like, you know, he just sees a bunch of fucking SWAT team outside his house. He comes and opens the door, and they literally just tell him to step aside and walk in. They walk up the steps, and my door to my room is open, and it's right at the top of the steps. And I literally, this sounds so crazy because this is what Keffals claimed happened, but I literally woke up with guns, like with assault rifles trained on me. I don't know what the procedure is in Canada, but I'm just saying it was a similar situation as like they thought I had a gun. They sent the SWAT team. So I'm just saying, like police in these situations, like especially SWAT teams, they handle it different in different situations. So just like when you're going into this, and I just want you to keep that in mind, because I guess like maybe like just looking up the SWAT procedure in Canada is probably a good start to see even if what she's saying could have any that would be an easy way to call out her lies, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
Yep, that's all. All right.
Have fun, buddy. Bye.
All right, bye.
They actually had to go inside the apartment, like in our front foyer, almost right to our bedroom door, and they yelled at Clara while she was in bed. So she got up. They were saying, Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either. They said, Clara Sorrenti, we know you're in there. Come out with your hands up. And she had been totally asleep. She got up and came out of the bedroom door frame, and at that point, she saw a rifle pointed at her. She had been awake she was woken by the barking orders of a police officer. And so, yes, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially, as soon as she woke up...
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked, and I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
They were graceful enough to allow that. But yes, they most certainly had a gun pointed right at her within seconds of getting up.
Yeah. And it's just been really frustrating seeing this misinformation campaign about this, where, Clara's partner just opened the door. The police didn't barge in. They didn't have guns. They weren't aggressive.
Oh, yes. And when I saw them coming for Clara and they went inside and were yelling for her, that was probably hands down the scariest moment, because she was totally taken by surprise, and I knew she would be, and she screamed. And in that split second, I was like praying in my heart, please don't shoot her, because she was, she jumped, she was making a sudden move, and I was like, please, no.
She jumped, she was making some... Wait, how does this guy know all of this? I thought, how does this didn't they say they were outside? How do they know that she jumped and made a sudden move?
And I'm so thankful she's here today that she wasn't hurt.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was actually probably one of the worst experiences in my life.
Likewise.
But I'm just glad to get that out there. I'm really sick of people who aren't involved, who don't understand how anything related to policing or law in Canada works, trying to speculate on what actually happened when they don't have all of the information and they weren't there. Yeah. So yeah, that was Alex's part in it. Wait, Alex, what happened when did you end up calling the police?
I also like how she dropped the dead name part too. So where does the dead naming come in? Because I'll do this when I do my manifesto, where we go side by side to compare it, because she's got like 3 or 4 different versions of this story out now. Where I thought she said they came in and they were dead naming her immediately, but now it's, they rehearsed this art. Yeah, obviously they rehearsed it, yeah. But
inquire about me?
My sister had, while I was at her house, and yeah, they had
Jesus.
They misgendered you while conveying information about you being in cell.
Is that a goat?
Oh my God, hold on.
This goat is saying gap.
Must be talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
When you get closer with Optimum's new 5-gig fiber internet, you can go farther, faster, with the fastest internet in the tri-state. Get Optimum Fiber for as low as $30 a month.
Except they actually couldn't tell us where you were basically all day. They couldn't tell us if you were at the courthouse, the police station, at the detention center. I saw you get dragged off, and I literally did not know where you were in the justice system.
Yeah, I still remember being in custody, and they were telling me that I would probably have to stay overnight in prison because I needed to go to a bail hearing, but then they let me go. But I had no way of knowing this and no way of contacting anyone until they let me go. Yeah, the whole thing was really ridiculous.
Sorry.
And then the only other thing that I see that's another piece of misinformation that I see a lot from even in the statement, the allegations as to how Miss Sorrenti was addressed during her time in London police custody, using an incorrect name, her dead name, and gender. It's important that he said, "Well, I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest." And that's when it happened. The activity in the holding cells is monitored.
Well, but now hold on. I hope she's going to get into this, because Alex, the person that she has on the line, said that they didn't misgender her when they initially entered the apartment, that they called her name. Clara, come out with your hands up.
And I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody. I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about.
Wow. So what, is she assuming that the cops were being transphobic because they knew they weren't being recorded? Even though supposedly, according to Alex, they used your correct name and pronouns when they first entered?
About their business. Some people were saying the reason that my name got into the system in the first place was because prior to the age of 16 or 17, when I legally changed my name, I had a rap sheet, which is not true. This was my first arrest in my entire life. I have never been charged with a crime.
Well, then the police were just lying. Then I guess the police chief, whatever you call this guy, he literally just lied, I guess, when he made this statement then. Because I'm pretty sure that came directly from him. The reference to Mr. Renty's former name appears to stem from existence of prior police reports. When an individual comes into contact with the police for whatever reason, an entry is made into our records management system using the name provided at the time. This report is merged with prior reports. Oh, or maybe she's going to say it wasn't like a criminal charge. It was just an interaction I had with the police or something. She might say something like that, actually. Maybe. That's going to be... Actually, that's exactly what she's going to say. It wasn't because of a charge or whatever. It was because of an interaction I had with cops in the past. That's what she's going to say.
I've never been arrested before or spent time in a cell. And in the statement itself, it says, when an individual comes in contact with police for whatever reason, an entry is made into our record management system using the name provided at that time. That report is merged with prior reports, if any, involving the same person with the same date of birth. And I think I understand why it got in the system in the first place. Because I was trying to think, okay, when is a time when a police officer took my information? And when I was, I believe when I was 17 years old, before I had legally changed my name, I attended a pride parade and I had a super soaker. I saw that there was like a hate preacher standing with a sign about gays burning in hell. So I started spraying him in the face with the super soaker. And he took the sign, he covered his face, so I started spraying his crotch with the super soaker. And a police...
In the United States, this is assault, by the way. So now it's starting to sound like she did have a kind of rap sheet, or she was at least arrested for something, but okay.
Officer ran over to me and said that that's assault.
It is.
Give me your information. So I had to give the police officer my information. And I think that's how it got into the system. Because I can't think of another time that I had to interact with police before then.
Wait, so she's saying that a cop took her information but didn't arrest her or anything? I guess it's possible. Did cops... I don't know. I can't speak to Canadian cops. In the United States... if they're putting your shit in a database, they're arresting you, at least. Or who the fuck would just take information down to type it in somewhere and not do anything with it? Where's Mad Tips at? Do you guys ever do this? But you're... Oh, he's not even here right now. Not always in the US. I know they'll sometimes ask for an ID and shit, but would they really write a name down and like enter it in some kind of database? If they're not making an arrest?
So, yeah, it's not assault. They let me go because it's a really silly thing to press assault charges for.
Well, I mean, it is assault, but...
Literally a super soaker.
Oh, I guess it could be for like a written warning or something, maybe? Who knows?
God, it was really dumb. So like, as far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest.
Wait, so when was the misgendering? Because now I'm hearing different stories. Alex said that when they first entered the apartment, they didn't misgender. Keffals said that when she was in the jail cell, they never misgendered. Are they going to get to the part where the misgendering happened? Now, supposedly that was when they written on the bags of evidence, but I don't think they've said that yet.
That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't knock the door down, but they didn't come politely knock, and then I answered the door, and I did not say, "Oh yes, officers, please come in." That's not at all how it happened. And the police statement might lead you to believe that, but it was arguably a really substantial omission on their part.
Yeah. I mean, their statement is a PR statement at the core of it. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service. Yeah, but that was like basically it. Everything that people are saying is just more misinformation. When the police chief himself is referring to it as swatting, when the deputy chief of police is saying there was no child pornography on the hard drives, and when it's already confirmed, I talked to a reporter with the London Free Press before I even started this stream, there is no body cam. There's no body cam footage. And I never at any point stated that I experienced transphobic harassment or any sort of abuse by the police while I was in custody.
Wait, does anybody have a link to her direct statement initially? Because I thought, like, the first one about, like, help, I need 100K or whatever the fuck. I'm curious what her verbiage was in that first statement. Also, where the fuck? There's, like, gonna be, like, one alien on this planet that's, like, cucking me out of clearing... Lycan just got shot down. You guys aren't giving me a timestamp, are you, huh?
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. I was told later that at 6 a.m. that morning,
It's right
an
at
email
the fucking
impersonating me
beginning.
was sent to every city
It's the
council.
first thing she says.
I'm asking when she talks about the misgendering part. It's right at the beginning?
Yes.
How long in the beginning?
2 minutes.
What?
In the first 2 minutes.
First 2 minutes. Okay.
In the city of London, Ontario, stating that I have an illegal firearm, that I killed my mother, and that I plan to go to City Hall and shoot every cisgender person I see. I was shown the email while I was being interrogated in police custody. While the emails were riddled with grammatical errors and read more like something a troll would say than something I would sincerely say, the police took it seriously. Not only that, the email said my name was Clara Sorrenti, but also stated what my dead name was. It was an obvious attempt to make the police humiliate me. During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name.
During the arrest, they used my dead name. Does that not just contradict exactly what she just said? Am I crazy?
That I experienced even started this stream, there is no body cam. There's no body cam footage. And I never at any point stated that I experienced transphobic harassment or any sort of abuse by the police while I was in custody. So I think that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all that I remember from the arrest. So I'm really glad I could be here to help clear the air because there's been a lot of bullshit speculation around this.
Yeah, it's really upsetting, and I already said it. Just the speculation. It's people who only really have a vested interest in drama, and they're completely outside of. Most of them aren't even Canadian. They don't have any clue how any of this stuff works. I think one thing that was interesting, in the same article where Amar interviewed the deputy chief of police, he talked to a criminal lawyer in Toronto for the past 15 years and said that while the show of force from the London Police Service is not uncommon, given what was available to police, they should not have shown up at Sorrenti's doorstep. They were dealing with a massive threat here that they perceived as real, but they definitely should have been more diligent. And it looks like if they did a couple of computer checks, or if they made a couple of phone calls, this could have been diffused and discovered to have been false. So that being the case, I don't think it should have even occurred.
How? What is that? What does she mean when she says that? Like, the FBI have shown up to my house 3 times, but I don't blame them. Like, if you're getting people sending you videos saying I'm gonna kill conservatives and have guns and all this shit, and people are saying I'm like fucking kids or whatever, like, I don't necessarily blame them for showing up and asking questions. Like, even Ludwig was smart enough to say that he understands why when they get swatted, he knows why the cops show up in force the way they do. They kind of have to. Like, does she expect, if she really is making terroristic threats, does she think the cops are just gonna call her, like, hey, just checking, you're not planning on killing anybody, right? And she's like, nope. Like,
moreover, the lawyer noted that anytime you have this type of show of force, someone could get injured, someone could get killed. So it was a very serious situation. Yeah, Alex, thank you so much for clearing the air.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. If you just want to like maybe shut the screen for a moment or the camera, and I'll slip out of frame.
Okay, I'm gonna go into BRB mode, and then we're gonna go over the policy proposal stuff.
Bye, chat.
dude, these things are showing up, and I'm not even picking them up on scan. I don't think it's possible to clear the planet, is it? It's not possible to do it running around. I think they're always just going to be randomly popping up in areas that I can't, like, fucking see. Or there's no way to, like, get them to stop spawning it. Look at this guy! He just showed up! Why? If you kill them all, they stop? Yeah, but here's what I'm saying. I don't think I can kill them all. Like, now I'm going to another area. They could be spawning anywhere on the map right now. Just use turrets to defend your shit. No, I don't want this whole... Look, the planet is, like, almost extinct. I don't want there to be 50 trillion dumb fucking biters everywhere. And I want to trim the scan, because my saves are taking forever right now, too. And... oh my god. It's never ending. It's never gonna end. Shut up, Molina. Link me Jesse's dumb fucking thing. Go. Wait, do we want to listen to part 1? Should we listen to part 1 or just part 2? Listen to both or just part 2? All right. No volume tab, Jesse? Jesse?
Hey, Jesse.
Katie, before we begin, can we do 5 seconds of silence for Her Majesty the Queen?
I do not want to, but sure.
This is going to be a long and complicated episode, Katie. I'm going to explain some things to you, and one of the things I'll explain by the end is why we just did 5 seconds of silence for the Queen.
We just had a huge argument about whether or not we should actually do this. I vociferously argued against 5 seconds of silence in the podcast. This better be fucking good, Jesse.
We I just want for everyone listening to know, in terms of how difficult you are to work with, I was like, Katie, off mic, let's just do this, and then I'll explain. And then you I think we did 15 different takes where you just could. It was like playing the quiet game with a 2-year-old. Can Katie Herzog stay quiet for 5 seconds?
It's a podcast. People do not want to hear silence on a podcast. That is like death on a podcast.
It's like jazz. It's like jazz. It's the words we don't say.
All right, we fucking did it. You got your way. This better make sense in the end.
Let's just get all the bullshit out of the way. Katie, what is the name of this increasingly cryptic podcast?
This is Blocked and Reported, and I'm Katie Herzog.
And I'm Jesse Single. Katie, what do you know about Keffals, Twitch, Destiny, Kiwi Farms, the Ulster Volunteer Force, the Irish Republican Army, and Cloudflare?
I am pleased to say all of these words. You could be speaking Welsh to me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, yeah, this is going to be a complicated one. So for the last month or so, a hashtag has seized the imagination of Twitter and the journalists who steal all their story ideas from it.
Journalists do that? No.
Never. Not us.
Not
other
us.
journalists.
Yeah.
We would never talk about a Twitter controversy. Anyway.
That's not real journalism.
The hashtag that stole journalists' imagination is hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms. Katie, I take it you have some knowledge of this hashtag.
I do. I have seen it, yes.
Katie, Kiwi Farms has come up before on this podcast. It's a very hot button subject where if you say the wrong thing, people get mad at you on Twitter. So I'm going to ask you to explain what it is to our audience.
So Kiwi Farm.
Why is Destiny allowed to just play other people's content? John Loney. I'm not, actually. I'm stealing it. Vociferously. Report me to them.
Is basically a series of message boards. It is, like, visually, it is sort of difficult to explain. Like, get in a time machine and go back to, I don't know, 1998 and picture a website. That's sort of what it looks like. I've always found it difficult to navigate. It's a collection of gossip, rumors, oftentimes proven correct, and the users of Kiwi Farms, they're frequently, I think, mislabeled as right wingers, as reactionaries, because they oftentimes their targets will be, for instance, trans people or other like hyper online leftists, but they really are they're equal opportunity haters. And there's there can definitely be some bad shit on Kiwi Farms. I know a woman, someone I used to be friends with, who was doxxed on Kiwi Farms. And the reason she was doxxed is because she was married to a dude that Kiwi Farms hated. In this case, I will say, the guy she was married to was a Canadian...
Oh, ew.
Yeah. He was a Canadian white nationalist, like an actual white nationalist. And she was like incredible. She's like a trans activist, incredibly woke.
Wait, who? We must know who this is, no?
She's long been involved in trans activism. I think he sort of unveiled himself as a white nationalist during the course of their wedding, or the course of their marriage. But in this case, like
during the wedding. If anyone else has any reason.
Yeah. So in that case, their target was this like legit white nationalist, but she also they doxed her house for some reason, and I saw it myself. So there are definitely some innocent people who get caught up in Kiwi Farms bullshits. But that said, it is also a place that you could go to get really pretty accurate dirt on other people, especially your enemies.
So
is that...
Yeah. So I'll quibble with a few things just because I've had to mainline this site in the last couple of days to prepare for this. So that story you told of a trans activist being doxxed because her husband, the white nationalist, was doxxed.
And I should say she's not trans herself. She is a trans ally.
You said trans ally. Yeah. Sorry, pro trans activist. These guys love to make fun of people they find ridiculous on the internet. And
lol cows.
They call them lol cows, laugh out loud cows. Their whole ethos is you can milk them by just watching them and observing them and ridiculing them. And the ridicule comes in the argot of like places like 4chan and the darker corners of Something Awful. It's just riddled with slurs. The slurs often...
And Something Awful is...
a very famous, very influential internet forum that like... a huge amount of internet culture flowed out of Something Awful. It had like a front page.
And it no longer exists.
Yeah, if you go to it, I mean, the last post was July 4th, 2020. There's all this backstory involving the founder. And I knew it growing up as like, they'd often just like post comedy stuff to the front page, but there were all these forums I weren't in where a lot of big name internet celebrities in like weird Twitter spaces came out of the Something Awful forums. Anyway, Kiwi Farms, if you go there, it is just these forums making fun of people really viciously. There's also, I guess, normal like sports and politics and discussion forums, but like the main reason anyone knows what Kiwi Farms is they have these threads devoted to lolcows that are solely devoted to making fun of their every move. And like you said, there's also doxing involved. They will post their personal information. They'll post photos of their houses.
Oh my God.
Trying to figure out where they live, do the same thing to their family members. It's like a pretty shocking and alarming place, especially if you're not used to the way, you know, that 4chan lingo. As you also said, once in a while, they target people who should have dirt dug up on them. You can question their tactics. That's
Wait,
sort of
there's not
what this
even anything
episode's
up
going to be
here.
about. But
Wait, you think only once in a while the people they target should have dirt?
yeah, because they have like a long thread on mentally ill internet micro celebrities whose only like harm they've done is posting weird shit to Twitter. This whole thing came out of an obsession with a guy named Christian Weston Chandler. Now I guess Christine Weston Chandler. It's impossible. You just need to Google it. Kiwi Farms was born out of an obsession with tracking this like very weird mentally ill guy who did
So that's why Kiwi Farms started, was to track that one guy, or sorry, that one lady.
It was born out of the folks who tracked that one guy, and I think yeah, and
this guy, this lady, she's on trial right now, right?
I don't know. I don't want to say what. You say what she's accused of.
Raping her mother. This is a trans woman, and I think probably like pretty disabled.
This is like a really disturbed person who the folks on Kiwi Farms have like tracked and ridiculed for years. There's this weird thing where some of the folks who track him and make fun of him also claim to be. And there's
Sorry, that's
legitimate
not
debate
funny. I don't
over
know.
the trans
There's a
thing. In
long
this
story
case,
behind
I
this
will
person.
use
I'm
the
sorry.
Gender thing. I'll call her but like there's some debate over that. But this is sort of the kind of thing Kiwi Farms does. That's like the internet celebrity that gave rise to all of this. So I think a small number of the people they post information about and dig up dirt on deserve it, and I'll get to that. But there's a huge amount of why do you have 1,000 threads on this micro celebrity on Twitter? So that's what Kiwi Farms is. It is not a friendly place. It's very toxic, but especially if you're someone who writes or talks about it.
Wait, I need to issue a correction.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Chris Chan is not being tried for rape. This person is being tried for felony incest.
But she was.
That's a felony?
Was disabled.
Yeah, like an elderly, demented.
Yeah. This really is the best place to start if you want Kiwi Farms. Anyway, the reason normal people end up there, I think, is if they're interested in like some weird Twitter or Instagram influencer or micro influencer. There's a lot of people where if you enter their username, you will find no information on them except Twitter and Kiwi Farms. So Kiwi Farms,
and this information tends to be pretty accurate. Jesse, is that your sense?
Yes and no. We're gonna get into that too. Often, yes. Because most of what they do is or a large part of what they do is they just post people's screenshots. Like one thing they don't do is like make up screenshots or make up utterances. They're fastidious and obsessive about like documenting everything and archiving everything. Sometimes they spread false information, and I'll explain the context for that in approximately 8 hours when we get to the second half of this podcast. Okay. This story of Kiwi Farms centers around Keffals. Keffals, whose legal name is Clara Sorrenti, she's open about that, is a trans politics streamer on Twitch who is very, very online. We'll talk about how online she is soon, but what matters for our purposes is that on August 5th, she was swatted at her home in London, Ontario. Katie, what's swatting?
That is when somebody calls in a false threat or something like that to the police, or there's a hostage situation at this house or something like that. And the police, like a SWAT team, will show up and I suppose they probably, I don't know, do they knock on the door or do they just like bust down the door? Something like that.
Well, I keep saying we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Someone posing as Keffals, I'm just going to call her Keffals rather than Sorrenti. She goes by Keffals. Posing as her sent a really juvenile email to a bunch of local politicians in London, Ontario, claiming she had killed her mother and was going to go on a mass rampage killing cisgender people. It's a ridiculous email. It's crazy they fell for that and assigned a pretty shitty law enforcement.
And this did happen, and Keffals didn't send the email?
There's no reason to believe Keffals sent the email herself, no. Okay. That has happened in the past. People have faked their own swattings and harassment, but not here. Apparently someone else with a similar name, like Sorrenti, an older man somewhere else was also swatted. Luckily, no one was hurt. So Keffals, that happens August 5th. August 9th, Keffals posts to YouTube a video titled, "My life is in danger. I need your help." The first thing she says in the video is that she was woken up to an assault rifle in her face, which is the scariest situation imaginable. Just wake up and there's an assault rifle in her face.
Don't you feel like you would like wake up before the gun is in your face?
We'll get to that.
Heavy sleeper.
Keffals is taken into custody. She says she's dead named. That is, the cops use her name from before she transitioned, and they take all her electronic equipment and hold on to it for a while, apparently like cloning some of it to sort of electronically search her. So this YouTube video she posts, "My life is in danger, I need your help," is accompanied by a fundraising appeal on GoFundMe.
And what's the fundraiser for?
Say it with me. We'll get to that. Keffals also launches this campaign to get the site that she believes is responsible, Kiwi Farms, taken offline. She really goes to war against him. There's a lot of tweets. Various other activists and journalists pick up on the cause, and it gains traction. It isn't hard to know who to root for here, because on the one hand, you have a trans Twitch streamer who's an outspoken progressive and who was terrorized by having an assault rifle shoved in her face. And the other, you have, according to basically everyone, a bunch of like far-right, mouth-breathing terrorists, they're referred to as a terrorist website, who despise trans people and seek solely to drive them to despair and suicide.
They call them troons.
They call them troons.
The Kiwi Farms parlance.
Troons, that's like the slur. I don't know if it's a slur. It's a derogatory name they use.
I think it's cute.
They use that to refer to someone, including Keffals, who they think is like trans for clout. In Keffals' case, it's a really ridiculous accusation because she's open about the fact that she had like surgery at a young age. So if she's chasing clout, she's doing so in a very expensive, medically intensive way. But yes, troons are what they call, what they view as clout chasing trans people. So,
how old was she
when she transitioned?
Yeah, I think we could pivot here to find out if young people are getting surgeries. Is she a minor?
I believe she was 18. So yeah, here's an example of the sort of thing she tweeted from August 22nd. Julie Terryberry, Chloe Sagal, and David Neer Ginder, or Ginder, I'm not trying to pronounce it, were targets of severe online harassment from Kiwi Farms and took their own lives as a result of it. Then she tweets at Cloudflare and its CEO, Matthew Prince, and says, "Honor their memory and drop them."
What is Cloudflare?
Okay, Katie, this is going to be a long-ass episode. I don't want to skip the suicide thing. Let's get back to that at the end because it's complicated. But yeah, Cloudflare is basically a company that provides a layer between someone's website and its users that gives a bunch of performance and security services. So hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms is directed at Cloudflare, like, why are you hosting these guys?
Wait.
A lot of people around this time seem to think that if Kiwi Farms lacks the protection Cloudflare provides against so-called distributed denial of service attacks, that's when you just like shoot a bunch of fake users at a website, they think Kiwi Farms will get attacked very easily if it isn't being protected by Cloudflare. So without Cloudflare, Kiwi Farms could be in trouble. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but it also doesn't make sense because, like, why go through? It seems to me like Keffals is targeting the bouncer rather than the venue itself. Like, why not go after the host? Why go after the company that provides security?
Right. Well, that's good because they want to go after the host, but it's like you need to kill the bodyguard to kill the guy inside the club, basically.
Okay.
As you know.
Yeah, I definitely know.
Live shows coming up.
Oh, God.
So as this is going on, Keffals says she feels she's no longer safe at her home after the London swatting. She moves into a hotel. She posts to social media just to let them know, I'm safe, here's my cat, I'm in a hotel.
I'm confused about that. Why isn't she safe? Because she thinks that the cops are going to come after her again? Or, like, because she's been doxxed and she thinks somebody's going to show up at her house?
I could see, well, I think once the...
I mean, like, Tim Pool gets doxxed, like, I think daily. Right. I think it's, like, every day at noon he gets doxxed and he doesn't, like, move to a new location every time.
I think it's a reasonable... If your address is out and the sorts of people who would dox you have your address, why wouldn't you go somewhere else for a little while?
Okay. This is maybe I'm just not security conscious enough, but this idea of Like if I were doxxed, and please don't dox me, but if I were doxxed, I don't think I would change anything about my behavior. I really don't. Because I think
Well, there's a challenge to the many people who will be pissed off by this episode.
Don't dox me. But like it's easy to find we used to have phone books, right? Like this
back in the day.
that the address that somebody lives in should be privileged information, I think is pretty fucking new. And because I grew up at a time where you could open the phone book and find out where anybody lived, maybe just my attitude is different about that. Also, it's hard to get to my house because it's surrounded by water and alligators and orcas. I mean, I could be totally wrong about this, but to me, this, doxing sounds terrible. But I'm curious about how often somebody who's been doxed, somebody actually shows up to their house in a threatening manner.
Yeah, I don't know. I think especially if this hasn't, I could see that being very scary, especially after an actual swatting. Because, anyway, she goes to her hotel, she posts from it. Her online stalkers, including some at Kiwi Farms, proceed to use the pattern on the sheets and the fact that she's in a hotel in this town to figure out what hotel she's in from Google images of the hotel rooms. Okay,
so I've interviewed a number of people who have had very credible threats made against them. And I'm thinking of some ex-Muslim activists that I've spoken to. And I've asked them, talk to me about this. Talk to me about the threats. And when you talk to people who've had real credible threats against them, they do not publicly talk about it because that's the advice that you get from the FBI.
Because you don't want to make it credible
right?
and everything.
Because talking about these threats
and other people will make them
tends to make them worse. It tends to exacerbate them. So I also have a little bit of a knee-jerk, okay, I've talked to people who have real fucking threats against them, and they will not talk about it in public.
You pass it
and
to
so
the
this idea
bottom.
that you should post photo, if you're in danger, that you should be posting photos from your location, to me just doesn't make any sense.
It's so stupid. Why is she posting any pictures at all? It's never gonna end. This one bug. It's never gonna end.
It's definitely, so this was just a photo of the sheets, but yeah, it's not good OPSEC, operational security, especially if you feel threatened.
It sounds like she's never talked to an expert in this, in this shit.
Either way, on August 21st, she tweets, "Hi, at Uber support. My account was hacked and had the password and email changed. Hundreds of dollars worth of food showed up on my doorstep. Can you please message me so I can remove my payment info from the hacked account and get reimbursed? There's a photo of a lot of food, so now people are hacking her personal information and charging stuff to her."
And again, she does this publicly. She doesn't contact Uber directly, or does she? And that doesn't work.
She doesn't know this is
public.
There's no sign she contacted them privately. Everything with Keffals is public. She's a very public person, very online person. She announces in that same tweet storm that as a result of this, she's expediting a planned move to Europe. In another tweet that's part of the same thread, she again appeals directly to Cloudflare. At East Dakota, that's Matthew Prince, who's the CEO of Cloudflare. "This is why I want you to drop Kiwi Farms from at Cloudflare. Even speaking up about it has meant retaliation for me. They're going to keep trying to track me down, and you have the power to end this." Okay,
so all right, got it. So she's saying if Cloudflare drops Kiwi Farms, then Kiwi Farms will be inundated by whatever threats, and then it'll go offline.
She thinks. I mean, the weird implication here is that someone will attack them, which I think is illegal, but people seem to be glossy over that. But yeah, she's saying I'm going to keep getting doxxed and harassed and sent food that I didn't order and shit unless Cloudflare pulls down their protection for Kiwi Farms.
And this is, of course, all happening publicly. She's not going behind the behind the scenes to do this. This is all public.
As far as we don't know what's up with the behind the scenes stuff, but yeah, this is all public. It's a very public hashtag and appeal. And then,
of course,
not long after the hotel incident, another woman who's as far from Keffals as possible on the political spectrum, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is also swatted.
And is this because of Kiwi Farms?
The person who swats her gives the name of a Kiwi Farms user. It says, it's me, I'm swatting you.
Okay, so Kiwi Farms is good now.
Here's a segment featuring Greene on everyone's favorite cable news network, Newsmax.
But also the police report states something else fairly alarming, that the suspect claims that he or she is connected to this website, which is a site that actually supports cyber stalking. The suspect even gave police their username. So basically, as you pointed out, this is a suspect admitted to intending to do harm via cyber stalking. You said you fully want to, prosecute whomever did this, and I'm assuming that suspect is still at large, right?
Yes, there's an investigation underway, and there's an even investigation into whether that's really the person that did this. But isn't it concerning that such a website exists? Like, why does that even exist? That website needs to be taken down. There should be no business or any kind of service where you can target your enemy. That's absolutely absurd. And this is the type of lawlessness that Democrats want all over the country. You know, the Democrats are the party of defund the police, which has created crime that is going out of control all over the country. But it's also failure of our government and failure of our law enforcement to not take down a website like that. Like, all of these types of groups need to be completely eradicated. They should not be allowed to exist. They should not be able to abuse police resources like that. And police officers, we need more police officers. We don't have enough right now.
Base
They
Republican
need to be able to
talking
respond
points.
to traffic
Hit 'em all.
accidents as real emergencies, and to calls where they've got to save someone's life, not be part of a prank or a potential, way to kill someone. So, that has to end.
I absolutely love this. The Democrats are the party of Kiwi Farms.
Clearly.
She definitely knows what she's talking about here.
But this likely amped up the pressure on Cloudflare, because now it's like both a trans Twitch streamer, but also Marjorie Taylor Greene.
It's bipartisan. Everybody can agree.
The elephant in the room here is, like, we'll get more into this too, but Kiwi Farms gets in a huge number of fights with, like, far-right weirdos, but we'll get there. Anyway, initially, Matthew Prince holds firm. On August 31st, Cloudflare posted a long article by him and Elisa Starzak, head of public policy at Cloudflare, laying out its policies and explaining why it wasn't going to be in the business of denying protections to websites that request it. It read in part, some argue that we should terminate these services to content we find reprehensible so that others can launch attacks and knock it offline. That is the equivalent argument in the physical world that the fire department shouldn't respond to fires in the homes of people who do not possess sufficient moral character. Both in the physical world and online, that is a dangerous precedent, and one that is over the long term most likely to disproportionately harm vulnerable and marginalized communities. So they just lay this out as, like, this is not a political thing. We can't be in the business of picking winners and losers in terms of who gets basic protection against internet attacks, which is, like, sort of, an echo of the classical liberal free speech position, right?
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. It also, it would seem like it would be a good business move, but I'm guessing that they got a ton of pushback from this.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on real quick. If I do this F4 menu, check show enemy expansion candidate chunks. This will show you where the nests are. Is that cheating? Wait, I don't even see where that is. That feels like cheating.
I mean, they did. There's a whole campaign to get them to drop Kiwi Farms, and it's important to point out that this is like a whole other level of the discussion about free speech on the internet, because it's one thing to argue whether Graham Linehan should be on Twitter or Megan Murphy or what Facebook's policy should be about scientifically questionable coronavirus stuff. Those questions, like, whatever you think about them, and we're on the more liberal side of those, I think, those questions do come down to private companies making decisions about, like, who is allowed to be in their community. The folks who are okay with those forms of moderation or censorship or whatever you want to call it, they'll often say something like, if you can't follow the terms of service, Graham Linehan, go start your own website. Go find your own community where you can be as toxic as you want. But this is different, because when you get...
And then they try to get that one shut down, too.
Fuck. A, true. B, this thing with Cloudflare is different, because when you get into the territory of pressuring a company like Cloudflare to withdraw its protection from websites you don't like, Cloudflare, like, is one of the backbones of the internet in a certain sense. And you're taking a very, very big step in the direction of, like, certain people just aren't going to be allowed to be on the internet at all.
Yeah, this reminds me more, I think it's more analogous to, like, pressuring Amazon Web Services to take a site like Parler offline than it is, Twitter kicking James Lindsay off of the platform.
Yeah, there are two different levels, but this is like a serious escalation of the potential threats to free speech from like big companies, unaccountable companies.
Yeah.
Okay, so August 31st, Cloudflare is holding steady, not going to drop Kiwi Farms. Then 3 days later, total 180. Washington Post headline: under pressure, security firm Cloudflare drops Kiwi Farms website. I'm going to read a little bit from that article. As Kiwi Farms has felt more threatened, they have reacted by being more threatening, Matthew Prince told the Post. We think there is an imminent danger, and the pace at which law enforcement is able to respond to those threats we don't think is fast enough to keep up. Now, please keep that second sentence in mind for the rest of this episode. We think there's an imminent danger. The pace at which law enforcement is able to respond to those threats we don't think is fast enough to keep up. After Cloudflare's announcement, if you went to Kiwi Farms, you were blocked, and you got this very alarming note. Due to an imminent and emergency threat to human life, the content of this site is blocked from being accessed through Cloudflare's infrastructure. That's intense.
Yeah, and I think it's worth mentioning here that Cloudflare did hold steady until some mainstream outlets started reporting on this. And this is something that Glenn Greenwald has pointed out. NBC, they have their misinformation team. They published an article about this. And really quickly after that, Cloudflare gave in.
How is it so hard?
I didn't follow that side of the timeline as closely, but that wouldn't surprise me at all. Let me read a little bit more from an article in Ars Technica, which is like one of the leading tech websites in the world. We definitely had complaints coming in, Alyssa Starzak, Cloudflare's VP, Global Head of Public Policy, told Ars. But if you were watching even mainstream social media over the weekend, what you saw are some things that were really direct threats, some very specific information about things that were planned. That escalation is what started to worry us, she told Ars. That's really what prompted us to act over the weekend. This is now back to the reporter's voice. There was no time to involve law enforcement and allow for due process, Cloudflare decided. Again, everyone listening, keep that in mind too. There was no time to involve law enforcement. This was a new level of violence unlike that seen in prior high-profile cases. In those instances, Cloudflare waded through a legal process before blocking similarly hateful forums like 8chan in 2019 or the Daily Stormer in 2017. Then it quotes Matthew Price again saying, there's an unprecedented emergency and immediate threat to human life unlike what we've previously seen before.
Okay, I can't. That's impossible.
There's this sense from Cloudflare that this is an absolutely unprecedented situation, almost historical on the internet. This is basically one of the most dangerous websites they've ever come across, and they had no choice but to yank it immediately without involving the authorities.
Okay, well, what happened? What were they talking about? What sort of threats were these? What were they planning on Kiwi Farms?
There's almost a complete absence of detail, with a couple exceptions I'll get to in a minute. But either way, this just continues as this like rolling or snowballing or whatever you want to call it panic, and it just gets more and more intense. So on September 6th, Keffals announces, quote, Kiwi Farms has been removed from the Internet Archive. The archives of all the threads of people made on Kiwi Farms are gone.
That's a huge fucking shame.
Under Keffals' tweet, the top response by @faceplant00, wait a minute, what? I don't even know what this Kiwi Farms story is about, but it seems like within a week the entire site was erased, deplatformed, depersoned, and even removed from the Internet Archive? Is anyone else concerned with the amount of power being wielded here? To which my only response @faceplant00 is, wow, way to be a literal fucking Nazi.
Yeah, right. Hey, I think we should probably explain what the Internet Archive is for like my parents listening to this right now.
Okay, yeah, the Internet Archive is basically it's what it sounds like. It's this site, the Wayback Machine, that you could use to check old web pages and how they looked at different times. It's like a really important resource, and it is incredibly unusual for them to just wipe an archive. My understanding, and I did send them an email for comment, is they usually only do this if like you own a website and you don't want it archived. They'll honor those requests.
Yeah, I've done that.
For what?
For a blog that I kept in my 20s.
Oh, what was the name of the blog? Where can we find it?
I'm fucking telling you. Yeah, I had them take the whole thing down. Which
cringe alert.
From a journalist perspective, the Internet Archive is a really valuable and important resource because, for instance, like major outlets will stealth edit their articles, and you can go back to the Internet Archive and find them. This is a really important resource from a personal perspective and the perspective of a blogger who made some questionable decisions in their 20s. Being able to hide those archives is also really valuable. And there's some real tension here, you know. And I'm sort of torn about it because from a journalist perspective, I absolutely don't think that that you should be able to sort of unilaterally decide that these things are not going to be archived. But from a personal perspective, and somebody who's interested in things like cancel culture, I can also see why there are things that are online that people don't want following them around for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. Now I'm going to try to track down. I bet the website was like, "This is America. We speak English here." .blogspot.com.
It was buildthewall.com.
I love that response from Faceplate because it's just so naive. It's just like the most basic, like, yeah, this is kind of weird how quickly this is happening. But I feel like among the journalists writing about this, it was hard to sort of, I mean, it's Twitter. It's always hard to like disagree with the crowd, but there's just very little questioning of any of this. And
yeah, Taylor Lorenz said that after it got taken down from the Internet Archive, it was a massive W, a massive win.
Yeah,
that is, and I do think that you can acknowledge the contradictions and the conflicts between like wanting to preserve information, but also thinking that people should have the right to some privacy in some cases. But from a journalist, to see journalists championing this was really disturbing to me.
It's strange because, like, as a journalist, you want access to information and you should err on the side of keeping information available, especially in a case like this where no one at Kiwi, Josh Moon, who's the head of Kiwi Farms, who we'll get to, he didn't want to take it down. So I think the idea is just it has so much harmful information that it had to go. But
by the way, Taylor Lorenz also, she has also gotten her tweets wiped from the Internet Archive, as an aside.
Is that the case?
Really?
Yeah. You can anybody can do it. You just write them and you say, don't archive this, and they will not archive it. Anybody can do it.
It doesn't even stop with the Internet Archive. Like Saturday morning, I get an email that ISNIC, I guess that's how it's pronounced, that's basically the Icelandic internet, like any site with a .is suffix. They've booted Kiwi Farms, which had been running from the kiwifarms.is domain lately, although up and down. So this is now venturing like well outside my areas of expertise, but this is extremely unusual. Like in the case of ISNIC, the only times they've done this in the past involved the Pirate Bay, which like explicitly did illegal activity by like, music and
dark web selling shit.
I thought the Pirate Bay, I thought they just did like movies and music and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Right?
The Pirate Bay is just a torrent site.
Yeah, it was like Napster. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, Napster at its peak was amazing. Not that I would ever use it.
Yeah, it was.
Other examples.
But now you just like search shit on Spotify and it's free. You don't even need Napster.
Exactly. Other examples were like the Daily Stormer and literal Islamic State propagandists. So in this case, like Kiwi Farms is literally getting lumped in with terrorist websites. That's like the storyline. That's how dangerous things have gotten. That's how evil and violent Kiwi Farms is.
In Kiwi Farms, they briefly reappeared under like a .ru name, right? That's a Russian domain name.
There was .ru, there was .top. They also put it.
What's TOP?
I don't know. They had a so-called Onion site, which is like a dark website you can only access via. I had to fucking download Tor for you people. I still don't know what Tor is, but I had to get to the website. You had to enter this like unbelievably long and random string of characters, and then / and then it was just like the normal. It was so it's been at sometimes very hard to access the site. So it's been sort of this.
And what were people saying when you were able to access it?
Interestingly, Josh Moon, who is like the most defiant, fuck everybody type of guy, which he doesn't help his cause with that, he shut down the threads about Keffals because he's just like, we're not going to respond to Twitter drama. He basically he was communicating with other Kiwi Farm folks through Telegram, which is, you can't really shut anyone down on Telegram, I don't think. And he
not yet.
Basically just said they were in a precarious situation, and everyone.
So he's trying to save the site.
He's basically trying to save the site, yeah. And this is a site that has survived past takedown attempts because they have they probably have more enemies than any website that isn't part of a sectarian movement or religious movement.
Right.
It's loathed by probably thousands of people who have been victimized by it in certain senses.
And Jesse. So that quote from that the Cloudflare people gave to the Washington Post, this idea that there's this uptick in violent, imminent threats on Kiwi Farms, was that real?
I really don't think so. This is where everything gets even weirder. As far as I can tell, folks could only point to 2 posts on Kiwi Farms out of like 50,000 literally about Keffals that were violent during this period. 2 posts, both of them are highly sus, as the kids say. That's a thing, right? Being sus.
Does that mean suspect or suspicious?
Aren't those synonyms?
I guess so.
Let's take them one at a time. Matthew Prince announces he's changing course on September 3rd, late in the day. Earlier that day, Keffals posted the following. Ellen, I should have said this, Ellen Murray is also a Twitch streamer. That's the friend she's staying with.
Did you just dox her?
No, this is all public. That's the friend in Belfast she's staying with, or was at the time. Ellen is live on Twitch and told her chat she was planning to take me to a poutine shop in Belfast so I can see how Irish poutine holds up. Kiwi Farms users already mapped out every poutine shop in the city, and one of them posted this. She includes a screenshot of a post that shows a Kiwi Farms user referencing a URL to a poutine place and saying, just rang up a couple of lads down in Belfast and asked them...
Wait, you should moderate this Mr. Go convo. It's a dumpster fire? Hold on, quick detour.
I feel like
what I'm saying is this conversation is fucking retarded, and that
okay.
Ariel being black means nothing to me, and it shouldn't mean anything to you. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
Essentially, and this is really frustrating.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the interesting things we could talk about are why do I want to empathize with conservative white people? And how am I empathizing with them? What do I think about this? I think that's not a conversation many people are having. I feel like that's probably why people are watching. They're like, well, I want to see what Max is going to say. Like, you know, I'm left-leaning. I'm a Jew. And yet and what these people say, Jews will not replace us? Like, these people hate me, right? But still, I still have empathy for them, and I want to talk about that. I want to talk through that. I want to explain what I see. I want to validate what they're seeing, because I see some of the same trends and certainly some of the same values that they're seeing. It's not couched in the same racist conspiratorial way as the far right, but like kind of normal conservatives who are white but I don't think are racist are still having a bad reaction. I want to empathize with them without lumping them in with like Nazis.
Empathize with people who are anti-woke and think that this is a cash grab. Like I said earlier.
Okay, I think that's one interesting thing we could talk about, but I feels like you don't.
I
feel your palm pressing into my nose on the pillow.
I feel the same way with what you're doing to me.
The topic we agreed to talk about was my concerns about the Little Mermaid being black. We're not doing that. Wait, you're actually preventing that from happening.
Yeah.
Every time I say I have a concern, you say I shouldn't, or that the thing I'm concerned about isn't happening. And you bounce back and forth between the two, alternatingly saying, this isn't happening, okay, it is happening, but you shouldn't be upset. But here's what I think's happening, and here's what... None of that is actually you listening to anything I'm saying. Or
because this whole time, I feel like it's been over an hour, you just got me to like agree to you with what you feel like is the overall progressive monolith, and you're like just setting all this stuff up, and it's not a conversation. It's just not.
Yes, this is just me laying down the premise before I haven't even started saying much of what I actually think, because you wouldn't. It took you half an hour to agree to the premise that progressives have a value. That whiteness that the urge to preserve whiteness is a bad thing. That is obviously a progressive value, and it's just like you're not even letting me lay out the premise of what I think. So I haven't really said anything. I think.
Well, you know, I've lost patience with you, and I'm gonna go.
Oh no!
The other thing we could have talked about. Okay, if you start watching the stream. After leaving.
Okay.
To plant bombs in all of these places. Also, 3 armed men will be at each place waiting.
That's a joke, right? Obvious. It's a fucking joke.
It's not. I mean, if this was about me, I would be alarmed. I guess the question is, do you think Kiwi Farms or anyone on it has the ability to summon like a paramilitary force to monitor all the poutine shops in Belfast?
Yeah, it depends on how many poutine shops there are in Belfast.
I don't think any place outside Eastern Canada is a major poutine center.
It's Canada's only export.
Okay, so this brings us to Josh Moon. He's the guy who founded and runs Kiwi Farms, and he sort of has a supervillain persona that he absolutely leans into. After Cloudflare made its announcement, he did a post arguing that as soon as this threat was posted, it was immediately reported by members of the community, downvoted, and that the author of the post pulled it down just a few minutes after Keffals tweeted a screenshot of it.
So they're self-regulating.
That's what he's claiming. Another Kiwi farmer provided this approximate timeline where at 3:42, this account at Zwuu2Tz2QCU makes the post. 9 minutes later, Keffals screen caps it. 2 minutes after that, Keffals tweets it. Then the post is deleted 1 minute later. This would mean that the post was up for a total of 14 minutes before it was pulled down. And it was pulled down by the author himself. Josh initially said a moderator pulled it down, but then he crossed that out and said actually it was pulled down by the person who posted it.
And Keffals must spend a lot of time on Kiwi Farms, right?
I think by this point in this conflict, a huge number of Keffals fans were monitoring Kiwi Farms to see what's going on there and to wait for something like this to happen. Because why wouldn't you, right?
Right. Is it possible that Zwuu2Tz2QCU is a Keffals stan who wants to use this threat? Is this a, what's the word for this?
False flag?
A reverse cowgirl? Is that the word for this?
What?
Yeah, that's definitely a reverse cowgirl daisy chain.
A Foky Pierre?
Is that
Moon,
a
in his
term?
statement, Moon just basically argues this person isn't a real active member of the community. They only commented in the Keffals thread. Quote, this appears to be a sleeper account someone had gotten access to in July and kept on hand to use like this.
I think it was a joke?
So that's what Josh Moon is going with. This is not a genuine member of our community. This is like a false flag type of thing.
Okay, yeah, false flag. That's the word, not reverse cowgirl. Gotcha.
I think they're synonyms more or less. Girl, do you want a false flag? So here's what he said
So
in his
confused
post.
right now.
The precedent has been set. At Cloudflare, with enough pressure, a single post by a strange account can be made to threaten a 9-year-old community and the tens of thousands of people who have used it every day for years. I think the evidence at least partially supports the idea that this was some kind of false flag. I say that because you can just read the archive of Keffals' thread if you're a masochist and see that violent threats are not the style of Kiwi Farms. It's all just highly toxic ridicule, frequently using racial and ethnic slurs, often not in a way that fits. Like they will call one another the N-word, even when everyone involved is white. They do seem to have specific norms against interfering with their targets. They call it A-logging or touching the poo. Like you can see this if you just read the post, which I think a lot of people reporting on the site didn't do. It's roughly analogous to how in like 4chan and its spin-off communities, earnestness is a sign of weakness. Like you're a pussy if you have feelings about something.
Peaceler, Jesse.
You're a peaceler. I think you know that like 4chan image, like you mad?
Unironically, call Maxine should make Oki leave. Oh, that was the Oki guy. Oh, he wanted to talk to me. Fuck, I need to return his Twitter DMs. I don't know anything about anybody on the internet, dudes.
Do you know you mad? Like letter U mad?
What's the image of?
I think it's just like this trolly 4chan image, but the whole ethos behind you mad is I'm the troll. If I can get you to react,
I got you.
Yeah, I got you. So from the perspective of Kiwi Farms users, or some of them at least, this is what they claim. Yes, we're gonna dox these people. We're gonna ridicule them, but.
Let's say you think it was a false flag. You think Chance Keffals would try to do the same to GG? Yes, I already gave a big speech earlier about that like I'm being ultra anal, that if you even jokingly make posts about like bombing anybody or doxing anybody, or you reference the actual websites where her docs are posted, you're getting perma-banned from my community. Ultra nuke banned. 1,000,000%. I do think that Keffals and her community will absolutely try to false flag my community. They probably did it to Kiwi Farms. They probably did it to other communities. I expect to see it in mine. If you joke about it, you will get fucking nuked. Just as a heads up, even if you're a longtime member of my community, I will nuke the fuck out of you.
But if you fuck with them directly, you're A-logging. You're touching the poo, and that's frowned upon.
They should not do the doxing thing, because if they're just making fun of people, then there'd be no legitimate claim to shut down the site. They kind of fuck themselves on that. Also, it's wrong.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like, like if Moon was just like, they seem to like sort of worship this guy. He goes by Null on the site, NULL. Whatever he says goes. He seems so obsessed with the idea of being able to get away with everything they can legally, and in the vast majority of cases it's legal to search for people's public information and post it, that he just he won't compromise. But you're right, if it wasn't for the doxing, if it was just another site making fun of everyone.
A post on the Vosh Reddit claimed you linked Keffals Kiwi Farms docs. Did this actually happen? In my chat, I linked Kiwi Farms one time. The reason why I linked Kiwi Farms is because Keffals claimed that she was getting harassed and I think doxed by my community. And I said, no, that's not true. Here's a Kiwi Farms thread where she's already got 50 pages in like one day. That's the only time I've ever linked. I've never linked directly to her docs. I never encouraged people to participate. I only linked that to show that like this is where the harassment is coming from. It's not coming from my community. She's and Kiwi Farms is a banned term in my chat. Most people don't even know what the fuck Kiwi Farms was in my community. Oh, I think there are logs in my chat of me linking it. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't 50 pages. It was 400. Destiny. Today, Keffals said most of the harassment she receives is from this community, so you're going to play into that narrative. I don't know if she actually believes that or she's just trying to throw you under the bus for everything. And then I said, at Punished Fury, she is a subhuman cretin fucking filth lying about that. She has zero evidence, and she has over 400 pages of thread on her at Kiwi Farms, and then this is the thread. And I said, it's 1,000,000% obvious the harassment is coming from there. This is the only time I've ever linked it. I'm not directing people to go there and harass her. But, okay.
I said people got mad at me, but a lot of these threads are not that different from Twitter, except for the doxing and the slurs.
This is the thing that has driven me crazy about this site, or about the dialogue, the discourse about this site, is that I see people on Twitter talking about how Kiwi Farms, how there's these suicides, how it's death threats, how they dox people. And it's like, you are saying this on a site where that same shit happens.
Yeah. I mean, it's been...
Why aren't you trying to get Twitter shut down?
And in some cases, the same people complaining about Kiwi Farms and celebrating getting shut down, I know for a fact, participate in what can only be called harassment campaigns against people they hate.
Dude, if people are pissed about Kiwi Farms doxing Keffals, the people who are outraged about this, how do they feel about Kiwi Farms doxing Marjorie Taylor Greene? I would really love to know, because I think they'd be fine with it, because Nazi's bad.
Yeah.
Alex Goldman.
Alex Goldman is a good example. He former host of Reply All, before that show melted down completely in a ridiculous controversy we covered that Alex would not lift a finger to defend his friend over. But he tweeted some shit about, I don't want to make this about our internet beef, so I'll be brief, but he was like, oh, Jesse Single's defending Kiwi Farms, which I wasn't. Alex watched...
He also called me your much dumber host. I think slightly dumber. I do not think much dumber.
Right, that's online harassment.
Much dumber. That's also elitist just because you went to Stanford and I went to Yale. I think that's elitist.
Jesus, why the fuck are these guys so educated? Fuck me, dude.
Alex watched as all of media Twitter piled on his friend PJ Vogt in the most ridiculous, over-the-top pile-on.
Wait. Oki has returned.
Like I said before I left, right? You're presenting me this kind of like monolith of progressives and just asking me to agree with everything. And then anytime I try and like add any like context or nuance to it, you tell me that I'm changing the subject, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it was frustrating. And I took a second, I kind of breathed, and like, I feel like I'm all right now, you know. But, again, okay. I like your content. I like
your content.
So yeah, no hard feelings, I guess.
Yeah, it's a provocative conversation, and I've been told I'm
4 hours in, cut the VOD. True. Stop recording. Don't do anything funny, guys. Start recording. There you go.
Frustrating person to talk to.
Yeah. Well, experiencing it firsthand is different from watching it, I feel like.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, I'm good to talk about like pretty much like the Disney thing. Like,
Okay.
again, like the way I started it when I was talking about like I think that the whole thing.
Okay.
Now, these are journalists writing under their own names, and they went to good schools, so they're not doxing him, they're not using slurs, but it's the same fucking shit. It's the same shit. They're trying to ruin his life, trying to make him destroy his reputation. And Alex briefly unblocked me, and we had a brief exchange that wasn't toxic. I flipped out because he said that we were gleeful. PJ got fired when we defended.
What?
It's the opposite. We defended PJ when Alex didn't say shit. Anyway,
Alex said nothing.
I said a few.
And we're like, PJ doesn't like us. We're not friends with this guy. Alex was his fucking partner, and he said nothing while PJ was being destroyed.
This is already such a complicated episode to follow, and we're just adding a whole other thing. Long story short, I said to Alex also said that actually it's good to make fun of people who are racist or transphobic. Well, you know what? They decided your buddy PJ Vogt was racist. That was the claim. PJ Vogt's a racist because of some fucking Byzantine union bullshit at Gimlet, and half of media Twitter piled on to PJ Vogt in a way where you don't know what someone's mental health is like. Getting piled on sucks, man. To watch your entire community turn against you, that's the kind of shit that does lead to, it can contribute to at least, things like suicide. We've had instances of people killing themselves. You can't, it's not monocausal. You can't say it was because of the online harassment, but it's a contributing factor. So,
except when it comes to Kiwi Farms. When it's Kiwi Farms,
then they're the only factor.
it is monocausal.
Right. So that to me really captured it. Watching someone like Alex Goldman, who has firsthand experience of his friend getting brutally raked over the coals for nothing, then saying, no, it's good to harass people online. Like, fuck that. So I found there to be so much hypocrisy from the folks gleeful that this site's being pulled down. Like you said, the doxing is awful. It also isn't illegal. And we're talking about the question of whether the site should exist at all, not whether you should go to it or whether we should like it or celebrate it. We're in like a more existential internet area now. Should it be allowed to exist? To me, that's where you get to the question of, is it doing stuff that's illegal?
And this is not like, go ask a normie on the street what Kiwi Farms is, and they're going to tell you it's a place where kiwis are grown. That's it. Like, people don't know about this site. It doesn't have until now, it didn't have a high profile outside of hyper online spaces.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we got an email, or I got an email from someone who basically was trying to defend the farms to me. I didn't agree with all of it. I'll just read this one bit. Also, I'm sure you've come across this line already, but it is totally against board culture to interact with the lol cows in any way, let alone harass or threaten. Anyone who does post interactions or threats gets the equivalent of downvoted to hell, and the mods are quick to delete the worst. That said, there's that plausible deniability thing, because you have 2,300 pages of people talking shit about Keffals. The idea that combined with posting her personal information is not going to lead to some people harassing her is kind of ridiculous, is it not?
Sure, but like some people harassing her, I mean, I think there has to be a really clear line between like credible death threats, things like swatting, and making fun of people online, even if it's cruel, even if it's mean. Like, this is shit that happens to everybody who has a large platform. It happens to you, it happens to me, and at some point, you have to learn to ignore it. Or you turn into someone like Jesse Single, just crazy.
Just tweeting at Alex Goldman, demanding satisfaction.
Yeah, demanding retractions.
Anyway, I don't think it's credible for Kiwi. Like, I think it's true that the board culture is against direct harassment, but I think they're a little bit full of shit here. Also, I talked to a streamer, who I won't name, who hates Keffals, and he was like, that's not true. Some Kiwi Farmers people do harass people. So I think like it would be silly to pretend there's no harassment that directly comes.
Oh my
from
God,
Kiwi
who could
Farmers.
that streamer be?
I mean, that's the thing though. Like, Twitter is a platform where harassment is encouraged by the very algorithm. Like, the trending topics feed you people to harass.
Yeah, literally. This is who you should make fun of right now.
Right. Like, the Queen just died, and Twitter has been 3 days of glee about this. It's not that different from Kiwi Farm.
This is why no matter how, like, we can try to be somewhat measured with Kiwi Farms. It's a pretty shitty place. It incites harassment. We will never be able to get to a place where we will explain exactly why it's different. Because other than the slurs, which is, it's aesthetic. The slurs thing is not really, people don't kill themselves because they are slurs. It's because everyone is telling you to kill yourself and telling you you're a bad person. They're just not that different. And I wish people would like grapple with that a little. When I explained this to Goldman, he responded by blocking me again. He's not, people don't want to hear it. Anyway.
Okay, wait, one more thing about this. Kiwi Farms, so is the idea that Kiwi Farms harassment transcends Kiwi Farms, or is the idea, or does it stay on Kiwi Farms, right? Because there's a difference between like harassment, like showing up in your inbox and people emailing you, or showing up at your house.
Do you agree? Yeah, I think that at this point, probably over the past like 3 or 4 years, a lot of the progressive communities have become like insane, to where like bullying, harassing, encouraging people to like implicitly like kill themselves or remove themselves from the internet, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's become a little bit too common in these far left circles. You're starting to see like body shaming, bullying, dick jokes, anti-male jokes, anti-white jokes, et cetera, et cetera. I think that the culture is pretty similar to any like online bullying community, especially when you look at figures like Keffals or like Demon Mama. Or even Hassan or Vosh, like those Vosh statements, I still can't believe debauch statements against that one British girl. Holy shit. That was wild. I think the cultures are pretty similar. The only difference is progressives feel like they have like a moral mandate because of who they bully, so it's a little different for them.
Bed, and actually going to the site and looking at like yourself, digging into it. And
there's still a difference between people on Twitter engaging in harassment and Kiwi Farms being dedicated to harassment. Okay. Where's Abba to say, you're gonna get clipped, bro? Okay, so Kiwi Farms, by and large, okay, this is how harassment comes from Kiwi Farms, okay? Kiwi Farms is not a site where you go to harass people. It's a site where you go to gossip and talk shit about people. That's generally what Kiwi Farms is. You find somebody, they seem like a fucking joke, you make a thread about them, and then you and a bunch of other people gather all the information you can about their life to basically make fun of them. Now, other people will go to Kiwi Farms to dig up information about people to harass them with that information. That's how harassment comes from Kiwi Farms, right? When people want to bug Mr. Medicare, or Jesse even said it himself, if you want to know, if you want to get dirt on somebody, you go to Kiwi Farms, you say they have a thread. If they have a thread, you use that information to harass the fuck out of them. You can use it to dox them, or they've already doxed you, use it to swan them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how harassment kind of can come from Kiwi Farms. But Kiwi Farms itself is not a harassment board. It feels stupid to say this because if you've ever read a single thread in your entire life, you'll know this. Nobody in threads is talking about like, okay, guys, we're gonna hit his Twitter offline here. I'm trying to break into his email account. Somebody should DDoS his fucking stream when he's doing this. Oh my God, we should mass plug this. Those conversations don't happen on Kiwi Farms. People don't do that. You might find somebody that stumbles into a thread and does shit like that, but usually they'll get told to fuck off. Or people, we're not your personal army. That was a popular 4chan one. People will thumbs down, or they have their little fucking flare that they put on threads when they don't like it when people post shit. But it's not supposed to be a board where everybody goes to harass people. It's not like a rating platform, okay? It's not like the X boards on 4chan. You either know or you don't know. Or invasion. Fuck, that was a meme. I fucked it up. It's been a long time. But like, yeah, there's that's just not what they do at Kiwi Farms. So it's when somebody says like, oh yeah, Kiwi Farms is like a targeted harassment hate raid site. No, it's not. That's just not what they do there. Anybody that spent any amount of time on Kiwi Farms knows that that's just not what it is. But when farmers say shit like, oh, no harassment whatsoever comes from our site, bullshit. You know there are a lot of people that go to Kiwi Farms to look up those threads, to use those threads to harass the fuck out of people. That's obviously true. Everybody knows that's the case. But it's not like a rating board or whatever.
For 2,000 fucking pages making fun of me. You know, does that make any sense?
Yeah, but the whole claim is about the former, about it extending off of. If it was just on Kiwi Farms.
Okay, that's my question. Yeah. Is it okay?
That's the claim, is that it leads to harassment beyond Kiwi Farms by Kiwi farmers. So I was surprised at the difference between how the site was being described by a lot of outlets. They really made it out to be a place where like a bunch of people gathered together to find a way to kill and assault people. The reality is it's a brutal and vicious place, but it just is.
Does Kiwi Farms have any excuse for why doxes are posted? What purpose does that serve other than enabling harassment? It's like, think of like the most autistic gossip board you could ever fucking find. And that's why they post shit. They want to like meticulously collect any detail ever, because chances are what they'll use if you are actively posting on Kiwi Farms, what you're really looking to do with the docs is use that docs to gossip about the person or find more embarrassing details about the person. So somebody might dox you to find out that like you still live with your mom, or somebody might dox you to find out that like you're paying too much for your house, or that you're lying about which state you live in, or shit like that. That's why they post docs, because they're just autistically and meticulously collecting like every piece of info that they can get on somebody's life. But they're not doxing you so that they can like swat you or show up at your house to like bully you or shit like that. That's not generally why those are posted. How the fuck is that not harassment? I mean, like, it's because it's not supposed to leave the site. If you want to autistically quibble with me over semantics, you could do that. But like, there's a difference between a board that's made, like an invasion board that you're making to go and set up hate raids, versus people that are like autistically gossiping about you. I don't know if I would consider it, in its idealized form, it's not supposed to be harassment, but realistically, some of the stuff probably gets taken and used as harassment, of course. Meteor point defense. Wait, that's not what I'm looking for. Or other people will go to the boards to find stuff to harass you with. Meteor defense installation. That's what I'm looking for. Would your mind change if some internal messages leaked from like admins and stuff that showed an intent to harass? I don't know. I don't think so. Because the boards themselves are fairly self-policing. If the admins wanted to make the intention to harass, they do a really bad job at it. Like, so bad that it wouldn't matter. I think something that would change my mind is if you could show that there were... And there might have been other threads on that site that, like, where everybody in the thread was like, we're going to go and harass this person, or we're going to go and bully this person. That would make me change my mind. But, like, some secret intent of the admins wouldn't be enough. Or you would have to actually show that there were threads set up for like purposes, or there were a lot of people in those threads harassing and being supported by others harassing people, which I don't think that is the case.
Isn't used in that way because they do have those pretty strong norms against touching the poo. And again, as soon as this specific threat popped up, 7 users reported it, and it was pulled down by its own author 14 minutes later.
That's the poutine threat, right?
The poutine threat. As it's not don't touch the poutine. Something similar happened with the other threat on Kiwi Farms. On September 4th, 2 days prior to the one I just talked about, Keffals tweeted, calling...
Do people from Kiwi Farms itself even go after people like that? I feel like anytime I've heard about the site, it's when someone pokes them. Generally, they're supposed to be pretty self-contained. I think that's how they generally fly under the radar, too, unless people are actively fighting with them. So no internal messaging from admin center would change your mind. Nothing conceivably they could have written to each other privately. No, but you'd have to show me threads where it's happening. Hate raids and targeted harassment don't happen because admins are talking about it behind the scenes. They would come from the users of the site. Now, unless you're saying that like internally the admins themselves were like harassing people. There were like 5 admins are like, okay, we're gonna take all this info, go harass somebody, then maybe, but. How much Kiwi Farms being directly or indirectly used to harass people but not from its core user would be needed to convince you? What do you mean by hold on. Back up, okay? Okay, hold on. Emotionally unplug yourself from what I'm saying, okay? You have to shut down the lizard part of your fucking brain right now, okay? Because I think you're inside your brain, you're hearing like, Destiny's defending Kiwi Farms, I have to fight, I've got a white knight. No, shut the fuck up. Unplug, okay? I've already told you that Kiwi Farms is certainly used as a place where people go and find information to harass people. Also, there are probably people on Kiwi Farms themselves that probably go and harass people. That almost absolutely. There are probably people on my site that go and harass people. Almost absolutely. But what I'm saying is the general culture of Kiwi Farms was not to accept that type of behavior. If you posted on a thread and you said, all right, guys, I'm going to go and get this dude's Twitter, like, let's all go and spam shit him, people are going to downvote you, make fun of you, and call you a loser. And Null might show up and ban you from the thread. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that no one has ever done it ever. Nobody's ever gone to Kiwi Farms and harassed somebody. I'm not saying that. Obviously, there are people on those threads that do that. Of course there are. I'm just saying that it wasn't the general culture of the boards. From what I've seen. Now, maybe there are other threads where that is the case. I've only read like 5 or 6 threads on Kiwi Farms, and not even all. I didn't read all of Keffals' threads. There's like 20 million fucking pages. But I mean, I've read all of my thread. I've seen Near's thread. I've seen threads on some of the people surrounding me. Ralph, Nick. I don't know if Nick had his own thread or if he would just show up on others. Lauren would show up on others. DSP's thread. I think I said Ralph's thread. Like, so it facilitates harassment. The super interesting limit. Suppose you have a form that facilitates illegal activity, so like Silk Road's thoughts. I don't know, but Silk Road would be different because I'm pretty sure Silk Road facilitated actual illegal activity. I don't think there's anything illegal about harassing on the internet. Do you think the culture of Kiwi Farms led to an increase of harassment of lol cows? Yeah, for sure, of course.
In death threats to the police has become a regular part of my life because of this campaign. This is the second bomb threat this week. This post read, I'm going to read the slur, don't get mad at me, this is what the person said. Fuck this dumb tranny cunt. I'm planning to fly to Ireland. Is Keffals still there? I seriously want to shoot that dumb bitch. I will plant bombs around the place they're staying in as well. Someone give me the address.
All right, that's bad.
Keffals says, I've had to talk to the police more in Ireland than I have in Canada. This website should be illegal.
I feel like Keffals shouldn't have told people that she was moving to Ireland.
Yep.
To circumvent some problems here.
So this threat was not from Keffals' own thread on Kiwi Farms. It was from the thread on the Drop Kiwi Farms hashtag, which of course was just more people talking shit about Keffals. If you go to Kiwi Farms, you will see people mentioning this post. The post itself is gone. The first response I can see is someone posting this user's history with their user image, which is a furry. This was posted by a furry, because of course
it was a fucking furry.
Of course, at some point this story was going to involve a furry. They only have 2 posts in their entire user history on Kiwi Farms. One is this one, and the other is one claiming that Brenton Tarrant, the Christchurch mosque killer, didn't do anything wrong, and that there should be an even bigger massacre against Muslims in the UK.
Oh, wow. Nice.
So the implication is clear by this other Kiwi Farms poster posting their user history. They're just a troll. They're only here to post like horrific stuff. After posting images of their history, this Kiwi Farms user says, quote, "Go back to wiping Biden's ass. Glow N-word."
You got to say it, Jesse.
No, he doesn't.
You gotta say it.
Go back to wiping Biden's ass. Glow N-word. This was liked by 18 users, and the post was taken down after. The post was taken down by the moderators. Katie.
Okay, what's a glow N-word?
A glow N-word, according to Urban Dictionary, a government agent, FBI, NSA, CIA, ATF, making bait posts on forums and image boards to entrap individuals or gather intelligence. The purported goal of glow N-words is baiting potential criminals or gather intelligence about a particular online community to reveal their intentions or beliefs. So do you get what's going on with this user accusing the other user of being a glow N-word?
I get it, yes. This person is saying that you're a Fed.
Yeah. It's called Fed posting sometimes. The next Kiwi Farm user responds, anyone with a join date over a year that doesn't post regularly should be preemptively banned, like as a security precaution. The next user, I honestly believe it's a fucking furry. Not even feds go that low on the septic tank. Here you go, Keffals, with neg rating and everything before you fucking spin this shit. Translated, that means, look at this screenshot I have showing this post has a negative rating before you use this as evidence against us.
So these users, they're like, oh fuck, this is going to be used against us.
Except this more, they're just mad because they view it as like a really clumsy Fed posting effort. Like,
yeah.
Another user, love how both Fed posters chose specifically to say, quote, plant bombs, end quote. So in short, everyone in the thread responding to it starts making fun of the person for the violent threat, treating it as obvious bait to involve the authorities or get Kiwi Farms into more PR trouble. No one supports the post, and it was quickly taken down. A few more quotes. Fuck off, cunt, glow harder. I guess glow means like be a Fed? One more. Like clockwork, and all the retards on Twitter will eat it up despite it being obvious bullshit.
Arslers.
So those were the 2 violent threats on Kiwi Farms. To put them in context, Keffals' thread on Kiwi Farms, before it was locked by Moon to try to chill things out, was about 46,500 posts about
Jesus
one person.
Christ.
When they locked it, even after they locked it, there was no way I was going to be able to. It was just an insane amount of just bilge. There's the separate thread dedicated to the Drop Kiwi Farms hashtag was about 3,500. That's how I got my estimate of more than 50,000 posts about Keffals or her campaign on Kiwi Farms. That's likely an underestimate because I'm sure they talked about her elsewhere on the site. 2 posts out of 50,000 had violent threats. They both went down within like 15 minutes.
And that's it? That's it. This is just 2 posts. So a tiny percentage of these posts had actual violent threats. And the entire site gets not just taken down, but wiped from the Internet Archive because of these 2 fucking posts.
I have looked pretty hard. Like I said, it's impossible to read the whole thread. It's too long. I asked on Twitter. I talked to folks around Kiwi Farms who, of course, have an agenda, but they gave me other information I needed that didn't always make them look good. No one, most importantly, no one in Keffals' camp has posted other examples of Kiwi Farms issuing violent threats.
Well, what about off Kiwi Farms? I mean, this became such a huge story. Were there threats on other sites?
Here's where we get to the very weirdest part of the story. So the threat that got the most attention actually involved 4chan rather than Kiwi Farms. It was posted by Keffals herself on August 31st, mid-afternoon East Coast time. So I'm not sure whether that was before or after Cloudflare defended hosting Kiwi Farms. But she said, yesterday, as I was ending the stream where I gave updates on the hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, this was posted online just outside my address. Shortly afterwards, Northern Ireland police came to the apartment I'm staying in because someone had attempted to swat me. I'm going to return to this point, but the security here is ridiculously lax, given that Keffals is at this point on the run for her life. That's what she says. So first, Ellen, the friend she's staying with in Northern Ireland, publicly announces what type of food they're going to get. And it's poutine, which is probably rare there, like at least say fish and chips.
I'll just save you spoil it. It is very rare there. I checked. But Jesus.
And then Keffals publicly posts an image from 4chan that reveals the apartment building, or at least the neighborhood they're in, because that was the whole point of posting it.
This makes it like harder to feel
Yep.
empathy for her if she's, because a lot of this does seem to be for attention.
She's giving the 4chan poster exactly what he wants. This is how 4chan operates. Like, look, we got to them.
Right. And also here's a picture of the house that I'm staying in if anybody wants to drop by.
It's just unbelievably bad OPSEC. But I don't want to take away from
Victim
the
blame.
fact that it's an undeniably weird and menacing note. Katie, would you like me to read it to you?
Please do.
Okay. They use Keffals' dead name, the first name from before she transitioned. I'm just going to say Keffals instead. I'm a gentleman.
You're such an ally.
Loyalists against Troons. Keffals out of our community. Kiwi Farms, all Troons. 38-2022, that's the date. Ulster Kiwi Farms Force. For Sneed and Ulster. Heil Josh the Corn Lord. Ethan Gunt Ralph told me to do this. Katie, should we start a segment called Yes, Yes, No, perhaps?
This might as well be Welsh.
Okay, I'll try. I'm not going to even try to get this whole thing. I'll just try to sum it up. Troon, we went over. It's a derogatory term to say, like, basically a clout-chasing sort of fake trans person. The political stuff, in a Northern Irish context, like, I'm just going to read from the Wikipedia page. Now we're fucking talking about the Troubles.
Oh my God.
The late 20th century conflict in Northern Ireland, which I know nothing
Did
about.
this guy kill the queen? Or does he like the queen?
We're going to fucking get there, dude.
We're going to get to that. Okay.
Wikipedia. This is the Wikipedia entry on the Troubles. The conflict was primarily political and nationalistic, fueled by historical events. It also had an ethnic or sectarian dimension, but despite use of the terms Protestant and Catholic to refer to the two sides, it was not a religious conflict. A key issue was the status of Northern Ireland, aka where Belfast is. Unionists and loyalists, who for historical reasons were mostly Ulster Protestants, wanted Northern Ireland to remain within the United Kingdom. Irish nationalists and Republicans, who are mostly Irish Catholics, wanted Northern Ireland to leave the United Kingdom and join a united Ireland, aka be independent. So that's what the loyalist part of this thread is referring to. This is someone living in or near Belfast who sides with England and thinks Ireland should be part of the UK, and they're likely to be Protestant rather than Catholic. Ulster Kiwi Farms Force is, I guess, a takeoff of the Ulster Volunteer Force. That was a loyalist paramilitary group that faced off against the IRA and naturally was responsible for atrocities. So that's a little bit of recent Irish history, because that's where we are, Katie.
Okay, and who is Josh the Corn Lord and Ethan Gunt Ralph? Well, Josh the Corn Lord, I can imagine that's Josh from Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, so that's Josh Moon. I don't know what Corn Lord is. I almost certainly don't want to know. Ethan Ralph is a fairly gonzo right-wing internet personality. I've been aware of him since Gamergate. He does the Ralph Retort website. If it still exists, I don't care. There's a lot of stuff about Ethan Ralph on Kiwi Farms. He was involved in multiple legal entanglements that provided Kiwi Farms with a lot of, like, bull cow milk. Ethan Ralph fucking hates Kiwi Farms.
Yes,
He's
he
a
does.
right or far right guy who hates Kiwi Farms. If you search Twitter, you'll see that his relationship to them is roughly the same as Keffals. Like, not a fan. So, saying, Heil Josh the Corn Lord, Ethan Gunt Ralph told me to do this, is arguably confusing because those two people hate one another. Unless it's like trolly, like I'm false flagging this and trying to blame it on Ethan.
Right.
I don't think, it didn't really seem like journalists picked up on the weirdness here, because I think the folks writing about this story mostly had no genuine familiarity with Kiwi Farms or the bizarre cast of characters ensnared in this dark corner of the internet. Also, I'm just a pathetic lowlife, so I recognize names like Ethan Ralph when I see them because I've wasted my life and have basically nothing left to live for.
Yeah, this does seem to be a continuing issue when news reporters try to understand internet drama, is that you have to spend a lot of time within these communities. They have a specific language in these various different communities, and if you just drop in and take things literally, you're gonna miss a lot of shit. You're missing a lot of layers.
Katie, how can you expect reporters to learn about a community they're reporting on when it's so dangerous it was pulled offline?
True. You know what they need? They need a furry. They need a furry like Tracy Woodrins to go in and be the bomb sniffing dog for them.
So this strange image posted to a website that wasn't Kiwi Farms, it was 4chan, was treated as evidence.
But it references Kiwi Farms.
Yeah, and that was why it was treated as evidence that Kiwi Farms was responsible. Here's how Vice reported it. Sorrenti found out that someone inspired by the thread on Kiwi Farms had posted a picture of themselves standing outside Murray's apartment while holding a threatening message. Moments later, the police arrived and told her that someone had reported a shooting at her apartment, and so on. So someone inspired by the thread on Kiwi Farms. Look, I know the thing says Kiwi Farms, but there's no reporting to back up the idea that this person was inspired by Kiwi Farms, to which you might respond, you, Katie, being a jerk, but Jesse, they said they were inspired by Kiwi Farms in their note. To which I would respond, yes, and someone emailed the London, Ontario city government and said they were Keffals.
True.
Katie, can we shit talk journalism a minute before we continue with the story?
Just this once.
Should we do housekeeping first just to get that out of the way?
Yeah, we should do housekeeping.
Oh my God, this episode's a beast. I can't wait till you edit it. Well, to be fair, I've been fucking hunched over poor.
That's
like, meh.
You have been spending months on this.
Okay, we're Blocked and Reported. We're a podcast that we do a lot of stories about internet bullshit, blockedandreported.org. Our subreddit is blockedandreported.reddit.com. We're doing a live event in Arlington, but it's sold out. Tough luck. Thank you for folks who bought tickets. That's crazy we sold that shit out, right?
I know, very quickly.
October 29th, look for tickets on Craigslist. I bought half the tickets. I'm just going to sell them for $1,000 a piece.
Step up.
We have 2 hopeful live events to announce soon, but that's been the case before, so we'll wait till that's done. Anything else for housekeeping, Katie?
Yes, we have a subscriber program. If you go to blockedandreported.org, you get 3 free episodes of this podcast every month.
Nope, they're not free. You pay for them.
Oh, right. 3 extra
Ooh.
episodes every month. We just recorded a fun one a couple days ago about some drama among a #vanlife influencer. It's quite the story.
That shit was crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
it was crazy.
Katie
It
did
was
a great job.
crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah, and it is also the best way to support the show. So the reason that we can keep doing this and we don't have to go get jobs at Safeway, which Jesse wouldn't be able to do because they have rules against that sort of thing, is because of our subscribers. So please go to blockedandreported.org and join us.
They do have a staunch no Jesse's policy. No Kiwis Farms lurkers. Working on this shit the last couple days made me so thankful for our premium subscribers because can you imagine if I put all this time into Tor? I still don't know what Tor is. The other thing is blockreportedpodcast@gmail.com for any feedback. I'm sure our Kiwi Farms episode won't generate feedback. Also, we got some great advice entries. Send us an MP3 if you have friend or relationship advice of a non-sexually explicit nature. We're going to do a segment or an episode on that coming up because based on what you've heard so far, who better to give you advice about how to live your life than us two?
Yes. Speaking of non-sexual content, I also have a little correction to a prior episode. Can I do that here?
Ooh. Do it.
Okay, we got an email from a listener after our investigative reporting on daisy chains in the last episode. All right, so the listener says the sex act that he is describing, and he in this case is a reporter for Men's Health or
Ethical
not
Boy
a
Slut.
reporter. Ethical Boy Slut. He's an advice columnist for the magazine Men's Health, and he described a sex act called a daisy chain. And our listener says. The sex act he is describing is called a Lucky Pierre. A daisy chain is 3 or more people all performing oral sex on each other, e.g., person A would be performing oral sex on person B performing oral sex on person C, and person C would be performing oral sex on daisy A, hence a chain. So, correction to that, what we were talking about was a man, I don't want to describe it. It's a family-friendly show.
It's fine. You said daisy A instead of person A, which I like. You got daisy A.
Regardless, you can go back and listen to that if you want our description of what a daisy chain is not.
If you want to, yes. Yeah, which I'm sure you do.
Yes, so thank you to that. I will not mention his name, but thank you to that for our listener.
Let's talk shit about journalism, Katie.
Let's do it. I love nothing more.
The reporting on this story has been ridiculously god-awful. It's sort of everything we criticize about modern journalism, the certitude, the complete lack of any distinction between activism and journalism, the confident proclamations about subjects journalists know nothing about. It's all there. So one very basic thing you'll know if you follow online harassment or online culture is that trolls constantly do false flag attacks. During Gamergate, for example, I'm going to ask you to Google that if you know what I'm talking about. You sometimes see targets of outrage campaigns get death.
Actually, don't Google it because you'll get a bunch of wrong information.
Right. During that, you would fairly frequently see people get death threats like, I'm with Gamergate and I will kill you. Some of the time, and probably most of the time, if we're being honest, those folks had nothing to do with Gamergate. They were trolls, almost always from places like 4chan or 8chan. These are sites that are very nihilistic, and they consist of the sort of person who wants to call in a bomb threat and be like, I, the person issuing this bomb threat, am Tom Smith at 54 whatever lane. The whole hope is that in addition to the chaos caused by a bomb threat, police will show up at that poor schmuck's house. So trolls love to stir up trouble. And one of the biggest ways to stir up trouble at zero or little risk to oneself is to threaten someone with death and to attribute that death threat to some third party. For example, while I was poking around, I had to do a lot of searches on the Kiwi Farms archives. One snapshot of the site has this message at the top from Josh Moon. Ongoing DDoS attack again. P.S. Attacking a specific lolcows thread isn't going to make me assume it's that person and start up a crusade against them, you fucking moron. Do you get what he's saying there?
Yes, but please parse it for me.
He's saying, Josh Moon, who is, whatever else he is, he's savvy about the internet. He's saying, if you do basically a hacker attack against a thread about a lolcow, I'm not going to be like, oh, it must have been the lolcow who launched this. I'm going to retaliate because that's how trolls work. They try to cause that kind of trouble.
Okay.
So watching this unfold, I was a little bit gobsmacked by these journalists who just weeks ago had reported on a false flag swatting that targeted Keffals, and then suddenly they're saying, well, if an anonymous post says it comes from an online community, the threat comes from an online community. It's just very ridiculously credulous, right? Am I missing something here?
No, I think you're right. And I think, again, this gets to the fact that a lot of online reporters do not understand the communities that they're covering.
Once the snowball effect started and a bunch of journalists learned about Kiwi Farms for the first time and decided to write about it, the reporting got worse and worse. So I'm reading this coverage and I'm pulling my hair out at how off base it is. So the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation includes this account from Liz Fong Jones. She's a former Google employee who's been targeted by Kiwi Farms and has been encouraging Cloudflare and others to take it down. Here's a quote from the article involving Trans Lifeline, which is a suicide hotline for trans people. Liz Fong Jones said they meaning Kiwi Farms, tried to slander Trans Lifeline's character, and when she pushed back online on their accusations, they published her personal information on the forum, including her home address, her biological parents' names, and a photocopy of her gender and name change. I was minding my own business. I was trying to support a crisis hotline for trans people, and now I was in the crosshairs of these people, etc. So the doxing and harassment she experiences is awful, and is something Kiwi Farms does all the time. But this whole account of the story involving Trans Lifeline is just a fucking lie. Kiwi Farms thought the people who ran the Trans Lifeline were grifters. Kiwi Farms think Liz Fong Jones is friends with them. I haven't looked into that. But it turned out that, lo and behold, they were grifters. If you go to the Suicide Hotline's 2017 tax filing, they say our founders stole, I think it's $375,000 from us.
Wow.
So there was a major scandal at the Trans Lifeline, like a famous suicide hotline, and all that gets translated into the Canadian Broadcasting Corp saying she was just defending the innocent suicide hotline against slander. So it's bad journalism. And the only way you can write that story that poorly and be that credulous toward Liz Fong Jones' account is if you don't know anything about this.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Trans Lifeline story was not reported. But did anybody report that?
No, I don't think anyone covered it except that the grifty
I've never heard of this
scammers who
before in my
ran it.
life.
And I should be clear, they've cleaned up. I think now they're a genuinely vital resource. But yeah, they got puff piece coverage for running it, but they appear to have been criminals. According to the people who now run Trans Lifeline, this money was stolen, and no one paid attention to it except Kiwi Farms. And there's this crazy backstory involving Corinna Cohn trying to raise awareness of their lack of safeguarding, like background checks. And supposedly one of the grifters running Trans Lifeline showed up at Joshua Moon's house to confront him. That's how heated it got.
Did she get his address from Kiwi Farms?
So yeah, that's just an example of like just really brainless coverage of this that just isn't tuned into the history of the site and the many controversies. Okay, that brings us to CNN. Sorrenti, better known by her online username Keffals, became the target of a harassment campaign organized on Kiwi Farms, a notorious online forum where users are openly transphobic, after she began speaking about trans rights on Twitch, a live video streaming platform popular with video gamers. Katie, based on what you know about how journalism has performed in these sorts of situations, do you think the scrap between Kiwi Farms and Keffals can really be explained solely by the fact that she was just speaking about trans rights?
No.
All right, so there is a thing called victim blaming, and it's real. If a woman gets raped and you ask what she's wearing, you're victim blaming. But the concept has sort of ballooned outward and is now just an excuse for people to turn off the brain. So someone can both be a victim, but also be a figure of genuine controversy, and those can both be important parts of the story. Like, only toddlers think the world is divided into good and evil, and there's a
Toddlers
tendency...
and journalists.
And there's a tendency in a lot of reporting about online harassment to assume that as soon as someone is established as a capital V victim, they should be treated as a saint, and everything they claim about everything should be taken at face value. But that's just not how the world works. I feel like we've seen a lot of examples of this, right?
Oh, yeah.
This lesson is really important in the case of Keffals because it's led to some really off-base and confused reporting. Keffals is a complicated figure. She's done some obviously good stuff. At one point, she raised, I think, $250,000 for this LGBT organization in Texas. That seems legit. There's also a kernel of truth to the idea that anyone who's an outspoken advocate for a political cause on Twitter or Twitch and who gets a big enough platform is going to come in for some level of abuse. I would argue that's true whether you're on the left or right, to be fair. But Keffals is a very aggressive flamethrower of a figure. She seeks out conflict with just about everyone. It's part of her brand. She's been engaged in a long, brutal by internet standards conflict with Destiny. He's an influential Twitch streamer who had 700,000 followers on that platform, meaning he was making a very good living. In March, he got booted off from the platform under questionable circumstances, apparently in part because he questioned whether the UPenn trans swimmer Leah Thomas should be able to swim on the women's team. Keffals tweeted the following. This is Destiny's Twitch channel right now. That's with a screenshot of how he was kicked off. Hey, Steven, I just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content.
Is Steven Destiny?
That's me.
Steven's Destiny. Then she follows up. His followers are going to get mad, so I'm going to clarify now that I didn't report anything and he did this to himself.
Wait, and all he did was question whether Leah Thomas should be allowed to swim on Penn's team, which she shouldn't.
I was kind of mean
the
too.
Precipitating moment. I think there'd been one other time when during like an actual riot after George Floyd, he made a remark about like you should send in rednecks to shoot the rioters.
Okay,
which is not good. That was a while ago, but I think what got him kicked off was Leah Thomas.
Isn't he a leftist?
He's overall on the left, yeah, but he has like quote unquote heterodox politics.
Gotcha.
So that's far from the only example of Keffals like seeking out drama and just consistently throwing rocket fuel on it. And again, I'm not victim blaming. I'll explain why this matters in a minute. Keffals delights in the destruction of her opponents, and that includes threats to dox them. Like she's straightforwardly pro-doxing as long as the target is a bad person. There's no bad tactics, just bad targets. At one point she tweeted, I found out who the Kiwi Farms user was who doxed my mother and sent him a photo of him with his mother and addressed him by his name, and he deleted his account. Unlike him, I'm not posting it online, but if he comes back, I know where he works and will forward his entire post history to his boss.
All right, so she's into revenge?
Obviously, the problem with that sort of vigilante justice is you're trusting the person, Keffals in this case, to make the right decisions, like they're doxing the right person and the person deserves it. More recently, Frederick Brennan, who deserves a whole episode of his own, he was the guy running 8chan, which is one of the most toxic sites on the internet, but he's since reformed, and he's now fighting against online harassment, including on Kiwi Farms. He tweeted that Keffals bragged in a Discord chat about telling someone to kill themselves. Someone also posted a Discord chat in which Keffals clearly appears to be threatening to dox someone else. This is someone who goes by Winter on Kiwi Farms. So Winter posted video of this Discord chat with Keffals. Keffals says, "I have your face and name. I know what schools you went to. I know every member of your family. Excited to see how they all react when your information gets sent to them." Keffals also claims they hired a private investigator to look into this person's background, and Keffals drops the name of many of Winter's friends and family members, though it's unclear whether Keffals has accurate information. They also have this exchange. "Winter, how much did you pay for this info, by the way?" Meaning the info from the private investigator. "Did it come out of your GoFundMe money?" Keffals, "Winter, I don't know how much money you think I make, but I was going to make 6 figures this year before the GoFundMe happened."
And when did this happen, this conversation with Winter?
This was just in the last few days.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha.
So she seems to be saying like she has plenty of money and is just putting this GoFundMe money into savings. We'll get back to that, but that wasn't really the tone of the YouTube appeal, which says like, "Help me, my life is at risk."
Wait, how much did she get for the GoFundMe?
$100,000. So Keffals just in general isn't really concerned about doxing or protecting other people's private information. At one point, Liz Fong Jones posted an address and phone number in Ukraine, supposedly connected to a company hosting Kiwi Farms. Keffals quote retweeted it and told her followers to do your thing. In any other context, everyone would be like, that's targeted harassment. To tweet out an address and say, do your thing, whatever the context.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, Keffals is always involved in drama. Again, I'll explain why that matters in a minute. Also, her security habits suck. She just seems completely incapable of taking the most basic precautions to keep herself safe online, to the point where her own fans have been like, "Why do you keep revealing where you are? Just film in front of a green screen," stuff like that. Another wrinkle here is that she has sometimes at least arguably been dishonest. This includes in her fundraising efforts, as I just alluded to. So when she first went public about her swatting, the first thing she said in that video is she woke up with a gun in her face. Here's a clip of the 2 ways she described the incident.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face. I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle. I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
Okay, so these are 2 different versions of the incident.
Yeah, and even that
both cannot have happened.
We know the first one didn't happen. She's walked it back. Even the latter one is arguably misleading. The Chief of Police of London, Ontario, on August 11th issued a statement. He said that the cops knocked on the door midday, so maybe she was woken up, but if she was woken up, it was by a nap, and that there were armed officers there, but it wasn't a dynamic entry. They didn't barge in the door. They knocked on the door. So
okay, so they knock on the door. She opens the door. The cops are there. Did they like swarm the apartment, or did they say, "Ms. Keffals, can we come in," or whatever?
They just said that she was polite and they just arrested her because, at the time they were investigating her, but there's no sign of this scary situation with an assault rifler.
I mean, it is, still like getting arrested for something you didn't.
So it is possible, given what Alex described now on Keffals' stream, that maybe and they were in the hallway and they pointed an assault rifle at her when she came out of her room. Unfortunately, we don't have body cam footage of that, but.
Dude, that's
incredibly scary. Of course, but she was not woken up to an assault rifle in her face.
And how long was she held?
That's a good question. I don't know. Not that long. It was resolved fairly quickly. There are some other red flags in her fundraising efforts. So, like I said, she raised around $100,000. The GoFundMe link was in the video's description. In the video, Keffals makes certain claims about the uphill battle she and her fiance will face to get their stuff back and the precarity of their situation. I did a quick cut of all the relevant claims. Will you just listen to that?
We seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones, so our lives aren't completely.
Did she really buy new computer cell phones in one fucking day? Is that like, Jesus, like, got released from the fucking cell, time to go to fucking Best Buy? Or I'm so confused about that part. I'm confused about every part. This is when she was still in full lie mode, I guess, so.
Destroyed by what happened to us. Even after acquiring a new phone, I still cannot log into some of my accounts because the London Police Service holds the phone that my 2-factor authentication goes to. I need your help because I can't do this alone. I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights. I do not yet know when I'm going to be returning to broadcasting on Twitch. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me, I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized. I just want everyone to know what happened and to ask for help so I can seek justice for what happened to me.
That's quite the monotone. I like the voice. This sounds like a terrible situation. It sounds like it cost Keffals a lot of money. Her fiance sounds fucked. I mean, it sounds terrible, right?
Yeah, it sounds terrible, and I think it really gave the impression they were in some degree of financial need. Do you think that's fair to say?
Totally. Yes.
So that
we need we need the money to get back on our feet.
yeah, she's making it sound like they can't really make a living. So that video went up on August 9th and included the claim that they wouldn't get that hard drive back for months. The very next day, August 10th, she did a Twitch stream that's now titled, I Got My Stuff Back. She tells her fans she got her stuff back, and her fiance got their stuff back too. So it turned out to take one day, not many months. And at the start of that video, she repeats the claim that she was assault rifled in the face.
Mm-hmm.
So there were also the leaked chat logs posted earlier this week, the ones with Winter that appear to show her saying the GoFundMe is going to go into her savings account until she needs it. She just hasn't really been clear what the fundraising's for. She talks vaguely about how her rights were violated, but it's not clear what's going on. I don't expect someone who goes through something this traumatic to recall every detail with perfect accuracy. But the story she told allowed her to raise about $100,000 to save up for something, and it's not really clear what that is.
And did she have when you have a GoFundMe, right, you set like a target? What was the actual target?
Oh
It
no.
just lists the goal as 100,000. I don't know if it gets boosted, if you can boost it along the way.
No! Jesse didn't know this! Oh no, wait, did he not know? Hold on.
Her fiance sounds fucked. I mean, it sounds.
I don't think it's for months. The very next day, August 10th.
Oh, he
did a
corrects
Twitch
it in part
stream
two,
that's
okay.
now titled, I Got My Stuff Back.
Oh, that was fast.
She tells her fans she got her stuff back, and her fiance got their stuff back too. So it turned out to take one day, not many months. And at the start of that video, she repeats the claim that she was assault rifled in the face.
Mm-hmm.
So there were also the leaked chat logs posted earlier this week, the ones with Winter that appear to show her saying the GoFundMe is going to go into her savings account until she needs it. She just hasn't really been clear what the fundraising's for. She talks vaguely about how her rights were violated, but it's not clear what's going on. I don't expect someone who goes through something this traumatic to recall every detail with perfect accuracy. But the story she told allowed her to raise about $100,000 to save up for something, and it's not really clear what that is.
And did she have when you have a GoFundMe, right, you set like a target? What was the actual target?
It just lists the goal as 100,000. I don't know if it gets boosted, if you can boost it along the way.
Okay, so her goal was $100,000. So she told people she needed $100,000.
Yeah, unless there's something where you can start at 20 and then when it hits it,
Oh, there are
but I
skip
don't think
buttons.
that's how GoFundMe works.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't think it's unfair to point these things out. Also, it's never really been clear why she had to flee to Europe, which is like just this little thing just sitting here, right?
How much does it cost to flee to Europe these days?
So journalists have...
Did she need a private plane?
Journalists have used her intercontinental travel to add a dash of mystique and danger to the story. The headline of a Ben Collins article in NBC News goes, anti-trans stalkers at Kiwi Farms are chasing one victim around the world. Their list of targets is...
Oh my God.
Damn.
Well, explain that reaction.
She says that they're not chasing her around the world. She's telling them, A, she's telling them where she's going, and B, she made the choice to leave.
Yeah.
Like she could have gone to like London, from London, Ontario. Couldn't she have just gone down the street?
Yeah.
Ottawa. Yeah.
Ottawa,
No,
yeah.
that's what's been so weird about the coverage is like no one's come close to explaining why anything that happened actually required her going to Europe. Like if she wants to go to Europe, by all means. I bet Northern Ireland's a cool place to hang out this time of year, but especially if you're not going to take any security precautions and you're going with this storyline where your life is at risk and you have to raise money. Like people are going to ask questions about that.
They're not going to ask questions about that.
It's a little weird to me. Also, like, if it were just a couple discrepancies, it would be one thing, but it's not hard to find other instances of Keffals just being dishonest. So, like, Keffals has Keffals has beef with everyone, but Keffals has a long-running beef with Lauren Southern, who has a history of just, like, grotesque alt-right bullshit. For reasons we'll get to in a moment,
True.
Lauren Southern accused Keffals of grooming. Keffals responded by saying that Southern was on the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs and justified it as follows. Katie, click that link.
To start off this discussion, I think I need to show you all something. Lauren Southern blocked me. After all the shit she said, after all the fights we got into, she finally blocked me. And do you know why she blocked me? Because I asked her why she was on the Epstein flight logs. That's why. Really seems like she has something to hide, doesn't it? But
What is the implication there? Is Lauren a child rapist? Damn, I didn't even know this. We're getting into the deep lore. Oh my god.
I think it's quite funny. It seems like people really do not like being accused of being a pedophile on the internet. It's too bad she would never do the same thing to me. Oh wait, yeah, she did. She did exactly that. So when I did it back, no, blocked. She can't take it.
Okay, so Lauren Southern was not on the Epstein flight logs, I take it?
She was
She didn't
not.
hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. He doesn't hang out with Canadian reporters from Rebel Media.
Shockingly no. But you can see how...
Unless was she like one of the massage therapists?
But you can see how Keffals is explicitly saying, this person lied about me, so I'm going to lie about them, right?
Yeah.
And she tweeted the flight logs thing in a way where people, without knowing the full context, were going to believe it and spread it. She also, her thing with Destiny got really ugly. I'm not going to include a clip of it here, but I watched a scene from her stream where she accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex, which is rape. Then there's a very long pause as her stream freaks out in the chat, and then eventually she walks it back. So it just... she has like a little bit of a history of slipperiness about facts and a willingness to use whatever tactics it takes, as long as the target is right. Okay, so on top of all this controversy, there are two other issues that are prominent in her Kiwi Farms entry and in the sort of, dark legend of Keffals. These are rumors about Keffals that have spread far and wide. One is the claim that she groomed minors. Now, online, and you'll know this if you've listened to this podcast before, any accusation that X groomed Y should be met with extreme caution. People throw this shit around constantly, right?
Absolutely. And they use grooming. The term grooming has really stretched.
Yeah.
So now it also means like ideological indoctrination.
Kiwi Farms is gleefully confident that Keffals groomed people, and they claim they have screenshots to support it. Long story, mercifully short, they don't. I have not seen any evidence to suggest Keffals actually groomed a minor. Keffals did run a Discord server called...
Oh, no. Don't laugh.
Called Catboy Ranch.
No.
Catboy Ranch had minors on it. The rumor she's a groomer, that rhymes, stems from screenshots supposedly leaked from there. Except a source that seems to know what they're talking about told me that those screenshots might actually have been from another Discord server called Femboy Hangout. That would be a good match for you. You could roll with Femboy Hangout.
I'm already in it. I'm in it right now.
So, yes, Keffals ran Catboy Ranch. She did not run Femboy Hangout, but she hung out there. There's some weird and questionable stuff that went on in these places, including with minors, but none of it involves Keffals directly. There is no proof that Keffals groomed someone, and that's a horrible rumor to spread if you don't have evidence. There's one instance in which someone posts a photo of themselves, and Keffals does a little bit like hubba hubba, and like says their ass is fat and asks what their pronouns are, and then everyone's like, this person was underage, but she didn't know that. It's the most marginal case ever. It's nothing. The other true rumor about Keffals is that she helps to supply hormones to trans kids without their parents' permission.
Is that legal, Jesse?
Setting aside the legality question, I think the answer is no. She runs something called the DIY HRT directory, or she sponsors it. This is a resource to help trans people get hormones, including minors. Keffals is tight with a person named Chloe, aka @BobPosting, who is even more outspoken about these efforts. For example, Bob Posting once said on Twitter, "I got like 500 plus minors on HRT." Crazy. Destiny responded by calling him an actual pedophile, which I don't think it's a good move. That doesn't make you a pedophile. It might make you a criminal. If you follow the million links flying around in the Keffalsverse, you will likely get to some dark places. There's at least one company that produces estrogen in these cutesy sort of anime style boxes. And whatever your views on minors and hormones and puberty blockers, this is just like a really incredibly controversial thing to do or to talk about online openly. People do not respond well to the idea of adults helping kids get medication behind their parents' backs. I think that is like a good faith concern, whatever your views on trans issues, right?
Yeah, probably not something that you should attach your name to.
None of what I just said. I just said a lot about Keffals. I just criticized Keffals a lot. None of that is to justify her getting harassed and doxxed or to deny the role a site like Kiwi Farms undoubtedly plays in exacerbating everything. That's not my point. Here's my point. My point is Keffals is an internet famous person who has made a ton of enemies. Destiny's fans on Twitch alone, before he got booted, constituted 700,000 people who were probably, mostly young and very online. She also has some sort of whole other fight that I had no time to understand with the Quartering, a YouTuber with 1.3 million subscribers. So if the goal is to figure out who is responsible for violent threats or swatting her, I just don't know why you would start with Kiwi Farms. Kiwi Farms wasn't even the only site to dox her. There's this other notorious doxing site that is basically just doxing. This is a site where when you go there, you're literally greeted with a drawing of Satan's head glowering at you as it loads.
He doesn't say,
Keffals was
right?
doxed there on August 22nd, and her dox has been at the top of that site ever since, meaning God knows how many sociopaths have gained access to a lot of her personal information.
Gotcha. Okay, so we don't know for sure that all of this came from Kiwi Farms, or any of it came from Kiwi Farms.
This is the site where if you mention it or you ask about it, I permaban you from everything.
With this sort of online fuckery, there's genuinely no way to know. And anytime you assume about the identity or motives of anonymous online trolls, you're likely to regret it later on because these stories are very confusing and difficult to report on.
This kind of reminds me of the January 6th stuff where there was this giant campaign to deplatform the site Parler because people were saying that the January 6th riots were organized on Parler. And then subsequent reporting, I believe, found that much of it was organized on Facebook. But Parler is a right-wing site, and so instead of calling for Facebook to take Facebook out off of the internet, people just focused on fucking Parler.
Yeah, a lot of this is just, it's about Kiwi Farms is a bad place that has made a lot of enemies because people have been personally affected by it. But the reporting that we know that the folks doxing her or swatting her are from there, there's just not necessarily great evidence to support that.
Okay, well, what about this photo in Ireland? I mean, that seems pretty clear that it came from Kiwi Farms, right?
That's a great question, Katie. And guess what?
What?
I found the kid who said he did it, and I talked to him, and I know the answer.
All right.
Just gonna have to wait till
God.
Fuck, okay.
As always, we're produced with help from Tracing Woodgrains. I'm Jesse Single, and remember, we'll be back soon.
And I'm Katie Herzog. And also remember, even if you don't care who threatened Keffals, don't you want to come back and find out why we had that dumb moment of silence for the Queen?
Wow. Aren't you guys excited when we come back tomorrow and we listen to part 2 of this? Let me throw out a quick. You know what? If I get below 900, maybe we'll just listen. If I get below 900, maybe we'll just listen to it right now. Okay, hold on. Gotta fuck chat up. Okay, this is. Well, too bad I said maybe. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be careful. Ripper and a cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino, cappuccino. What am I doing right now? I should be on time tomorrow. Wait, let me check my calendar. I have a meeting at 11. Otherwise, I should be on time. I'll host Erudite. Go watch her. Rip on. Good luck. Ripper and a cappuccino. Or I already said it. Peace out. Bye.